like halo of gold hair and lightning. Set you up against the planet's last dance.
Phenomenal touch.
What a great reaction.
You simply cannot get more. It's in. Look who's back in the Wimbledon finals.
Let's just do relentless tennis.
The waiting is over.
Great, powerful hitting.
That is way too good. The queen of centre court. Champion of Wimbledon again.
Just for a minute, the silver fork sky lit you up like a star that I will follow.
Well, hello and welcome to our coverage on Live at Wimbledon. It is an absolutely glorious day. Fine, dry and warm. Hopefully for the duration of this men's quarter-finals day. And the crowds, as you can see, have been pouring in this morning, led by the Wimbledon security teams who do an incredible job, G4S. We have had just under 340,000 people attend these championships so far. And well, my goodness, today they have a stellar lineup, as is always the case on the second Wednesday of the Wimbledon Championships. It's men's quarterfinals day. We've got 4 blockbuster matches for you that we will get into in a little bit later. But just look at the view and the scene here at the All England Club as we pan down from blue skies across the views of the City of London into this famous theatre. Yes, Centre Court has the roof wide open. It should remain that way throughout today. The hill is absolutely packed. There's even umbrellas up for shade. We are experiencing British summertime, as we always should have done, and we are delighted to be bringing you coverage today for the next 7 hours. So, welcome into our studio with myself, Cara Robinson, and a former Wimbledon finalist, Mark Philippoussis, who, as we came off air last night, Mark, 7 p.m, was just taking to that court behind us for the invitational doubles, playing alongside Michael Chang against Justin Gimelstob-Bennett, Ross Hutchins. Bit of a competitive match, I hear.
Yes, very, very serious. A little too serious for my liking, to be honest. No, but it's
We caught you in action, you see.
yeah. There you go. Just show the points that I won, please. Is this the highlights? Right, but it was so awesome just getting back on the courts.
What is it like to be back in the early evening hours? You said actually to us off camera yesterday, oh, I really hope we get court 18, and you did.
Yeah, because I love the court. It's a fun court, great atmosphere, and we were actually waiting. They wanted to put us on centre court last night if the match had finished by 7, which would have been very exciting. But I think it got to this stage towards the end where we were waiting so long. It's like, put us anywhere, please. We'll even take court 16 at a Rengi.
Let's just get the match on.
But yeah, we just wanted to finally get on. Justin grabbing my son Nicholas because his son wouldn't sit there for a photo, so he wanted to kind of show. There we go. That's Justin Gimelstob's kid. And then, okay, what happened there? I didn't see that.
We get everything on camera.
Well, the big, obviously you know who the bigger baby is. So, but you know what? That was my favorite part right there.
Seeing
so
Nicholas
awesome.
at the end.
Well, just when you just getting him and making him a part of the things that I'm doing, the things that I'm passionate about, and being able to share that with him is just beautiful.
Well, and that's part of the reason that you said to us yesterday, I really hope I'm on court 18, because if we are on central number 1, kids can't come in and watch in the players' box.
Exactly.
So special that he could, and I know he's been struggling with jet lag, but he managed to stay up.
You know what? He was in the kids' room at Arangi. They've got an incredible kids centre there where a lot of players' kids are there, and he was playing with Michael's kids and Bob Bryan's kids, and it was a nightmare trying to get him away from that place.
Yes. Come and watch me.
Yeah, but it's everything they do here, the way they take care of the players, the way they take care of the spectators. Everything about this place is incredible.
Last thing I'll ask, the pairing you're playing against featured Ross Hutchins, of course, a British player. Was there a bit of home support for him out on number 18?
Yeah, you know what? During the invitational, the gentlemen's doubles, I like to use the word gentleman.
Okay, we'll stick with that.
I don't know, often someone calls me gentleman, so it's nice. But everyone's so supportive. They love their tennis, and they're just excited to see some fun tennis. And I did mention that I felt like it was a little too serious.
Okay, we'll speak to the boys.
You know,
the gentlemen.
The last thing they want to do, they've been watching, there's 2 weeks of amazing, serious tennis.
Yeah.
Our job should be not to be serious. You know, make the crowd laugh, have some good tennis, but keep it lighthearted.
We need like relaxed gentlemen out there.
Yes.
Okay. Well, should we get on to today? That was last night, and we all enjoyed watching you back in action today. I did say the sun is shining. Rachel Stringer has had some forecasting lessons this week from the great Carol Kirkwood. Let's see how she does today with a look ahead at the weather.
What a beautiful day we have here for men's quarter-final day. Look, the sun is out, it's warm already and it's still early, but we might see a little bit of cloud increasing throughout the afternoon. But fingers crossed, it stays dry and we don't have any rain for the second time only ever at this championship so far. Fingers crossed for that one. And temperatures, as I mentioned, at the moment are pretty warm. Temperatures are set to reach a maximum of 22 degrees today. That's pretty hot for British summertime. So whatever you're doing today, enjoy your day at Wimbledon. And I'm going to enjoy mine by starting it off, as it should be done, with a nice little coffee. Cheers.
Thanks, Rachel. We're looking forward to a glorious day ahead. Men's quarter-final day, for many people, the best day in the entire Wimbledon calendar, because you are guaranteed some fantastic matches. 4 of them, well, 2 on centre, 2 on 1, to watch from wherever you choose. And that hill may well be packed all day long because, of course, Andy Murray does feature in today's lineup. But let's just cast our minds back to 2003 and this moment, which walking on court, we're surprising Mark with all kinds of footage today. This is a bit of a throwback. 2 sets to love down against Alexander Pop. This turned into a 5-set epic, and you came back to win 8-6 in the 5th.
Yeah, this was, a special day. I was, came out of the match a little too relaxed, and he took advantage of that. This guy was a huge server, huge hitter of the ball. And I remember I was down 2 sets to love.
Oh, and diving volley.
Yeah, that was a cool point. And I walked off the court and from rain delay, and it was the best thing could have happened. And then, my dad literally kind of woke me up and said, "What are you doing?" And then I remember John Newcomb coming to me and said, "Wake up! What are you doing?" And I came out on fire, pumped up, and thank goodness woke up with enough time to the match.
And so how long, in rain delays like that, we've seen quite a lot of them at these championships so far, how much of a factor can it be to have that break and to be allowed to speak to the members of your box that you can't do during the match otherwise?
It's huge. It's not so much as what they will say, maybe tactics-wise or that, but it's making you realize, seeing certain things that you can't see when you're on the court. You can't see everything that you're doing on the court, and most of the time you don't realize you're doing certain things. And I thought I was kind of doing a good thing to be relaxed, not to be too intense. But that was working against me, and I needed to get something going and pump up. And if there was ever a time to do it was 2 sets to love down, and I did, and I was lucky enough to have enough time to come back and win.
Okay, because we hopefully won't have any more rain delays today. We have, of course, had a few during the first week of the championships. But let me just speak to you about, of course, you experienced it several times in your career, but most famously that route to the final here in 2003. Once you have reached a quarter-final, particularly in the men's singles at a Grand Slam, as the guys who have done today, the 8 players that we will watch today, what stage is your mind at? What mindset are you in now? Because you really are at the business end of the championships.
You are at a belief that you can win this event, because let's face it, they're all 8 guys are playing great tennis. They're physically, mentally strong. They have the game and mindset to win, because they got there. Obviously, there's certain favorites within those 8 players that stick out, but every one of these guys has an opportunity to win. They've put themselves in the position to win, but I think the only difference that sets them apart at this stage is belief. And to be honest, within that 8, there is one or two that always then they might be satisfied and happy
To have just reached this stage.
because they've, you know, if someone said to them at the start of the event, you know, if you get quarterfinals, would you be happy? Oh my God, absolutely, yeah, sign me up, I'll take it right now. And there's other guys that quarterfinals is not good enough, and they've only got their sights set on the title. So that small difference, that 1%, comes down to belief, because they're all talented enough to win. They're all strong enough to win as far as physically. It's just the mind is what makes a huge difference, is that belief that take them to that next level in the last stages of a Grand Slam.
Fascinating. So belief that they can progress, or satisfaction that they've already reached this stage? We'll get on to today's order of play and find out just who you think may fit into those categories as we look ahead to today. But let's welcome in our tennis insider, Catherine Whitaker, providing us with deep knowledge throughout these championships. And let's start off today, Catherine, by getting to look at just what a blockbuster lineup it is.
Yeah, my deep knowledge of the order of play coming up. Centre court, first of all. Of course, centre court and number one court is where the majority of the action is in terms of the singles matches today. All the action, in fact, in terms of the singles matches. And that's where the main focus will be. There's lots of interest on all the other courts, men's, ladies doubles, mixed doubles, and legends, of course, as well, Mark. But this is where the big action is. Roger Federer, the third seed, against Marin Cilic. I'll have a closer look at their head-to-head in just a moment. They will be followed by Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, the 12th seed, up against Andy Murray, most people's favourite for the title and the highest seed remaining in the draw. Andy Murray carries a 12-2 head-to-head against Tsonga, so he very much the firm favourite going into that one. But we know how much Jo-Wilfried Tsonga comes alive on the centre court here at Wimbledon, so don't count him out. Number one court, this is where there are some really, really intriguing clashes as well. Milos Raonic, the 6th seed, takes on Sam Querrey, the 28th seed, and of course the man who pulled off that incredible upset against Novak Djokovic, and perhaps just as impressively backed that up with victory over Nicolas Mahut. You might be surprised to hear that Sam Querrey actually has a winning head-to-head against Raonic, 2-1, but I should probably point out that one of those two victories was by virtue of a walkover. So an even head-to-head in real terms, so that one could be very interesting. And then Thomas Berdych up against Luca Pouille. Many people not having heard of Luca Pouille, but you'll notice there that he is the 32nd seed. He has been rising up the rankings of late, and he very much deserves to be there. Very talented French player. As I said, I just wanted to talk you through the Federer-Cilic matchup in a little bit more detail, because for me, this one really, really intriguing. Federer, as you would probably expect, leads the head-to-head pretty handsomely, 5-1. They've never met on grass, though. You'll notice the difference in age there. Federer pretty much usually older than everybody he goes into matches against. Marin Cilic just 27 years of age. Federer ranked at 3rd, obviously has been as high as 1st. Cilic down there at 13, has been as high as number 8. That ranking at number 8 came after he won the US Open in 2014, and that one victory there for Marin Cilic in that head-to-head, that came at the 2014 US Open in the semi-finals, when, in Roger Federer's words, Cilic blew him off the court. That's what Roger Federer said following his 4th round victory. He was asked about facing Marin Cilic next, and he said, well, yeah, the last time we met, though, he absolutely blew me off the court, 3-4 and 4 in the semi-finals of the US Open, which, of course, Cilic went on to win. So though this matchup might be one-sided in terms of the numbers, that one victory, the last time they met at Grand Slam level, will live long in the memories, probably both of Cilic and of Roger Federer, and I think it makes this matchup just that bit more spicy today.
Couldn't agree more, Catherine. Thank you, particularly as we're seeing a renewed Marin Cilic in many ways. Of course, Goran Ivanisevic in his camp. For Roger Federer, it's a 14th quarter-final appearance at Wimbledon. If he was to win today, it would be another level of history that we'll get onto later. But first of all, let's send it straight out to our reporter, Adam Hunt, who has been watching the great champion practice.
Well, the sun's out here at SW19 and the big guns are out practicing for their matches in the men's quarter-finals. Today we're on championship court number 19 with Roger Federer, who of course is first up on centre court against Marin Cilic. It's their 7th tour level meeting and their 3rd at a Grand Slam, but the first time, interestingly, that Cilic and Federer have ever played each other on grass. It's Federer who has the better of the head-to-head on the slower surfaces. He leads that head-to-head 5-1. Last time they met was at a Grand Slam, but a few years ago, 2014 US Open. when Marin Cilic produced an absolutely wonderful performance on his way to the title there, beating Federer 6-3, 6-4, 6-4. So he'll be hoping to draw on the confidence he gained from that match. And I suppose Federer will be looking to figure out what he did wrong that day and try and improve it on the grass here at Wimbledon. It's been a great route through to the quarterfinals for Federer. He's yet to drop a set. It's been very, very convincing. He's beaten 2 British players on his way to the quarterfinals, beating Marcus Willis, of course, in the second round. That fairy tale story, 6-love, 6-3, 6-4. He then beat Daniel Evans in round 3, 6-4, 6-2, 6-2, and he was looking ominously impressive in his 4th round match against Steve Johnson, 6-2, 6-3, 7-5. As for Marin Cilic, it's been a little bit more difficult for him. Dropped a set in his 2nd round match against Sergei Stakhovsky. The 2nd set there in a tie-break. He'll have been helped by the fact that in his last round, Kei Nishikori had to retire at 6-1, 5-1. So Cilic has had plenty of time to rest up and get ready for Federer. Been watching Federer for quite some time down here on court 19. As cool and calm as ever. Looking very relaxed. He's there with his coach at the far end, Severin Luthi, who's been working with him for a long, long time. He's been hitting with Ivan Lubicic, former world number 3. So that's the picture here. Quite a lot of spectators have made their way to this court. Staff who work here at Wimbledon. Fans haven't been let inside the grounds yet, but still a large gallery building up. An opportunity to watch one of the greatest players of all time getting ready for his match on centre court today.
Thank you very much, Adam. Well, we mentioned some history that Roger Federer was trying to chase down. Just look at these numbers. If he wins today, this is the Wimbledon win-loss records all-time in the Open era. He will get to 84 wins and just 10 losses. 84 would match the great Jimmy Connors in terms of the amount of matches he won on this famous surface as well. Jimmy Connors, of course, the great 8-time Grand Slam champion. He himself won 2 Wimbledon championships. Not only that, a win today would also give Roger Federer his 307th Grand Slam match win, which would be the most by any man or woman in tennis history. He truly is one of the greats. And today, he faces a man trying to repeat what he did 2 years ago in America. Back in 2014, Catherine mentioned this earlier, Marin Cilic blew Federer off the hard courts, in Federer's own words, in straight sets of the semi-finals at the US Open, when Marin progressed to his first Grand Slam final and went on to win the title. So he knows what beating this man feels like at this level, Mark. How much confidence does that give him going into the match today?
A lot of confidence, because he has a huge, dangerous game, as we spoke about. He has the game to blow anyone off the court when he's on. And you know, what's improved so much for him is even when he hasn't been on, he's found ways to beat guys that are below him, because that's always the toughest thing, is being those guys below your ranking on a regular basis. That's what, you know, has kept him in that top 10. But you know, breaking through and winning his first Grand Slam at the US Open has kind of taken his confidence to another level. He's one of those guys that when we talked about believing he can win the event. You know, going into this match believing he can beat Federer.
So he's a believer?
Yes, I do believe. You know, he's not one of these guys who's going to be caught up in the moment of playing Roger Federer on centre court of Wimbledon for a quarterfinals and think he's happy enough to walk away today with a quarterfinal place. He's one of those guys that will be looking to win, to beat Roger, without a doubt.
I think that's a really interesting dynamic, the way you explain it, of looking at our quarterfinalists today. I think perhaps the guys that have reached this stage before and progressed further, like a Marin Cilic, who's been to a final and won a Grand Slam, of course, he has to believe that he can go on. Whereas perhaps when you see people, as we did in the ladies' draw yesterday, who are reaching their first Grand Slam quarterfinal ever, it is a different sentiment. Of course, they want to try and win, but they would still be hugely satisfied with reaching.
Yeah, they're still smiling, walking off the court. It's not that they don't want to win, don't get me wrong. But at the end of the day, is what makes you different is that belief in you. As soon as you lose that belief, you're done. It doesn't matter how talented you are, how I mean, it's not. We don't have to get into it, you know, like yesterday. But one thing that Kyrgios said in the press conference is once he lost the first set, he didn't believe he could win. once that belief is gone, you're done. You're completely done. So it's incredibly important to have that belief.
So this is a great matchup between two guys that definitely would believe that they can progress through to the next stage, if not to the final come Sunday. When you look at Marin Cilic's game, his serve is extremely strong. 76 aces he's had so far in these Wimbledon Championships, only dropping one set. He has dropped a set, though, unlike Roger, who has remained straight sets throughout.
Yes, Cilic has got a beautiful motion. He's got great rhythm. It's easy power. Yes, he's a tall guy, 6'6", but I think he's 6'5", 6'6". So that does have he does have a slight advantage of someone who's going to be 5'10", because he's hitting from a higher trajectory.
Does it give him an advantage over Roger, who's 6'1"?
No, see, Roger is not as tall as Cilic, but what he does so well is he jumps into the ball so well.
Okay.
So he's, I think, jumping a few inches higher than a lot of other people, but he uses more spin. Cilic, because he's 6'6", can get away with serving a little flatter because he has that high trajectory. And Federer, he is jumping into the ball, but he's got a lot more spin on the ball. And when he serves, even the one outside, he's still got a little bit of spin on it. Whereas, like I said, Cilic is, he has got a spin serve, but it's also very flat.
So who's more breakable between the two?
I mean, they're both incredibly tough to break.
Okay.
Because Cilic has his ground strokes to back up his huge serve. Cilic's serve is bigger than Federer's, but I feel like Federer mixes up his serve better than Cilic.
Okay, well, it should be a fascinating lineup today. It's coming up, of course, on centre court. It will be the opening match at 1 p.m. We're looking forward to it, and our reporter Adam Hunt has been out watching the 6'6" Croat practice.
Well, the grounds here at the All England Club are full of fabulous vantage points to watch the tennis on the show courts and the outside courts. We're here above one of the outside courts, court number 19, watching Marin Cilic preparing for his match in the quarterfinals today. First up on centre court, which is all the way behind us over there. Sorry, no. Start again. Well, the grounds here at the All England Club is full of fabulous vantage points, both inside the show courts and on these outside courts to watch some brilliant tennis. We're here on court number 19 on the television broadcaster's platform overlooking 19 to watch Marin Cilic getting ready for his quarter-final match against Roger Federer, which is first up on centre court today, which is a long way in the distance, all the way that way. As we know, the players love to practice on the match courts here at SW19 rather than the courts at Arangi if they can, and we've seen Roger Federer already today on this court. Marin Cilic was following him onto court almost straight afterwards. They exchanged a few words on their way onto the court, but it was mostly just pleasantries because the work is beginning for Cilic, preparing for his quarter-final match. It should be a thrilling encounter. Remember, the last time these two met was at the US Open in 2014, where Marin Cilic was unstoppable on his way to his first Grand Slam title, and in fact the only Grand Slam title he's won. He's here working on his ground strokes in the sunshine at the All England Club with a former champion, Goran Ivanisevic, his coach. It's been a very intense practice session so far, really contrasting session to Roger Federer. We always see Federer so cool, calm. It's almost quite languid and relaxed the way he plays, but Cilic has been really hammering the ball from the baseline. You can see he's trying to get into his groove. The two haven't met on grass before, and it's Federer who has the better of the head-to-head record. The only time he lost to Cilic was in that US Open semi-final. Cilic, 27 years of age, early on in his career, really struggled on grass. He found the movement difficult. He admitted that it wasn't his favourite surface. He didn't grow up playing on the surface and found it hard to find a way for his game to suit the slightly faster conditions that we get on grass. But since then, he's worked hard on his game on the surface and had some brilliant results. He's a former champion at Queen's Club. Made the semi-finals at Queen's this year coming into Wimbledon, so his confidence is high, and that has been borne out in his results so far. How crucial could that fourth round match be against Kei Nishikori? He was up 6-1, 5-1. He'd barely been on court much over an hour when Nishikori was forced to retire with a rib injury, and that will have helped Cilic just to have plenty of time off the court to relax and make sure he's physically ready for the challenge to come of facing Roger Federer on centre court. The spectators have now been let into the grounds, and a huge number of them gathering here above court 19 to watch Cilic in action. And it's certainly a sense of steely determination, hoping to cause what would be an upset, I think we'd say, on centre court today. The winner of the match on centre, first up between Cilic and Federer, will play either Querrey or Raonic, which is the first match on court number 1 today.
Hey.
Thanks, Adam. Well, let's take you out to court number 2, which has a beautiful view. As you can see, the camera just panning, pulling back to reveal this mighty show court. I have to say, number 2 and 3 court are fabulous theatres in their own right, and there's a bit of British hope on this court. It's a third-round match in the ladies' doubles. Johanna Konta, who of course got knocked out of these championships to Jeannie Bouchard in the opening week. She's playing with the American Sanchez. They won the first set 6-4 over Babos and Shvedova. Shvedova, of course, falling to Venus Williams in the ladies' singles quarterfinals yesterday. Let's join this one with some commentary at the start of the second set.
That's big hitting from Babos there.
Love 15.
Konta definitely more comfortable at the back of the court than Maria Sanchez. One of the reasons why she does start serving first. Also allows Sanchez more time up at net. Try and take over the middle, poach more. Konta's got to be aware of when they're moving up at net. She had the whole line open.
Konta and Sanchez have changed the serving order. Konta served from the other end during the opening set. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Konta has played so well when she's had a target and has just been perfect with her aim on these passing shots. We've seen her go up the middle, up the line, and now here the angle.
Well left. Konta looking for the winner down the line, spotted some space there, but Babos saw that it was high and long. And a couple of break points at the start of the second set.
.30-40. Game. It's Babos and misses Shrek. First game, second set.
Well, you can see Joe's disappointment as they are unable to break through in that opening game of the second set. Wonderful thing about Grand Slams and Wimbledon particularly is that people who may have had their own fans watching them and cheering them on in singles are back on court in the second week in the doubles, and that is exactly the case for Joe Konta and indeed Yaroslava Shvedova, who did lose out in the quarterfinals to Venus Williams yesterday. Following that match, she had to go out that afternoon yesterday and play her second round ladies doubles, which she won with Timea Babos to get to this stage today. They will contest this third round ladies doubles, and then she will be back on court this afternoon playing the third round of her mixed doubles match alongside Qureshi. So she is one busy lady. Just imagine if she was still in a singles draw as well. Well, this is court number one. You can see the court is looking pretty ready and prepared. People are slowly beginning to trickle in because we've got under 30 minutes till we begin the first match out on that court today. It is, of course, another quarter-final in the men's singles event. And Sam Querrey, otherwise known, Mark, as the Terminator of the Serbinator. Do you like that?
No, now I do.
He, of course, knocked Novak Djokovic out of this tournament in shocking fashion in the third round. He since came through his match over Nicola Mahut as well, living up to his form, came through that one in straight sets. And he does now today face the big serving Milos Raonic, but he's a big server in his own right. Both of these guys are tall. We've got 6'6" against 6'5". We've been speaking about believers and perhaps players who may be satisfied that they've already reached this stage of a Grand Slam. You could perhaps say that about Sam because this is the first quarter-final of a Grand Slam he has reached in his 38th attempt. Nevertheless, he will be wanting to keep up the good form we've seen.
Oh, 100%. And in no way we're implying that he doesn't believe he can win. But you know, like you said, he's beating Djokovic. What I was really impressed with was his match after the win against Djokovic, because that's always so tough, is when you beat someone like Djokovic, #1 player in the world, someone who I wouldn't say is a shoo-in, but a huge favorite to win a Grand Slam. You beat him the way he did, which was incredibly impressive, but then the next day to come back, you know, from court one to whatever court he was playing on, and still maintain that focus to beat a player now that people expect you to win is always tough. And I was very impressed that he did that. Today's match is a completely different match of what he's played against a complete different opponent. Now he could be someone that, yes, of course he's satisfied and very happy with being in the quarterfinals. If he were to lose today, because he's so laid back and so relaxed, could he, you know, what I'm trying to say is I could still see him smiling kind of when he walks out of here. You know what I mean? They're packing the bags and he'd still be smiling, whereas if it was someone else, like a Djokovic or a Murray, a Federer, wouldn't so much be smiling. That's what I would say. I wouldn't say that he doesn't believe, but you know, to have that mindset you believe to win a Grand Slam is a complete different mindset. Really is a complete different thing than believing you can beat someone on that day, which obviously he believed against Djokovic. You know, that's still a complete different thing. But he can beat anyone, obviously, on his day, because he's got a huge game. He's got a big serve, and he can back it up with big ground strokes.
At what point do you change your mindset? So for Sam, was it the win over Novak that made him perhaps change his outlook on the championship so far? Because there's no doubt he would have looked ahead at his draw at the beginning and seen that he was facing Novak in the third round, and it's hard to look beyond that at that stage.
Absolutely, for sure. And that win against Djokovic, God, that had to have gave him an enormous confidence boost, and showed that by winning the next round, like I said, which I was very impressed with. And you can see him, he's a very relaxed guy. And he's definitely going to today's match thinking he can win. I'm not saying at all he's going to be satisfied and doesn't think he's got a chance. This is a huge opportunity for both these guys.
I think what we mean is Sam Querrey has already had a fabulous championship so far. He has already achieved more than he could have possibly imagined, and he may well go further. He's in fact looking to give America its first Wimbledon semi-finalist since 2009, Mark. That is 7 years.
That's incredible.
A remarkable statistic. It does seem, though, as if it's slightly been the year of the resurgent Americans. We're slowly starting to see a bit more talent emerge from across the pond.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of guys are in the picture, even in juniors, that America, you know, should be very excited about. But you know, Sam is someone who's been on the radar for quite some time now. He isn't someone that where kind of like, where did this guy come from? You know, we know what he's capable of. I think that he, you know, people have been expecting more from this guy over the last few years, to be honest, than his results have shown. But again, everyone has their own path, and you know, this could very well be the turning point in his career where things kind of click and he starts, you know, realizing what he's capable of, and you know, he's got a coach now, a good coach. Obviously, things are meshing together well, and they've got a great energy, and that can make a huge difference in an athlete's career.
Yeah, Craig Boynton, of course, was coaching Steve Johnson during these championships as well. He fell out to Roger Federer just a couple of days ago. He is the world number 41. He's 28 years of age. He is an experienced player out on the tour, and it will be fascinating to see how he can perform today against Milos Raonic. Well, Rob Walker has been out watching.
Well, absolutely glorious weather down here at Orangi. Long may that continue throughout this fascinating day of action. The men's quarterfinals. First up on court one, Sam Querrey into the quarterfinals of a Grand Slam for the first time after contesting the big ones for 11 years now. And what a way to do it. Novak Djokovic in 4 sets in the third round. And he has split the draw wide open and given himself an absolutely amazing opportunity to make it through to a first Grand Slam semi-final. Can he keep his run going? He's up against Milos Raonic, a 2-time Grand Slam semi-finalist, here 2 years ago, and then in the Aussie Open at the start of this year. So Querrey looks as though he's brought his session to an end. Absolutely amazing performance against Novak Djokovic, arguably one of the stories of the championship so far. He's a massive server, so too is Raonic, so we could be expecting a really, really big battle on each of those service games. And remember, he also came through a 12-10 5-set epic in the first round against Lucas Rosol. So Sam Querrey has really earned his place in the quarterfinals the hard way. Also knocked out Nicolas Mahut in straight sets in the 4th round, the Frenchman. So Querrey has worked up a sweat. He's got himself fired up and ready. And what an occasion it will be for the American. His parents were here to hug him after that 3rd round win. They've been incredibly supportive, and that's the case for most players throughout their careers, and certainly when they're trying to establish themselves. But this is, without any question, the biggest match in this huge American's career. His first ever Grand Slam quarterfinal against Milos Raonic. Watch out for the speed of those serves.
So Sam Querrey hopefully satisfied with his practice session today as he takes on the number 6 seed from Canada. From Canada. Yes, I think I said calendar. Anyway, either way, he is from Canada. He is well known for his serves, this Milos Raonic, at about 143 miles per hour on average, and he'll be looking to progress through to the semi-finals for the 3rd time in his Grand Slam career. Adam Hunt has been watching him practice.
Well, for these spectators lucky enough to have a show court ticket today to see the men's quarterfinals, either on centre court or court number 1, they'll be getting to watch these players in match action. But for the spectators who just have a grounds pass, they can come here early at the championships and watch the players practicing on the championship courts. We're here on court number 15 in the shadow of centre court with one of the men about to take to court number 1. First up against Sam Querrey for his quarterfinal, Milos Raonic, the Canadian. And it really is almost packed here on court 15. So many spectators have flooded here, having come through the gates to watch Raonic practicing. He's here with Carlos Moya, his coach, his other coach, of course, John McEnroe, who we've seen with him for large parts of the championship so far, isn't here today, but we have seen that in a few practice sessions so far. Moya has been ever present with Raonic, but McEnroe choosing to sort of pick and choose which practice sessions he turns up to, but I'm sure he'll be having a conversation with Raonic before he takes to court in his match against Sam Querrey, the giant killer, the man who knocked out Novak Djokovic. In terms of the head-to-head, it's Querrey who leads it 2-1. They have met on grass before as well, here at Wimbledon, but that was a little while ago, back in 2012. Querrey winning that match in 4 rather long sets, 6-7, 7-6, 7-6, 6-4. You can expect plenty of tie breaks, I think, in this particular match. I'm watching Raonic. Fairly light practice session for him. He's not someone who practices too intensely the day of a match. In fact, it looks like that practice session is now finished with Moya. And off he goes. Sign a few autographs. He is great with the fans. Raonic, he's big on social media. A lot of the fans like to follow him on Instagram and Twitter. Quite active on there. And he will be striding off for a massage, some food, perhaps a recovery drink before he takes to court number 1.
Thanks, Adam. Cannot wait to see this matchup. There is no doubting what the biggest weapon is. It's his serve. Frequently described, Milos Raonic as one of the best amongst his contemporaries. And statistically, he is amongst the strongest servers in the Open era, winning 91% of his service games, ranking 3rd all time. Milos Raonic is the most successful Canadian singles player in history. And today, he's aiming to become the first Canadian player to reach the last 4 of the Wimbledon Championships on multiple occasions. He previously did that here 2 years ago in 2014. He wasn't able to progress through to the final stage from there. They will be walking out onto number 1 court in just about 20 minutes time. Looking forward to seeing both of the matches begin on centre and number 1 on this famous men's quarter-final day. Everyone always enjoys this second Wednesday at the Wimbledon Championships. But let's say hello again to our insider, Catherine Whitaker, who's always informs us what's going on in the tennis world, online and written, I suppose, as well. Let's kick off with a bit of a news review.
Yeah, news review, particularly in the UK, of course, focusing on Andy Murray, his match today with Joe Wilfried Tsonga. There's plenty of other news about as well, but just for the moment, that is sort of the main focus. And in particular, we're starting to have a lot of chat about Ivan Lendl, the hashtag Lendl effect. That is a hashtag that's taken off mostly because of Jamie Murray. Jamie Murray, Andy's brother, has started using the hashtag the Lendl effect. And we've had Leon Smith, Andy's Davis Cup, well, Andy and Jamie's Davis Cup captain, saying yesterday that he thinks Andy Murray is playing his best ever tennis, and he thinks that's down to Ivan Lendl, and loads of people picking up on that. Andy Murray has never been better, says Davis Cup captain Leon Smith. Smith has backed Murray's decision to reappoint Lendl. I mean, it's hard to argue with the results and how Andy Murray is playing, isn't it? I mean, he is playing fantastic tennis, possibly his best ever. I think most people seem to be in agreement that actually his level is higher than it was even when he won here in 2013. But that's sort of just what happens, isn't it? The game moves on. You know, Djokovic, his brilliance sort of pushes everybody else to get better, doesn't it? But how much credit will go to Ivan Lendl if he does end up winning the title here? How much should Amelie Mauresmo, who of course put all that work in for 2 years up until they split earlier this year, does she deserve any credit? And you know, it's the intangible thing, isn't it? How much is it down to Ivan Lendl? How much is it down to Andy Murray himself? You know, does Mauresmo deserve any credit? She's sort of being written out of the Andy Murray history a little bit. You know, they didn't win any Grand Slam titles together, but you know, my take on that, I don't know what you think, Mark, is that she came along at a very difficult time in Andy Murray's career, and she sort of navigated a very difficult time, and she was the right person for him then, and that Ivan Lendl now is the right person for him again. As I say, it's hard to argue with the results that he's having.
Absolutely. I think it's a complete package. Number one, it's Andy putting in the work and doing everything that he does and being as professional as he is and hungry as he is. Number two, Emily's done an incredible job. When I first heard that, I'm not going to lie, when they're working together, I was incredibly surprised. But they didn't win any Grand Slams together, but they won a lot of tournaments, a lot of finals in Grand Slams, and literally to that one guy, Djokovic, was tough for anyone playing him.
And as Andy would point out, he won a Davis Cup. Yes, that was a team effort, but Andy Murray was involved in 11 out of the 12 points that led to them winning that Davis Cup. And for him, that's up there with the Grand Slam, and Amelie played her part in that as well.
Absolutely. What he did in the Davis Cup, think about it. Look, Davis Cup is a team sport without a doubt, but he won literally every singles. He backed up every singles by playing doubles, and playing singles alone is tough physically and mentally in Davis. It's so draining because you want it so badly, and then to turn around and recover and play a doubles, and then you know you're gonna have to turn around the next day and play singles again, and how much your matches count. I mean, look, they had some guys that stepped up and won matches, huge matches for the number 2 guys in the team. But Andy, what he did, and literally on his back to win the Davis Cup title was beyond, it was incredible.
And as impressive, the fact that he's now committing himself completely to the Davis Cup this year. Most people, when they achieve that,
Yes.
you know, particularly top players, they say, okay, I've ticked that box now.
Exactly.
And because the
Like
schedule being
Novak.
how it is,
Yes.
there's no off time, there's no off season in tennis. They say, okay, box ticked, I can now focus back on my individual game. Andy Murray is saying, no, I can't let the team down, I can't let Leon Smith down. I'm committed to defending this Davis Cup title, and he's going to play. He says, injury permitting, he will play in Serbia, and Novak Djokovic won't be. And you can understand Djokovic's decision, but it is absolutely to Andy's credit that he has decided to.
You're
commit
100%
himself.
correct. We've seen it again. Like I said, there's no off season in tennis, and you know, putting in Davis. We all know how important Davis Cup is, but unfortunately, guys are not 100% there. It's one of their chances to have a time off and be ready, physically ready, because you know, the last thing you want is to commit to Davis Cup and not going in at 100% anyway for your country. And the fact that he's done it, which was unbelievable the way it happened, and that he put his hand up and says, I will be there again. And it's so easy to say, I gave everything, I got a Davis Cup for our country, and I'm sure, without a doubt, that the country would say, you've done an incredible job, and no problem, go do your thing. We are proud of you, thank you so much, and we completely understand. But the fact that he turned around and said that I'll be there again is incredible, and it shows how much that he's grown over the years as a person and as a champion, and he continues to do that, and continues to be an inspiration for not only juniors, British juniors, males and females, but other athletes as well around the world.
So much to delve into actually on this topic. How you talk about the importance of a Davis Cup. Where does it rank? We've spoken, of course, about slams being at one this fortnight. We've spoken about Olympic medals as well, coming up to Rio in just over a month's time. Where would you put the Davis Cup around Grand Slams, Olympic medals, and of course the huge team composition?
I would put Davis Cup right up there with Grand Slam wins.
You would?
100%.
Yeah.
You know, to be honest, look. I unfortunately do not know how it feels to be a Grand Slam champion. I wish I did. I know what it feels to lose in a Grand Slam, and I'm proud of that, so I couldn't possibly know how it feels to win. But winning a Grand Slam was the proudest moments of my life, and someone had asked me, would I trade one of the Davis Cup wins for a Grand Slam? And I said no, because to be a part of a Grand Slam win, you know, the way it makes you feel and what it does for yourself is nothing, because you're playing for your teammates, you're playing for your captain, your coach, and your country. The feeling is incredible. I mean, you know, it's again now. An Olympics is different.
Because you're playing for your country, but you're also
representing your
individual.
country. It's just that we, as tennis players, growing up, our dream, and I'm saying in a way that I don't want it to sound bad, you grow up as a kid thinking, I want to win, that I want to win a gold medal for my country. Because
as a tennis player, you
normally
grew up
tennis,
wanting a gold medal over a slam?
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Because I think when was the tennis added in Olympics? I think 88 maybe.
Yes, yeah.
Something like that. So, you know, back then it just wasn't in the picture. So our thought was, first thing, of course, Grand Slams, and then Davis Cup, right? So it's tough.
So you would rank Davis Cup above Olympic medals for the sport?
Yes, without a doubt.
Interesting.
And I don't want it to sound bad, because it would be an honour to win a medal for your country. But like I said, it's just with the calendar what we have, and Davis Cup being in there every single year, and then adding an Olympic thing. It's like there's not, most of the time you don't have the best players playing the Olympics, you know, as far as tennis players are concerned. Now you're a sprinter, you're a runner,
exactly.
You're an athlete.
It's not the pinnacle of the sport.
That is everything. That's what you see. That's what you grow up. You win one gold medal, and you're on a Wheatie. You know, you're on a cereal box. You're literally.
Yeah. You're on a Wheatie.
It's done. A Wheaties box, right?
It took me a while. I know what you mean.
You're done. It's a different story. Your career's made.
Yeah.
Right. But for a tennis player, it's sad to say it's not the case. We have 3 events per year, and there's so many things going on.
There's so much to talk to about this, but that is really interesting, and I get that because the Olympic tennis in the Olympics doesn't have the history that the Davis Cup does, and you often look back at the history of these events to see really where you place more value. I just want to get back to Andy Murray for a minute and talk about the impact of the coaches that Catherine brought on with us, and really the impact of Leon Smith as his Davis Cup captain, not as his personal coach, but the impact that your Davis Cup captain can have on you and your team, I suppose, in the way that it may well have done to Andy Murray recently.
Absolutely. You know, you're so alone as a player. Well, no, you have your team around you, but when you're on the court, you're on the court on your own. You know, being a part of a team is a beautiful thing. You're out there for everyone. You got each other's back in your practice. You go to breakfast together. You go to lunch together. You have dinner together. You're pumping each other in the locker room before the match. You're there on the side of the court. There's so much amazing atmosphere that goes into a Davis Cup, and these guys become family when you're there for that week, and you develop a bond, and playing a huge match, winning a huge match can make a huge difference as far as turning your year around, even on the tour. You know, there's a lot of pressure that's involved there, and it has made huge differences for guys that have really, they haven't been doing much, and they've played for the country, and all of a sudden they've won a Davis Cup tie, and then they've gone on to play events, and all of a sudden they start doing well in events because of the pressure they went through. They're thinking, God, this is so much easier than playing a Davis Cup match. If I can get through that, I can get through anything. So
a Davis Cup captain in the shape of Leon Smith, not officially part of Andy Murray's coaching team, but should rightly, I think, as well, as Catherine said, take credit for being a huge guiding force to him throughout that team victory that led to the end of last year. And then let's just talk a little bit about Jamie Delgado, because he's a big part of the coaching camp as well. Obviously, Ivan Lendl gets all the attention, but Jamie's been there throughout. What's your take on, we see many players with these different coaches. Of course, John McEnroe's coming as the super coach for Milos Raonic, but as Catherine regularly reminds us, also got Carlos Moya, Ricardo Pianti. So plenty of names to kind of fit in the balance. With the Jamie Delgado and Andy Murray situation and the Lendl factor, what's your take on how that relationship works?
Like you said, Lendl has taken a lot of the attention, and Lendl is Ivan Lendl. Delgado, he's an ex-tennis player. He worked his butt off as a kid growing up. He knows what it takes. He might have not made it to the level of Ivan Lendl, but he still knows what it takes. And at the end of the day, when you create a team around you, it's very important to create that team that makes you comfortable. And Andy has done an amazing job in surrounding himself with people that like his family, because that's what happens. You know, to be successful, they become part of your family, and you trust them in every aspect of your career, whether it's talking about them something personally that you're upset about or that you need to get off your chest, and getting ready for on the court. And he has been there in a great way of doing that, making him very comfortable, being there as a hitting partner, getting him ready for his matches, making his life easier, so that what Andy has to worry about is just going on the court and performing and doing his thing. I love that, building a family around you. I love that take. And last thing on this big interjection I've just had, it was interesting to hear your take on Amelie Mauresmo. Of course, it's not really a factor anymore because she is no longer his coach, but that was a huge story in tennis when a guy at the very top of the ATP singles rankings appointed a female coach for the first time. You admitted you were surprised. What would your review now of how the relationship worked, and would you be surprised to see perhaps another guy had a female coach at any time? I was actually, those are more exact thoughts. It's like when something happens for the first time, when you're putting something out there, it's always different because you're the first to do it, right? But now it's like, gosh, obviously they were a great team, and then you can start thinking about, then it won't surprise me if I see another player down the line doing the same thing of a next player, whether it's a female or male. And I think that came from his mum, and she did an amazing job in seeing that and seeing that this could work. And again, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. It matters if it makes you happy and you believe it's good for you, that's what's most important. And it ended up being a great decision. Do you expect to see Amelie Mauresmo back in Andy's box anytime soon? Not in terms of working together, but just in terms of respect, a bit like we saw Stefan Edberg just back recently to watch Roger play. I think she has become a part of the family, without a doubt. I mean, they've done incredible things together, and it's been so impressive to watch. Obviously, she's in a different part of her life now with a family and everything, makes things difficult. But without a doubt, I'm sure that she's always going to be there for him in the way that Stefan is for Roger. Catherine, you disagree perhaps to that sentiment with Amelie?
To say that it ended sourly would be an overstatement, but there was a bit of a debacle at the French Open where Amélie Mauresmo gave an interview to L'Équipe magazine when she was asked about why their relationship ended. Of course, the reason that they cited was that she wanted to spend more time with her new family, her new baby. Completely reasonable. Andy Murray was always very sensitive to that. When they first announced that she was pregnant, he said, "Look, we don't know how it's going to work out yet. We don't know how she'll feel when she has the baby, but I will support her, and we'll make it work any which way." But she gave this interview to L'Équipe magazine as talking about how much she struggled with Andy Murray's on-court behaviour and how different it is to his character, his personality generally. He's a very, very grown-up, composed, interesting, thoughtful guy off the court, and sometimes when he goes on the court he becomes a teenager again, doesn't he? It's very, very bizarre. And she said, I mean, look, they have a wonderful, warm relationship. I do think they will stay in touch. I don't think there's any bad blood, but I do think this slight debacle just soured it a little bit, because she did sort of call him out on it, and he was asked then about it in his column for L'Équipe magazine, and he said, yeah, I feel really embarrassed about it. I wish I could control my on-court behaviour a bit better. I think he was a bit upset that she had come out publicly and said that, but at the same time he didn't have any qualms actually with what she was saying, because he recognises it's something that's not ideal about him, but he sort of says, I'm not a perfect person, I don't know how to control myself on the court. And lots of people, when Ivan Lendl took over, said, okay, well, we're not going to see that Andy Murray on court anymore, we're not going to see the teenage Andy Murray, because Ivan Lendl is too much of a taskmaster, he won't stand for it. But actually, we're seeing just the same amount of grumpy teenage Andy Murray as we were under Amélie Mauresmo. So I think it's just an element of Andy Murray that he can't iron out.
Fascinating. Do you think then, Mark, that is a I suppose it depends what kind of a coach you are, but do you suppose that is a task that the coach should take on, I suppose, in terms of trying to deal with the way they act on court? And with Andy Murray particularly, have you seen his on-court behaviour mature at all?
Of course I've seen him mature, without a doubt. But there are things, I think, like Catherine said, that, and Andy said, that he can't control, that... when you're
Nick Kyrgios-esque or not?
Absolutely, because when you're on the court, there's so much, there's so much stress, there's so much happening, and you want it so bad, and certain guys deal with stress differently. Now Andy is a guy that deals with it where he looks up to his box, which is where his family, his support is, and he vents there because, again, you always vent with the people closest to you, right? Yeah. It's not like he's going to be yelling at a stranger, but he's looking at the people, he's looking to the right for support, and he's a hell of a guy off the court, and as he said, he can't help it. He wish he could, but he can't. But it's not that he's wants anything bad to happen. I think it's incredibly similar to what Nick Kyrgios is going through, where I don't think you can try and put that in a direction, but you might never. But the difference is Andy. He understands that, but he's still doing his thing, what he has to do, and he's competing. And he's still putting energy in the right direction. I think with Nick, because he's still figuring stuff out. He's still young. He's just been on the tour for 3 years, and he's still figuring things out. He's still seeing what works and what doesn't work. And a lot of the time, you don't realize what you're doing. It's again, with him, it might be that it'll never change, or he could just put that energy in a little better direction, maybe like Andy does. But I think. Ivan's one of the guys that understands it, accepts it, right? And then he doesn't take it personally. Obviously, he knows it's part of the game, and maybe it's part of who Andy is, and just moves on from there.
It's almost as if that reaction can happen on court, and you're forgetting that you're on this worldwide stage, and then of course it's blown up those couple of seconds afterwards. A bit like we saw Serena tossing a racket last week as well. Murray, though, not to the extent, of course, that we've seen with Nick Kyrgios.
Well, no, because, I mean, look, Murray also looks at the box. I mean, he's one of the guys that looks at the box a lot, but it's also, most of the time, it's positive stuff. It's come on, he looks at the box and he's pumping up towards the box, and he's putting out energy for them, and it's coming back to him. So it's both ways, and it's much more positive than it is negative. So it's easily just to look at the negative side, but it's much more positive. Now, Nick is the kind of same. But maybe a little more negative than the positive side, but it's still kind of the same thing, you know, and that's, as long as you can change that around, it ends up becoming 80-20 as far as positive to negative. You know, I think that's the key over there on that side.
OK, well, this news review always gives us so much to dig into. We're going to now send it out to Rob Walker, who has been with our magician's statistician, I like to call him, Craig O'Shaughnessy, to look ahead to what we can expect today as we are just moments away from the men's quarterfinals.
Well, the sun is shining. We're down here at Irangi, and I'm joined once again by the rhinestone cowboy of tennis statisticians who, Jeff, just band down, has ditched the big boots and he's gone back to the trainers because he knows this is a massive day of action and he's going to be hot-footing it from the studio up to the comms box every 5 minutes. Craig, on to the serious stuff. What a fabulous day of tennis we've got in prospect. Let's go through them one by one. So, Roger Federer, Marin Cilic.
Yes.
Federer hasn't been tested yet, but he has very, very strong memories of being completely wiped off the court by Cilic en route to his only slam in the US 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the form leading in says that that actually could happen again. Some of the numbers that Marin's putting up are absolutely amazing. When you look at the three rally lengths, you have 0 through 4, 5 through 8, and 9 plus. Marin has won about 100 more points than he's lost in 0 through 4. In the other two, it's exactly 10. So he's 10 more than he's lost in 5 through 8, 10 more than he's lost in 9 plus. There's no real advantage. He doesn't want to play those points. Marin is dropping heat. He's #1 for the tournament in the most amount of winners any player's hit. So when he gets into this beast mode, you've just got to hang on for the ride. And that's exactly what Roger's going to have to do. The best thing for Roger is to get into the point. You know, if he has to slice it, if he has to block it, he's got to withstand the early barrage, and then he's got to start to make hay, particularly with the runaround forehand in the ad court. Try and pull Cilic out wide. You know, Marin's a big guy, and if you can just get him leaning sideways, just get him stretching rather than leaning on the ball, that will be a really effective strategy for Roger.
So that's interesting, even though Federer will be the favourite on paper. I mean, he's got such incredible form, 7 titles here, we know all about that. Even in spite of the great record here and the fact that he is favourite, and people are already talking about a Federer-Murray final, it doesn't sound as though you would be too surprised if Cilic does this today.
I'm not. He's #1 for the tournament in first serves points won at 90%. He's hit 188 first serves for the tournament. He's only lost 19. The average is 73%, so he's completely off the charts there. One thing he's not doing is coming to the net. He's only come to the net 64 times. Berdych, Poulet, and Raonic have all come to the net more than 100 times than he has. So it's very simple. It's a lot of power early in the point with the serve, with the return, serve +1, annihilating the ball, and just not getting into any rally at all.
Well, fascinating match. And so to Murray against Joe-Wilfried Tsonga. Now, the big stat is that Murray leads the head-to-heads 12-2. So, no disrespect to Tsonga, who is a great player, a 2-time semi-finalist here, and unbelievably popular with the crowd. Does he really have a chance?
Yeah, all I looked at here is second serves. You know, there's going to be a lot of power at the start of the point. Joe's going to be hitting big forehands. There will be some rallies that'll kind of even out. They're both very good from back there. But performance on second serve is everything. So when I'm watching this match, once that first serve is made, the average is about 25%. So the serve is going to win 3, the return is going to win 1. There's no real advantage. Things are just going to sail along as normal. But as soon as that first serve is missed, that's really where this match begins. So the numbers serving, the average win percentage on second serve so far for the tournament is 52%. Tsonga's at 56%. It's not setting the world on fire. Now, Andy Murray is traditionally, we've always kind of said Andy's second serve isn't doing so well. He's at 61%. He's got an outrageously good number there. Now, on the returning side, Murray's winning 67% of those second serves returning, and Tsonga's only winning 48. So the real advantage leading into this match is Murray is owning this second serve battleground, and I think that's going to play out here today. Of all of the quarterfinalists, I think Andy is in the best form, personal form, and I expect him to get through this one, and the second serves is where he's going to do it.
OK, let's moving on to the two fascinating quarterfinals on court one. Well, are there going to be any rallies between Raonic and Querrey? Two monster servers. That's a fascinating battle, and Querrey is in uncharted territory. He's never been in a Slam quarterfinal before, but he's beaten Novak, so he'll believe he can beat Raonic.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Raonic 101 aces so far, Querrey 97. The average on second serve points won is 52. Querrey's only at 53. So when we think of what Sam's doing so well, it really revolves much more around the first serve than it does the second serve. He's actually, you know, basically dead even with the rest of the field in second serve performances. From the back of the court, both these guys are not putting up good numbers. The average is 46%. They're both below that. Querrey at 45 and Raonic at 43. So from the back of the court, there's nobody's going to really take advantage there. This is going to be a match of moments. You know, things will go along for 10 or 15 minutes and it'll be a 40-love hold or a 40-15 hold. And then, you know, possibly Sam misses a couple of first serves. Milos jumps on some second serves and Sam finds himself down love 30. So, you know, in an hour of tennis, there's going to be 3 minutes that absolutely matter, and you've got to grab those moments when they arrive.
OK, last but certainly by no means least, Thomas Berdych against Lucas Poulet. Yes. Now, Poulet has just absolutely rocketed up the rankings. Here he is in a Wimbledon quarter-final, and we know Berdych made it all the way to the big showdown in 2010. But Poulet has never been beyond the second round of a Slam before, and he's knocked out some massive names. He's having an unbelievable run. Yeah,
well, he's only young. He's 22. He's 30 in the world now, and in 2013... at the French Open, he got a wild card into the tournament, and I actually coached against him in that very first match. I was working with Alex Kuznetsov, and Alex had won the American wild card on the other side. And I was very impressed with Lucas. He won that match. The forehand, the runaround forehand was very good. He's got great shape on that ball. The backhand solid. And when you go through all the stats, and I, you know, you can press a button that says, I only want to see the last 8. The last 8 in the quarterfinalists. And Lucas is never at the top in any of the categories, but I found him at the bottom in 2 categories. So he's a real middle of the range player where the serve is good but not great. The groundies are good but not phenomenal. He does come to the net. He will serve and volley a little bit. So there's, you know, he's an all-court kind of player. He doesn't rely on anything quite so big. And because of that, he can cause players fits because they can't find a weakness. There's no real spot that is really hurting him. So this is a danger match for Thomas Berdych. Thomas on paper should move through. He's got the pedigree that he's done it here before. But I would not be surprised if Lucas just takes a nice big deep breath and says, you know, let's have some fun here. Let's block some returns. Let's get into some points. He should be attacking the Berdych forehand more. You can rush that. The backswing gets a little crazy at times and he hits it a little late and he could spray the ball far more on the backhand side. Thomas is also known when he steps inside the court for a low backhand around the knees that he can miss those as well. So it's going to be a very interesting match, but don't be surprised if Lucas gets through.
Wow, so the headline from Craig O'Shaughnessy is that there could be some shock results here today. Bring it on, men's quarter-final day, beautiful sunshine here at Wimbledon, no finer place to be.
Well, let's take you out to centre court, where the first men's quarter-final match is almost ready to be contested. Roger Federer and Marin Cilic walking out to a very warm crowd who will be anticipating this. Usually you get 2 blockbuster matches because to reach this stage of a Grand Slam, Mark, you have to be an incredibly good player. So you expect each quarter-final matchup to be a good contest.
Absolutely. Each one today is going to be a great contest. Like I said, the guys are hitting the ball well. They're seeing the ball. Strong physically and mentally. I mean, look, this is set up. It's just perfect day for quarterfinals. The sun is out, and the crowd are really, really looking forward to an amazing day of tennis. They could sense, I mean, it's quarterfinals day.
Roger Federer has got so much history on the cards. We always talk about it. He's 34 years of age, the exact same age as Serena Williams is, and he is looking, as is Andy Murray, who'll be taking to court after him, to climb the list for the most Wimbledon semi-final appearances. Roger is looking to equal Jimmy Connors' record of 11. It would surprise no one if he was to progress through today, but just describe to our viewers the difference you see in the Roger Federer now to the last time he won the title here at Wimbledon. Is there much difference?
There's not much.
Is it
I
the
mean,
same?
he's looking so relaxed right now. By the way, look at that jacket that he's wearing. Could anyone else pull it off but Roger? I love it. So cool.
Sheer class.
Yeah, look at that. He's already won. Look at that thing.
So why does he wear this now? He's not going to... Oh, David Beckham's in the house?
Yeah, David Beckham loves it too. Look at him. you know, that guy's taking some pictures.
Does he wear this just for the coin toss and photo, and then he'll obviously take it off?
Yeah, he would obviously take it off. I mean, that's the photo, and I don't think he'll be hitting any balls with that thing.
Why do you bring that out at the quarterfinals? Is that too early, or is it the start of, as we say, the business end of the championships?
Like I said, if anyone else can be wearing that thing and walking out, and without anyone saying anything except how cool does he look, it's Roger Federer.
I know, but I'm saying something because why today? We haven't seen this yet. But I am embracing it because it looks great.
I think he was getting it ready, ironed for the quarterfinal stage. I have no idea. Well, I mean, you know, someone can ask him.
Okay.
You know, maybe after this match. But
it shows you how serious today's match is in some ways.
That's a good call. We know, you know, the difference of wearing it from the start. But he's, you know, could he be saying to us, "I'm back"?
Maybe.
Watch out.
Maybe. He has had some good jackets
on. It's time to go to work.
He's certainly making Marin feel inferior just by his wardrobe.
Yeah.
But let's speak a bit about Marin Cilic, because it's actually wonderful to see him back at this stage of a Grand Slam. Of course, he emerged as a champion at Flushing Meadows 2 years ago. He famously likes the hard courts and the grass courts. Are you impressed by his form on the grass?
I'm incredibly impressed and not surprised at all. He had a great warm-up at that event at Queen's, losing to the semis to Raonic. Playing just, he plays big guys tennis. You know, big guys tennis is always tough on grass. It always favors a surface like grass. I understand that this might not be his favorite surface or his natural surface, but it plays very naturally on grass, and to serve as big as he does and to back it up with the ground strokes he has is why he's here in the quarterfinals. He also moves very well for a big guy around the court. He's you know, doesn't come too often at the net, but you know, I'm sure with working with Goran over the years, it's something that they have looked to improve and to do a little bit more is to use that ground strokes, especially that forehand, to move into the court.
And actually, it's easy to say it's nice to see Marin Cilic at this stage of a Grand Slam. This is his third consecutive quarterfinal at Wimbledon, so he has definitely adapted his game to play well on this surface. He also, since winning the US Open in 2014, went all the way to the semi-finals last year in his attempt to defend a title. This guy has Grand Slam caliber.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look at the way he won it. I mean, it was in the semi-finals. It was you know, Cilic and Nishikori versus Djokovic and Federer, and everyone was talking about it's definitely going to be a Djokovic-Federer final, and they both got blown off the court. It was incredible. So, you know, he knows what he's capable of. This guy is definitely a believer that he could beat Roger, and he can also definitely is a believer that there's no reason why he can't win the event as well.
And Kei Nishikori may well have been at this stage of the championships himself had he not been dogged with injury a little bit earlier in the week. Of course, he had to retire in his match with a rib injury. Sad times for Kei Nishikori. Wishing him all the best as he gets back to health. A funny moment with Roger Federer in his press conference a couple of days ago leading into this match. He was asked about all, you know, the super coach that has emerged, and he said, I've played the guys' coaches more often than I've played them nowadays out on court. Goran I haven't played as much, but he has actually played Goran a couple of occasions and leads their head-to-head 2-love. Is there anything he can take from knowing what the Ivanisevic influence on Cilic may be?
Look, I think these guys are very aware of each other's game. They've played each other before a few times. There's nothing new for either one of them. They know exactly what's in store today. And they both know in order to beat each other, they have to be at the top of their game. It's going to come down to just who plays the bigger points better. I know that Cilic is going to look to be more aggressive, without a doubt. And, you know, like I said, with his game, if he's can come up with those shots and those big points with those ground strokes and those forehands, and then you just got to say too good. But it's going to be a great match, and a great mixture of two different games, with Federer looking to come to net a little bit more and playing that game that I feel like is a lost, beautiful game of net play, where he's still so incredibly comfortable. And so I'm looking forward to this match.
You look at their route to championship so far, Marin Cilic, as you can see, only dropping one set on his route to the quarterfinal, and he was the guy, of course, that faced Kei Nishikori in the fourth round in what was a repeat of the 2014 US Open final before Kei had to retire. When you look at Roger Federer's route to the final, well, he had to come through a couple of Brits early on. He had Payer in the first round, got pushed a little bit there to a couple of tie breaks, did come through in straight sets. He then came through in straight sets over Marcus Willis and Daniel Evans. Both of those were fabulous stories, and then most recently against the American Steve Johnson. It should be a fabulous start to this quarterfinal day. You would feel extraordinarily lucky if you were to have a ticket out on centre court, and there is Goran Ivanisevic in the box, focusing hard, it looks like.
Yeah.
As a coach at this stage, he seems to be looking out for something. Is there any layout of the court, anything that you can pick up from a warm-up, perhaps?
No, this you can see the intensity both from the players and the players' box. I mean, everyone knows this is a huge opportunity. Goran looks anxious because he's excited. He believes his man has a good chance of winning this match. He believes his man can beat Roger, and that's why I kind of see him there a little, ready to go.
Would it be an upset if Marin was to beat Roger today?
A slight upset. I wouldn't say huge upset, but I would say a slight upset because I feel like Roger is playing better as each match progresses. He looks incredibly comfortable. He looks very relaxed out there, and it's the Roger Federer we've been used to seeing over the years when he's been winning these events back to back.
Well, the jacket is off. I think he's looking pretty ready. The jacket may well be back on at the end of the match, but we've got some thrilling tennis to watch beforehand. If you want to watch live coverage of this, you can do so on BBC or ESPN, but it is a stellar day here at the All England Club, and as they prepare to start their head-to-head, let's get to know a little bit more about Roger Federer. Alrighty, here with Roger Federer. Roger, I'm going to kick off. If you could play one player in history at Wimbledon.
Bjorn Borg.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Would have been nice to meet Muhammad Ali.
If you could pick one city.
New York City.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
McEnroe Borg.
If you could pick one emoji.
Smiley face.
Easy. If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Matt Damon.
Good choice. If you could lift any sporting trophy not in tennis.
Stanley Cup.
And if you could only eat one food for the rest of your life.
Italian food.
Last thing, if you could play one joke on one player on tour.
Probably on Stan. He's done
a joke.
Which joke?
Yeah.
I don't know, probably scare him or something.
Perfect. Thanks, Roger.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, time to discuss Roger Federer, of course, the seven-time Wimbledon champion, Mark. He's had so much success on the grass courts here at SW19. His serve almost seems to get better and better. Had this fantastic statistic last year. He didn't lose a service game since the start of Halle, all the way through to the quarterfinals at Wimbledon. What is it that makes him so dominant off his serve?
First of all, that's incredible. I didn't even know that stat, so that's amazing. His serve has always been great, but I feel like the last few years he's just gotten better and better. And I feel it all starts with the ball toss.
Okay.
He has a beautiful, consistent ball toss. No matter where he's going to serve, it's always going to be the same. And he guides it up so well. A lot of people, they flick their serve, they flick the ball toss, and they have inconsistent ball tosses. Okay. But he kind of guides it up beautifully, and it's always in the same area. He's got a very natural swing, very easy power, got great knee bend, and it, just like I said, it all starts with the ball toss, and from there, he can go out wide, he can go down the middle and into the body. And what he's doing so well, placing it so well, he can literally place it on a dime. You know, he's got that one out wide, it opens up the court for him, mixes it up. He's one of the guys that still comes to the net, you know, fairly regularly. Yeah. And he's got the good serve, his beautiful serve in the body, and that second serve. I mean, the second serve isn't kicking like what it maybe he used to, but he still gets it out there, and it takes a lot of pressure off the rest of his game. You know, if he can hold serve that easily, then you can afford to take risks on your return of serve.
So with the ball toss, with the fact that he's so consistent with it and places it almost in the same spot every time, does it make it even harder to read?
Absolutely. When the ball toss is in the same spot, you don't know where it's coming. That's when you got to start guessing. There's certain guys on the tour that are huge servers, some of the best servers on the tour, that might give a little bit away because when they want to go out wide, their ball toss tends to go a little bit further out because that gives them better angle to come on the outside and go out wide. Or if they want to go down the middle, they might hook the ball a little bit more over their head so they can kind of flatten it out. When you have a consistent ball toss like he does, like Pete Sampras did, you can go anywhere you want, and then there's times where you have to guess, especially on big points, because you don't know where it's going to go.
And with the second serve, what do you see different in terms of when he is using his second serve as opposed to his first? His first obviously a bit more successful and more powerful. Does he take anything away to the second serve?
Everything's exactly the same, except what he might do is the ball toss would look very, very similar, but it'll have a little bit more hook on the ball. So it'll be kind of coming over his head a little bit more. But the thing is, from the direction of his opponent, it looks the same. The only difference is it's kind of coming over his head a little bit more. And then with that beautiful knee bend that he has, he can come underneath the ball and he really gets that beautiful work on the ball. Because on the second serve, you don't want to be as flat. You want to have that work, that consistency, that trajectory over the net, so you can have that percentage goes up. And he has that beautifully well. But with that ball toss, even on the second serve, he can still go down the middle, instead of out wide. So that keeps him guessing all day long.
So when he's returning, obviously he doesn't have the strength of his serve to rely on. What is the next part of his game that he uses to the best ability?
The fact that he's one of the only few guys that loves to come to the net. Got the best volleys on the tour.
Particularly here.
Best, some of the best volleys of all time. And the work that he's done, I think, with Stefan Edberg over the years, where I felt like he started coming to the net a lot more than what he used to. I mean, he's lost so many close finals with Djokovic, where he had opportunities, and I believe that was because he was pressing, he was coming to the net, and that's what you need. You need to take advantage of that, and I just can't wait to see him come to the net on Wimbledon on grass, and it's such a beautiful game, and I miss watching it.
It suits him so well, doesn't it? No one could ever argue against someone like Roger Federer right here at Wimbledon. We can even see Wembley from this All England club. What a stunning view that is. Many people will be watching the football tonight as Wales are progressing through stages of the Euros that people may not have expected. Andy Murray, a big fan of watching them later as well. He'll have his quarter-final to contest first. Absolutely packed hill here at the All England club. It's a beautiful, sunny Wednesday afternoon, but it's time to welcome back Craig O'Shaughnessy, who has already been out and about with Rob Walker in the studio with us now. And we speak a lot about this match that's currently on centre court. They're still with serve, so nothing drastic happened out there yet, Craig, between Roger Federer and Marin Cilic. Let's start a bit speaking about the Croat and his impact on this match, perhaps starting with his serve. 76 aces so far. He's not to be underestimated.
Exactly right. Marin Cilic has elevated his game to beast mode here at the championships this year. And as you just mentioned, 76 aces. When we go back to 2012, at the same quarterfinal stage, only 39 aces, which is about half. He's number one in the tournament so far with first serve points won at 90%. The tournament average is only 73%. He's hit 188 first serves. He's only lost 19. So performing extremely well in that area. Breakpoint saved is very interesting. Marin has saved 8 of 11, leading to the quarterfinal. Roger has saved 8 of 11, leading to the quarterfinal. And the aces, what to look for in today's game. In the deuce court, slightly more of the aces are hit there. 25 out wide, sliding out wide in the deuce, 16 down the tee. And when he's serving in the ad court, most of them are going down the tee. 22 down the tee and only 13 out wide. So before we get started with a little analysis here, Mark, are those similar patterns for when you were playing and with your big serve? Was that where you were hitting your aces?
I definitely had certain favorite positions on the court. I think on the juice side, it was definitely down the tee. I think on the ad, maybe out wide. Well, but I would mix it up. It kind of depended on who I was playing, to be quite honest with you, and if it was a lefty or a righty. But you know, the down the tee, I like down the tee most of the time too.
Terrific. Let's have a look at some points here and understand exactly what Murren has been doing so well. And we've got a good return to serve. Now, in situations like this, it's going cross, even though we see Murren standing out in the alley. Look where his feet are. He's going to have all his momentum running across the court, running to the juice court. This volley should go back behind him. It doesn't. Easily runs it down. Really nice passing shot down the line. Most first volleys in tennis, if you can't put it away, you take it back behind the opponent. Second round here, good return, looking for a forehand, camping out. You just can't give Murren a lot of forehands in the middle of the court, particularly around the baseline. He's a tall player, but he feels the magnetism of the baseline extremely well. I've seen a lot of his matches where he's around 50% behind the baseline, 50% inside. And you see him there after he hits that backhand winner, moving forward. A couple little steps. Very nice. Returning now. Ripping that. Very short. Roger's got to be extremely careful that if he does go to the Silic forehand out wide in the juice, he's got to pull him off the court with that one. Backhand is ridiculously good. Sets up. And from here, we've talked about it all week. Maybe we go down the line. Maybe we go cross court. You hold the opponent. We see the feet over there. It's like, I don't quite know where I'm going. I'm going to wait to see. And that's exactly what Murren wants. He freezes the opponent. Inside, in winner down the line. That's a part of the court where a lot of finishing shots are hit to. Good wide serve, and as we talked about in the juice court, that's the #1 place that he's going to, but can also go down the tee, so extremely dangerous on both sides. Good deep middle return, and this is the defensive side of Silic. Running balls, toe-to-toe with Nishikori, like the slice. And from here, it's very difficult to have offense. Look at his court position behind the baseline. From that part of the court, extremely tough to hit a winner, but the power is ridiculously good. Stepping up, and there, the winner comes on the next shot, forcing the error on the shot before. Really clean technique, good left hand on the racket, works at every single level of the game. Like that return. Again, Nishikori coming to the net, and this is something that Roger will definitely do a better job of. When you get into this part of the court, hitting a first volley, it's extremely difficult. You've got to get up around the service line. Very few volleys are going to be put away there, and it's going to open up all the angles on the court. And as we know, Nishikori was a little injured in this match, not moving the best that he possibly could. And here's the tournament so far. The first serves are in yellow, the aces also are in red. And, you know, if you're a junior at home, you go and get a can of balls and you put the can down in those specific spots in the corners and you work on hitting those corners. Really nice serve direction there. Not a lot at the body. This is interesting. And, Mark, I'm going to come to you after this. Most players will go specifically to a backhand jam location, but we're seeing Murren spread his second serves all over both service boxes. Is there a specific tactic that you think he's chasing there?
I think for him, it's for a big server, it's doing what's comfortable and what's natural, and that is going for certain areas on the court, as you've shown right there. So he's going to continue to do that because that's who he is. He's going to adapt to his opponent and who he's playing, but I think it won't change too much, you know, since the last few matches, especially the last one.
Terrific. Okay, we've got some points from Roger now. And starting off here, he's returning, stepping in. Court position is so critical for Roger. Both these guys will be trying to stay around the baseline as much as they possibly can. And we see here, and these are the early signs. You want to be looking at your opponent's racket. You want to look at their preparation. He's not loading any energy with the feet. This is a drop shot. So if you're looking down the other side of the court, he relays it just a little bit and you want to start moving forward against Federer. I'm not sure exactly how many drop shots Roger will be hitting today, specifically because Murren loves to stay around the baseline. He'll probably take that element away. Murren doesn't come to the net that much, but he's got to be ready for that passing shot right there. If you do come into Roger's backhand, it's got to be a big approach, forehand to the backhand, good spin, good energy, good power, take time away from the pass. It's just some nice defense. And once again, we see the open court, and it's really the illusion of the open court through the juice court. Most times here, that approach will go there, go behind. It looks open to the other side. It's really not. 2 steps, passing shot down the line. Roger's so good at creating that illusion and then shutting it down. It's a little showtime there from Roger. I'm not sure we're going to see that today, but nicely played. Most times when you're stretched out wide on defense, go with the grain, take that cross court. This will be a critical part of Roger's plan today to keep Murren off balance with his returning. Sometimes staying back, sometimes coming in. Good defense, gets the ball low. There's not too many players on the planet that can hit a backhand slice passing shot. That's done extremely well there. Good blocking, and there's the run around. That's something that I'll be looking for a lot today. How many forehands can he hit in the ad court? And that's a run around. He's upgrading here. He's got a better backhand. Murren's going to take a lot of balls to the backhand side. The more that Roger can turn those into forehands, the better. So really looking forward to this one. Pay particular attention to where they're standing on the court. Both guys really do feel the magnetism of the baseline. They'll be hanging around it. Neither player wants to get pushed back too far in this match.
We love Craig. Thank you, Craig. Gives
You're
us
very
such an
welcome.
insight into how to watch this match that's currently taking place on centre court. No breaks of serve yet. 4-3 on serve, but Roger is serving next. So thank you very much, as always, Craig O'Shaughnessy, for joining us in the studio and really directing our attention to how we should watch the match currently taking place on centre court. It is, of course, men's quarter-finals day, but there is plenty more to do at the Wimbledon Championships other than just watch tennis, as Rachel Stringer reports.
I'm here at the Wimbledon Museum in the new virtual reality experience here at Wimbledon. You can't see me because I am watching what's going on right now. Tim Henman, he's commentating to me about the Wimbledon experience, and I can see everything. I'm like old school centre court right now. Wow, the sky's up there. I can see the grass around Wimbledon right there, and I can see ladies wearing petticoats. Wow, and actually now I'm sitting actually watching some tennis. This is so cool. This is new for this year. So get down here and have a go at the virtual reality experience. I'm going to take that off because there's so much more to see and do in the Wimbledon Museum. Follow me. That was amazing. Can you tell me? I feel a bit disorientated now because it was so much fun. But in here, the Wimbledon Museum, there is so much to it. It just takes you through Wimbledon past and present. Like if you come over here and have a look at all the old school rackets. Okay, we touch the screen and it will try and talk us through it. 1884, this racket here. Can you imagine any of the current players playing with that? This is what they currently play with. Just think about like John Isner serving with that. I think he would break it. That wouldn't be very good to watch as a spectator, but come over here, follow me. This is something which is quite cool as well. If you're a really big tennis fan, maybe you can come over here and pick your favourite ever Wimbledon final. I'm going to go on here, men's, and I'm going to pick the Federer-Murray one from 2012. If I can scroll down here, we all know the outcome there, where Federer won, but it could be a repeat of that this year, and all the Brits amongst us will be hoping that the results are reversed there. Look at that, you can watch that and just relive it. If you were lucky enough to be there in 2012, you can watch that. And if we go around here, this is pretty special. This is here for one day only. Today it's Wednesday. This is here. This is the Davis Cup. Obviously Great Britain, they won it this year, and I mean it's just incredible. We've come down here as well. Sorry, I'm just going to go past Ashley. Ashley over here will talk us through it in a minute, but Ashley, should we just go down here and show them 2015?
Just down here.
If you can see here, All the names of the players, the GB players, are down here versus Belgium. Look, we've got Andy, we've got James Ward, we've got Carl Edmond, we've got them all down there. And how, Ashley Jones, just talk us through how amazing it is to have the Davis Cup in here for the first time.
We're incredibly privileged to have it. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. And as you say, it is just for this one day. I mean, it's enormous. I had no idea it was this big. And I know people are going to be so astonished when they come in here. And I think the way we've got it lit, it's really catching the light and beautifully. And of course, next to it, we've actually got our Davis Cup showcase because we were lucky enough to get a Davis Cup jacket signed by all of the players. But we've also got memorabilia from Fred Perry's wins in 34, 35 and 36 as well. So it takes us back to the last time we won, as well as the most recent time as well. It's a really lovely display to have for today.
And you talked about how big it is. How on earth did you get it down here into the museum? Because you've got to come down a few flights of stairs, haven't you?
Well, it's a bit like a wedding cake. Each tier comes away separately, and they each have different carrying cases with wheels on because they're so heavy. So it comes down in sections, and we have to reconstruct it here in the museum.
What do you expect the reaction to be like to this today when people come down and view it?
I think people are going to be, if they haven't heard this, they're going to be really, really surprised to see it here. But I'd say there's going to be lots of selfies, there's going to be lots of people taking photographs of this and putting it out on social media because it truly is a one-off occasion.
And after today, where is it heading? Where does it live?
It goes back to the Lawn Tennis Association offices. It's normally in the lobby at the LTA. So some people will see it there, but here it's actually in the public domain for one of the very few times of its life, really.
Absolutely. And Ashley, just tell us about what else people can do if they come down to the museum, because it's not just open during Wimbledon, is it?
No, we're open all year round, and for 11 months of the year we run behind-the-scenes tour of the grounds as well. So here in the museum we've got an astonishing collection going from 1555. It's a highly interactive museum, so if you've got kids, there's lots of things for them to pull and push and rock and everything else, but lots of information provided in a fun way, not least in our great VR experience which you've just had there. And of course we've got our Ghost of John McEnroe, and the original trophies are kept in the museum too. I mean, what more do you want?
Well, not much more. It's great. Thank you very much, Ashley Jones. I'm just going to walk around here. If you follow me, Frank, we can have a look at what else the museum has on offer. And like you just mentioned, look, this is a Davis Cup team shirt there with all the signatures on. That looks fabulous. And there's a picture of the boys with that beautiful trophy up there as well. So that's here for one day only. You better come down to Wimbledon Museum if you want to get a selfie with that. Right, now come through here. Let's carry on our tour of the museum. Look at the things that the players used to wear. Can you imagine anybody wearing that? And I want to draw your attention to here, the dress circle. It says try me on. Obviously I'm going to do that. Got a little boater hat here. Can you imagine Serena Williams wearing this? I don't think so. Okay, it doesn't look very good on me either. Pop that back. And then this is actually a woolen coat. And the players, they used to put this on to keep warm during when they had breaks in play. And I mean, this is heavy. Last week with the rain, could have been handy, could have been a bit wet and even more heavy. But this week, I don't think any players would want to wear that. I especially wouldn't. Let's pop that back. But you can see quite a lot of different outfits they used to wear. Follow me down here. There's so much more heroes of the past down here. We obviously have in here, who have we got? John McEnroe, and he's chatting about the gentleman's dressing room. Who would have thought that? All right, John, how you doing? Carry on chatting. I'll speak to you later. Right. Come through here, come through here. It's just beautiful. And as Ashley mentioned, it's not just open during the championships. It's open 11 months of the year, and about 100,000 visitors come here throughout the year, and about 5,000 during the 2 weeks of Wimbledon, which is just great. Come down here. Hello, Aussie fanatics. Obviously, they have to be featured in here, as well as a GB fan, because we love the fans here at Wimbledon. They make it so special. And we come down here to the beautiful trophies. We cannot forget to mention these. Obviously, over here we have the rose water dish. This is the trophy which one lucky female will win this championships. We know who currently holds it. It's Serena Williams. She's still in the running to win it again this year. We don't know if she can do it yet. She might do that. It'd be great if she does. But coming over here, this is the men's trophy. This is also beautiful. Obviously, we know Novak Djokovic, the reigning champion, he cannot win this year. We don't know who's yet to win. It could be Serena. It's not going to be Djokovic. We'll have to wait and see. This is the Wimbledon Museum. Come down and have a visit.
Thanks, Rachel. Lovely access there for Rachel Stringer to see some of the trophies and everything else in the Wimbledon Museum. Plenty of great exhibitions down there. Well worth a trip if you are coming to the championships over the next few days. Now, out in the sunshine. This is live pictures from court number 2, a ladies' doubles third round match. A little bit behind in the ladies' doubles, couple of third round ties to be completed. And this one is going the distance. Timea Babos and Yaroslava Shvedova, who of course was playing in singles action yesterday, the number 5 seeds, against Johanna Konta and her partner from the USA, Sanchez. Renee Stubbs is in the studio with me. How much do you think Shvedova will have been impacted by that singles match yesterday? Because she's also a great doubles player, isn't she?
Oh, she is. I mean, I think the focus for Shvedova often these days is doing really well in doubles. She's been in many Grand Slam finals. She's won a few doubles titles in the Grand Slam level. She's won Wimbledon before. So coming into this match, she would have, look, the singles is done, over and done with. She was disappointed. I saw her when she was leaving the locker room and the facilities yesterday. She was a little down, but her focus would have been well and truly on trying to win this match today, then try and win another Wimbledon doubles title. And they're in with a battle against a team that, you know, a lot of people wouldn't have ever expected them to be in a battle with Johanna Konta and with Maria Sanchez from the US.
Shvedova's also playing mixed doubles, incidentally, later, so very busy championships for her, particularly over the last couple of days. Do you think her performances in doubles perhaps helped her in singles this year, putting in a good performance at Wimbledon?
Definitely. I think a lot of players who we've seen over the last few years, I mean, look at Elena Vesnina, for example. I mean, that's a perfect example of somebody who's never reached a quarterfinals in singles before, now in her very first semi-final of a Grand Slam here at Wimbledon. But she's had tremendous success in doubles over the last 3 or 4 years, particularly with her current partner here, Makarova, who she beat in the round of 16 to make the quarters. So Vesnina definitely is the player who has responded to doing well in doubles, and Shvedova, on the other hand, is another one that's had success in doubles and has translated that onto the singles court. I think Sam Stosur is another one that did very well in doubles and then finished up grabbing a singles Grand Slam as well.
And Johanna Konta, we know, a great year for her. Perhaps slightly disappointing performance here at Wimbledon in the singles, but good to see her playing doubles too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so many of these younger players that do really well in singles don't get an opportunity to play doubles because they don't have the rankings, whereas at the Grand Slam level, you can enter the doubles on and based on your singles ranking. So a lot of them see an opportunity to get their doubles ranking up so they can play on the tour in the doubles draw. And someone like Konta, who gets a little lucky break there, but someone like Konta, another one, Daria Gavrilova, a young girl from Australia, is desperate to play more doubles, but doesn't have a doubles ranking, but won a couple of matches here at Wimbledon because of her singles ranking, and now maybe her doubles will start climbing up. So for someone like Johanna, this is her important sort of matches to try and win to get a ranking up in doubles.
Absolutely. When we had Thomas in the studio here yesterday, he was saying that when he was playing on the tour, that wasn't the case, that you couldn't use your singles ranking in doubles. They changed the rules. As a player like yourself, who played lots of doubles and had so much success playing doubles, what did you make of those rule changes when they came in and how they affect the game nowadays?
Yeah, I mean, part of me obviously is I don't like it just because I think, well, you know, look, if you don't have a doubles ranking, then go and play lesser tournaments. It's the same as if you don't have a singles ranking or you get injured, you have to go back and play challenges and try and get your singles ranking up. Same in doubles. You just have to add an extra couple of weeks, and that's a fabulous lob from Konta there. So they're really hanging in against one of the best teams in the world. It'll be exciting for British tennis if Johanna can stay in the tournament. But I just think, look, now we're getting some of these players like a Konta, like a Gavrilova, who need to get their doubles ranking up. It's nice that they have an opportunity to be in the draw, and look, she's doing fantastically well.
Absolutely, some interesting context there. So that's the picture on court number 2, an enthralling third set, 5-all in that third set. Babos and Shvedova about to come out and serve at 5-all in that one. But here in the Live at Wimbledon studio, alongside myself and Renee Stubbs, is Ulrika Hogberg, who's the Foundation and Community Manager here at Wimbledon. Ulrika, thanks so much for joining us. We know about all of the fabulous work that you do. Rachel's been interviewing various people throughout the last couple of weeks, telling us all about it. Can you just tell us about your role and what you do here?
Yes, so I lead the Wimbledon Foundation, so we're, as you say, the foundation of the All England Club and the championships. And our role is to use the heritage and the resources of Wimbledon to help change and improve people's lives. So we work primarily in the 2 boroughs of Merton and Wandsworth, which is obviously very local to where we are right now. But we also do stuff on a national basis. So we run the Road to Wimbledon tournament, which is the biggest under-14 tournament in the UK. And we also have an international project in Delhi working with 2,000 kids in the slums in Delhi, giving them provision of tennis and teaching them life skills through tennis, taking them from childhood to livelihood.
And tell us how this started. How long has it been going, and how did it come to what it is today? Because now you're involved in so many different things.
We are. I mean, it's all based on the club's charitable work that has been going on for quite some time, going back all the way to the ticket resale that started in 1954, based on kind of community work that the club's been doing since the early noughties, when they started up the Wimbledon Junior Tennis Initiative. So that goes out to 2 state schools in Merton and Wandsworth every week, giving children, primary school children, the first taste of tennis. And then 2 kids from each state school gets to come back here and train at a club over the weekend. So really trying to get the non-tennis playing youngsters to join the sport and get a real feel for what tennis can bring. And we just try to harness and build on all of that, and then really expand and make sure that Wimbledon can make a really positive impact on our local community, but also on a national and international basis.
You mentioned the local community there. I think it's amazing. Wimbledon, we refer to Wimbledon as SW19.
Yes.
The postcode of where we are is so connected with this part of southwest London.
Yeah.
I suppose for you it's important to keep that connection with the local community as well as on the national scale, and with such an international tournament. But this is Southwest 19's big tournament.
It is, and I think you're absolutely right. Our local community is hugely important to us, and I think it's also really worth recognising that while we sit here and we've got glorious views around us, just a few miles down the road there are people living completely different lives. And down in Mitcham, for example, where you have a deprivation on kind of multiple levels. So we really try to recognise that even though we have the huge privilege of working at the club, there are people that are less privileged in our local community, and we do our very best to help them in different ways. And it's also about opening up the club and have the community organisation and the charities that we support coming into the club, have events here, and feel a real part of Wimbledon and the club, and they're incredibly proud of being supported by the Wimbledon Foundation, and we are equally proud in turn to be able to support them.
Do you have any particular stories from any of the kids that you've sort of been introduced or brought into the programs? Do you have any stories of any that really grab your attention? And what do you find the kids, they want to come back and play? Do you feel that they understand tennis and they want to have even more a longevity of a career of playing tennis, even if it's not to be a pro, obviously, but just to get involved in the community side of playing tennis?
Yeah, there's so many stories. We have a lovely story of Jourdain. She joined the Wimbledon Junior Tennis Initiative about kind of 10, 12 years ago, and at the very beginning she was afraid of the rain. You know, she used to run away whenever it was raining, and she's now one of kind of the junior coaches on the WJTI and comes and coaches the youngsters over the weekend. So she's really obviously investing her time in giving back to, I think, what has given her a lot. She wasn't from a tennis playing background by any means, and I think what the WJTI and the club has been enabled her to do, and for her to give back to young people, is absolutely extraordinary. And her play has improved immensely, and I wouldn't be surprised if she kind of goes on a massive scholarship at an American university and does really well for herself. But that's just one out of many stories,
yeah.
But yeah, heartwarming.
It's amazing. And Renee, interested to get your take on it, because we see so many players getting connected with the charitable foundations. They like to get involved. They might have their own charitable foundations. I know Marin Cilic was announcing the start of his here at the championships. What's it like from the players' perspective? They love to get involved too.
Yeah, I think, as you know, I think giving back is the most important thing in life, really, and paying it forward, as you say. And I think that, you know, with Wimbledon, with the enormous money that the Wimbledon tournament makes, as does the USTA, Tennis Australia, and of course the French Open, often the federations feel like they really want to give back to very poor areas and get them playing tennis and give them the opportunity to play tennis, put a racket in their hand and give them the joy of playing tennis. But I think overall tennis players feel very, very privileged to play tennis and make a living, and they want to give back. It might be in tennis, it might be in a disease that has affected their families. I mean, Andy Roddick does a great job with his ARC Foundation in Austin, Texas. So the list is long. Steffi Graf still does some with her children's charity, with, you know, war-torn areas all around the world. There's a lot of tennis players that really find it. They have a platform, as does Wimbledon, to use it in the right way. And I tell you, there's a lot of even young players. Nick Kyrgios has been asking the question about maybe having a charity, and And it's good because it makes them more responsible for the well-being of the world. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Ulrika, just lastly, what's one thing that you've achieved or the foundation has achieved recently that you perhaps has surprised you? You've been surprised at how much of an effect you might have been able to make on someone's life or a group of people's lives?
Oh, there's so much to choose from. I think one particularly impressive figure, I think, is we invested over £615,000 into local, national and international charities and community organisations in the last year alone. So I think that's rather impressive. But it's the human stories, and it's being able to fund and support local projects like there's a winter night shelter in Wimbledon every winter where 14 faith organisations come together and they open up the doors for rough sleepers to give them a roof over the head, a warm meal in the evening and breakfast, and really look after them and try to support them to find long-term accommodation, job opportunities. And it's seeing that personal benefit and the impact that you can have on people's lives that just makes this job the best in the world.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Ulrika, thanks so much for your time, and it's brilliant work that you do, and we look forward to following it over the next
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, lovely. Continuing the charity theme, let's catch up with Rachel now, who's with a member of the Merton Music Foundation.
I'm here with the Merton Music Foundation, today's charity supported by the Wimbledon Foundation. Ladies, lovely to see you. How are you both today?
Oh, very well, thank you.
Look at the weather. Look at the beautiful weather you brought with you. I know. So firstly, just talk us through what is the Merton Music Foundation, please?
Well, we're based in the London Borough of Merton, and our job is to serve all the children in the borough with musical activities. We work in all the schools, helping support music teaching. We provide instrumental lessons, and then we run a big music centre for children who want to play in bands and orchestras and enjoy all that sort of ensemble music making.
And have the children that you help, have they ever had a background in music?
It varies hugely.
Okay.
We take youngsters from being about 6, and then some of them stay with us till they're 18 through their secondary education, and then some of them even go off to study music at university and music college.
Wow, what a great start. And so maybe just talk us through, I don't know, just a little bit more about it in this individual projects that maybe the Wimbledon Foundation help you with.
We've had 2 projects in the last couple of years, both of which have involved working with music but cross art stuff. So we've had a fantastic project that brought art and music together, and another where we had music and drama, and that reached about 500 young people, key stage 2, so primary age, who would never otherwise have had that sort of chance. And they've produced some fantastic pieces of work. We've worked with some wonderful artists to collaborate and bring the whole thing together, and we're just incredibly grateful to the foundation for the funding that's allowed us to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Have you got any maybe personal or individual stories from children who have taken part and what they've maybe gone on to do?
Well, we like to think that this is an opportunity when they come to us to actually expand all the horizons and to aim for the stars. So, we support a lot of our youngsters as they go into the National Children's Orchestra, into the National Youth Orchestra, and students who might have started in a very humble way from a background where there wasn't much music at home, who've finally gone through with us and end up at music college. And we're incredibly proud of all these youngsters that go on to make music their life.
Absolutely, and also you can hear these youngsters in action at Wimbledon. They're performing tomorrow, which is Thursday, and then again on Friday. Just talk us through what they'll be performing and maybe the songs they'll be playing.
We're so lucky to get invited here, and we're so grateful for the opportunity. So our youngsters come in on Thursday morning, and that's our concert band. There's about 70 of them, so it's a wonderful, huge sound, and it's conducted by our colleague Norma Whitson, who's been doing it for years, who's very popular with the crowds here. And we'll be playing Purple and Green, of course, because we have to. We love playing that. And there'll be an ABBA medley, a Stevie Wonder medley, songs from the shows, a huge range, just so that the crowd can enjoy it while they're getting ready for the tennis.
Absolutely, a wide range. And Sue, what does it mean for the children to perform here at Wimbledon?
I think it's the highlight of their year, and we partly know that because we are allowed to bring a few parents, and the fight for getting to the front of that line is huge. It's a huge thing, and I think perhaps we don't realise, living in the borough and being part of what happens every year, I don't think we realise sometimes what an extraordinary thing it is, and that people who don't have the opportunity to come, it's like a dream come true really for them. And now we're a bit blasé and old hat about it because we've been doing it for 15 years, something like that now.
But the children
absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
Obviously, Wimbledon is iconic. Is there anywhere else you performed which is just iconic as here?
Well, we do perform locally in what venues we can find, but our favourite venue that we get invited to every 2 years is the Royal Albert Hall. And that's a fantastic opportunity. And we take 1,500 local children to the Albert Hall every 2 years for a fantastic celebration of music.
And just finally, what does the relationship with the Wimbledon Foundation and the Merton Music Foundation actually mean to you?
We believe we need to be networked within our community. We really value our links with all the organisations in the borough, and you're a very important part of that for us.
Absolutely. Well, ladies, look at the beautiful day you have ahead of you. Enjoy your day at Wimbledon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you've ever thought what it's like if you can't read. Reading is an essential skill. It opens so many doors, and I'm just passionate about those doors being open to as many people as possible.
At West Hill Primary School, we decided to work with Learn to Love to Read because it's really important that the children in our school get as much experience with reading as they possibly can, and working in very small groups is a really beneficial thing for children who may not get those opportunities sometimes at home, and in a big classroom full of maybe 30 children, that one-to-one reading experience isn't as easily gained.
We don't just offer an amazing team of volunteers, we work with preschool children so they're ready to read when they start school, and we work with parents so that they are equipped and encouraged to support their kids reading at home. And because we have that relationship, we can focus our support really effectively. When we received the grant from the Wimbledon Foundation, we were a very new project, so it was a huge encouragement to us to have someone outside recognise the value of what we were trying to do.
Well, the funding for the Wimbledon Foundation has been really important, especially in our growth as we've moved into 3 different schools, and we're now supporting 80 children one-on-one with our team of 30 volunteers. And on top of that, there's obviously the families that we interact with through the preschool sessions and our after-school clubs.
I know the benefits and I know the fruits of Learn to Love to Read because I'm one of the beneficiaries, especially to my children. When I see them progress, it gives me more energy to go on helping them.
Working with the Wimbledon Foundation has been really positive experience from start to finish.
Yeah, I set up Regenerate many moons ago, 16 years ago actually. I was living here on the Alton estate, and myself and a few friends and family members decided we wanted to make a difference in the community that we lived in. And there were a lot of needs on the estate. There was a lot of young people getting into trouble. There were elderly people that weren't going out of their homes. We started Regenerate to try and make a difference in the community that we live in. So now Regenerate's running loads of different projects. So we've got a couple of youth drop-in centres, a youth club, we've got a couple of music studios, we run football clubs. But the thing that's really exciting for me, a lot of the young people that are growing up through these kind of outreach projects that we're doing on the estates are now becoming the volunteers, and they're the ones that are making a difference in other people's lives.
If it wasn't for the football, then I think the young children will be like just playing about on the streets with no football and like just staying at home being bored.
A lot of young people that used to be ones getting into trouble, used to be selling drugs, used to be in gangs, they're now the ones that are making a positive difference in this community.
I know a lot of the gang members, it would have been easy for me just to fall into getting into problems, but with Regenerate being here, they helped me through that process. They've taken me to see some life-changing things, and once you see these things, you don't want to do nothing but have a positive life and try to change people's lives within the communities that you live in.
We're so grateful to the Wimbledon Foundation for all their support. Like, we couldn't be doing what we're doing on the estates without them. Wimbledon Foundation been really supportive. It's not just a grant where you get money, but it's an actual relationship, which is really great, really supportive.
So the Out and About service is funded by Wimbledon Foundation, and it's for people who have difficulty going out of their home on their own. Age UK Wandsworth is a local charity providing a range of different services for people over the age of 60 living in the borough of Wandsworth. We aim to improve people's quality of life and their well-being, reduce feelings of isolation, and to help people remain living independently in their homes. The grant from the Wimbledon Foundation has enabled us to increase the numbers of people that we can help through the service so that we can provide more services to more older people.
I'd come out of hospital, I had no family living up here, so I was stuck indoors, getting more and more depressed, and then I got this phone call saying, would you like to have the opportunity to go out? And I nearly bit their arm off.
When Age UK started coming the visit with you, it's because you had not been in very good health?
No, I was not. I had a stroke.
That's when Jenny felt more the need to have a little bit of company?
That's right.
Yes.
It gives me a whole look. I can go out, I can see people. Instead of just sitting and staring at the walls and the television, I've got a reason to get up. It's a complete difference.
I just want to say a massive thank you to the Wimbledon Foundation for their funding and for their support.
Heureuse pour toi, ma chérie. Qui a dit ça? Qui a dit ça?
Je ne sais pas.
Napoléon.
Right, so that's a picture up above SW19. Beautiful scenes. The outside courts packed with action, juniors, doubles, mixed doubles taking place on all of those courts. But let's show you some action from the court at the very top of your screen there, the famous #1 court, men's singles quarter-final taking place. Big servers on both sides of the net, Sam Querrey and Milos Raonic. It's Milos Raonic who's taken the first set 6-4. And Renee, a lot of people were saying this match would be quite interesting, two power hitters, how the matchup would go. And in the end, it's Raonic who started it the better.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you and I were just discussing this. I just think for Sam Querrey, this is a big ask today. And one of the reasons is, well, not only is his opponent very, very good and can match him on the serving stats, not many people can match that with Sam, but he also just has the power game from the back of the court. And he's also using the slice really interestingly to me about right there. That was bringing Sam in on his terms, not on Sam's terms. Now Sam's in an area of the court that he's not that comfortable with. He starts to move to the right. And Milos just holds the ball and hits that really beautiful inside-out forehand. And I think that's a lot of influence from Mr. John McEnroe, who's now in the coaching team with Milos, just to give him an added extra sort of look at the court and how to use the court better. Look, he's a huge guy. You can tell by the size of him. If you stand next to him, you think he's like a WWE fighter. I mean, he's a big boy. And he has the flexibility around the court to get around the court well, but he needs to move in as well. And he's going to have to learn those kind of small, short volleys in the court, take advantage of his big serve. Really great returners are able to get that type of a serve to your feet. So he has to learn to be able to hit those types of volleys, and someone like an Andy Murray will hit that all day. He's done a really good job, Milos, in this first set of taking advantage of all the things that he's doing very well.
Absolutely, a great first set from the Canadian. He's been working with John McEnroe for a little while now, a few weeks. Can you see the McEnroe influence in the way he's playing here?
I can. I saw it with that chip and come into the net. It's not so much, you know, you can say, look, this is how to come into the net, this is how you chip, you should have done this, you should have done that. But you have to show players, and he's a very, very intelligent person, Raonic. So you need to be able to explain it to him in a way that he understands it, and not just talk about it. Explain it and show it to him. And you see with the matchups in the first set, I mean, the first serve's in for Raonic at 48% is not good, but look how many times he's winning the point on first and second serve. So that's complete and utter dominance with his kick serve, which he hits so beautifully. And the court's a little bit slower, and that court one is a little harder than any other court. So the ball does bounce up high, and even for someone like Sam, who's, well, what, 6'6", it's still jumping on him. So it just looks like to me that Milos is used to this environment. He's used to being now in the second week of Grand Slams. He's being talked about as a favourite. Sam, on the other hand, this is all very new for him. You know, the win over Djokovic was just outstanding. Then to back it up against Mahut was outstanding. But now it's becoming emotionally and physically added sort of layers to his Wimbledon. So this might be a little bit too much for him to have to, again, do this because he's just not used to having this much success at a Grand Slam.
Absolutely. Just one final line on Milos Raonic. I know when he emerged on the tour, he was that powerful player. A lot was expected of him, his height, the serve. He was a power player, but he's added a little bit of light and shade to his game. We saw that there with the slices, the McEnroe influence very recently. Have you been impressed with how he has worked on what may have been perceived as his weaknesses when he first burst onto the scene to become the top 10 player that he is now?
Yeah, his suppleness around the court is what he needs to work on. He's a big guy, so moving is never going to be one of his strong points. But his flexibility is great. He's worked on that part of his game. He's gotten fitter. And also to be able to use his height to get into the net, but you still have to be able to volley well. So the softness in the hands on those first volleys, his ability to be able to get around the court and defend from time to time when his serve comes back. It's just keeping everything very calm and chill as well. He's worked on being able to keep his emotions in check. He's just an all-around much better player over the last 12 months. And I do think the influence of John will help him in particularly on the grass, to understand to use the grass to your benefit and not use it as a negative. And that's where a lot of players go wrong on grass. They don't see it as an added. It helps them, and it does help him if he sees it the right way.
Well, great start for the Canadian there on court number 1. 6-4, 3-all. Raonic leads. Now let's take you to centre court. The action on there. Federer up against Cilic, and a little bit of a surprise perhaps. Marin Cilic winning the first set on a tie-break 7-6. But importantly, Renee, when we look at the head-to-head between them, Federer leads it 5-1. But you look at that most recent match, it was a few years ago in 2014, but he blew him away on the US Open court there on Louis Armstrong. And how much do you think that's going to help him?
Oh, there's no question in my mind that he's looking at this opportunity to win this match, because the way that he played Federer at the US Open, I was there, I saw the match live. He, like you said, absolutely blew him off the court. There is nothing that Roger could do. He was serving him off the court, he was returning big, and what I'm seeing today is the exact same thing. He's into his rhythm on serve. He's a rhythmic server. So once you get your rhythm as a rhythmic server, you can serve bombs. You can serve it down the tee, out wide. It's very hard to figure out where he's going to serve. And Roger's so good at reading the ball toss, the body language. But against Marin, he struggles with that, because I think he really hides where he's going to serve with his ball toss and his back bend. It's just, he's hard to read. And the guy possesses massive weapons. And that is hurting Roger today. Roger's getting hit off the court. And there's nothing that Roger can do to win this match other than hope that Cilic has a bit of a down as far as confidence. Maybe he has a game or two off. We hope at the US Open for all the Roger fans that would happen, and it did not happen. So this is precarious moments for Roger, because Marin Cilic is a Grand Slam champion and he had to go through Roger, and he did comfortably to win that US Open. So this is no joke for Roger fans. They'd be very nervous right now.
And we saw it when we were watching Marin Cilic practice this morning. He was out on court 19 pretty early on, working hard. A more intense practice session than we'd seen from him in before previous matches at the championships. And we could see when he was working with Goran, hitting through the ball, just trying to hit the ball as hard as he could from the baseline. So he's clearly set out here. The way I'm going to beat Roger Federer, as I did at the US Open, is just to hit through him.
Well, he has to. You can't play, sort of casual, dinking the court around the court and trying to come in on stuff that's not big against Roger, because his flexibility, his ability to be able to hit any shot is incredible. But look at the serve into the body. He's not trying to do anything. He's not serving and volleying. He's just taking the next ball that's coming short and ripping it. And Cilic can do that. He can absolutely hit Roger off the court. And I don't think he went into this match thinking, I'm the underdog. I think he went into this match thinking, if I play my very best, I know that I can literally wipe Roger Federer off the court. And that's something that not many people can say. But because of the power that he possesses, I mean, this is in the tie-break. I mean, that forehand is so big, Roger couldn't even catch up to it. And that's why the mistake came from Roger's forehand there, which we very rarely see from someone like Roger in a tie-break. This is set point. And again, huge return, just no problem. Taking Roger's serve and just ripping it down the line, and Roger could not recover after that looked like a second serve. So Cilic is just hitting him off the court.
We've talked about the power game from Cilic. What's Roger going to do you think, now to try and negate that power and perhaps dampen the power on the ground strokes from the baseline?
If Cilic is on, there's really not much that Roger can do, to be honest with you, because Roger usually uses the subtleties of the court, using the slices, getting his opponents in precarious situations on the court, like that shot right there, getting the ball short. But Cilic is not afraid to hit that and move in. And not only is he hitting it and moving in, but he's hitting it huge. And I don't care who you are, unless you've got the defensive skills of an Andy Murray or a Novak Djokovic on the run on the backhand to be able to do something special. Very hard for Roger to then turn that shot into an aggressive shot off the backhand because of the one hand. And for me, Roger could be in real trouble today.
How do you break down those numbers? Where are the key numbers for Cilic and probably the key numbers to try and avoid for Federer in the second set?
Well, the first serves are being won by Cilic. I mean, if he gets it in, he's not doing it very well. He's only getting it in 51% of the time. But when he is getting it in, he is absolutely dominating on serve. And when you are dominating, and he's even dominating on second serve. So as a big server, when you're getting a lot of free points on your own serve, boy, does it free you up to be able to go after the return of serve from your opponent. So Roger has a tendency to maybe sit that second serve up. And to a lot of players, it's still jumping on them, even on grass. But for someone like Cilic, who's so tall, he's actually hitting down on Roger's second serve there. And even on the forehand, you saw that on set point. He tried to guess and take him out wide with a second serve. He took it early and ripped it down the line. And Roger then can't react. And there's nothing you can do when you're playing against a big hitter of the ball and they're seeing the ball really well and you're not playing perfect tennis, you're in trouble. And as I said, Cilic is a Grand Slam champion. He beat Roger to get there, and he dominated at the US Open. And don't rule him out to win this tournament, and do not rule him out to beat Roger today, because it's a big ask.
Interested to get your thoughts on just simply the conditions. Are they helping Cilic today? It is quite hot out there, easily the hottest day we've had at the tournament so far. No rain, the ball's flying fast through the air, the courts are quicker now that they've worn out a little bit. Are these the perfect conditions for Cilic to really implement the style that he's trying to play?
I think so, yes. I mean, Roger would like the conditions to be faster because it helps his slice and also his ability to be able to move the ball around the court. But overall, it's better for Cilic because the ball is really fast today. And if you look at the conditions at the US Open, for example, those conditions are actually faster than Wimbledon. The hard court at the US Open is probably the fastest Grand Slam we have, but grass is still grass. The ball still stays, it doesn't really come to you, it stays low. And if you're hitting through the grass, like Serena Williams has done so well over the last 15 years, like Venus has done, the ball stays low, it shoots through. And for someone like Cilic, what he's doing really well is getting down to the lower balls and then driving the ball through the court. So, yeah, I think the conditions are really helping him. Plus, his serve jumps up very high to Roger's one-handed backhand. So there's not much Roger can do except hit that slice. He's thrown in the drop shot we've seen throughout the tournament. But Cilic is really good moving forward. He's an incredible mover. For his height, he's probably the best mover on the court.
OK, thanks, Renee. Some great insight from here in the Live at Wimbledon studio. Let's take you inside centre court now to our commentary box there. Rob Walker and Craig O'Shaughnessy are watching this match. And what have you made, Rob and Craig, of the performance so far from Marin Cilic?
Yes, thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. For the first time from centre court for this eagerly anticipated match, a really, really intriguing one between Roger Federer and Marin Cilic. And to answer your question, Adam, Cilic is playing absolutely out of his skin because not only has he taken the first set pretty comfortably on that tiebreaker, but crucially, he has a break here in the second set. And he also then, in the game that immediately followed him breaking Federer's serve, there was break point against him and he saved that as well. So, Craig, not only is Cilic playing great tennis, his composure's holding good at a really, really big moment. 3-2, and Cilic is about to finish this service game to love. 40 love at the moment. He's playing excellent tennis here. This is a repeat of what we saw in the US Open semi-final 2 years ago, and that's what Federer was worried about coming into this match.
It's deja vu. When Marin Cilic is on, he's unstoppable. He is got such a dominating serve. The ground strokes are great. The returning is amazing. And I want to go back to the break point. So Roger's got break point here early in the second set, misses a first serve. And against most players, you say, okay, I'm going to kick the second serve to the backhand. You can't do that against Cilic because he's going to lean on that. The backhand return's really good. And in the ad court, that backhand return will come back to Roger's backhand, which he doesn't want. Then Roger's probably, because Murren's leaning on that ball, Roger's got to come back to the backhand, and then Murren goes, that's great, I'll go back to your backhand. It's exactly how it played out, and Roger hit 3 backhands and I believe missed either the 3rd or the 4th backhand, and that was the break. That serve was a perfect time to go mix, go to the forehand, bring the ball to the forehand, rip a forehand cross-court, get Murren on the run instantly, and Roger's he's starting to miss. I see these matches and where he just, there's a bit of a frame here and there's a ball missed here, and he almost never rights the ship when I see this style of play. So Murren's playing extremely well, up a set and a break. It's going to be extremely difficult for Roger to come back here. Is it possible? Of course it is. But something must change. There's got to be some kind of weirdness to the game, whether Roger serves and volleys a ton or Murren just all of a sudden gets nervous. But if things keep going as they do right now, Marin Cilic wins this match.
And we should say that from a neutral's perspective, a lot of people, and from a storyline perspective, a lot of people are quite excited about the potential Federer-Murray final. But you have to say, on the evidence of what Cilic is producing in this match, Murray would struggle against this. I mean, the percentages are absolutely nuts. So 51% of first serves in for Cilic in the first set, but 95% of those points were won.
Yes.
He's not leaving anybody any room for error. And if Federer loses this match, he's held on to his serve there, so it's 4-3. They've just gone to sit down. Cilic will be resuming, still crucially, that break up in the second set. But whoever Cilic faces, if, and it is an if, because Federer is a great champion and could obviously mount a comeback in this match, but if Cilic is to win this match, he wouldn't be afraid of anybody, no matter how well Murray may play against Tsonga. Cilic is in incredible form.
Yeah, he really is. We haven't seen it a ton throughout his career, but we did see it at the US Open. And I was at that tournament. I was watching his progression from the side of the court, and there's nothing you can do. When Roger plays well, he can outmaneuver you and he can out-hit you and so forth. And, when all players, Andy's another very good example there. He can just, tighten everything on the court and make it very difficult. Novak shrinks the court, because he can go and cover everywhere. But Murren, the way that he dominates is a little bit different. It's just massive. The serving is massive. The ground strokes are so big. For such a big guy, he bends down so well. The knees get down, and he hits it so hard and so flat. And the other huge thing that doesn't get enough credit is his court position. And when he made that run at the Aussie Open, I'm guessing now, 2009, 2008, somewhere back in there, he was basically, for the tournament, I saw some Hawkeye data, 50% inside the baseline, 50% behind. It's unbelievably aggressive. And you very rarely, and we're seeing it right here in this point, a great serve, the first shot forehand, standing slightly in the ag court, standing dead on the baseline, and then going to the net. And you just can't stop it. It's not like Roger can say, okay, I'm going to go to this plane or this plane or this plane. He's just reacting to the awe and the power that Murren's bringing to the table.
Okay, a question with regards to where has this form come from? That's not meant to be disrespectful to Cilic, because he was absolutely magnificent when he beat, I think it was Nishikori eventually in the final to win his first Grand Slam at the US in 2014. But he hasn't maintained that level since. Knocked out of the third round of the Aussie, then he had some injury problems. He went out early at the French because he arrived there without having had a warm-up clay court season because of the injury. He hasn't been playing like this ever since winning his first slam in 14. So why is it clicking into gear so spectacularly here at just the time when it needs to?
Yeah, I think it's in the mind. It's, when your game comes and goes, the strokes are essentially the same. The footwork is essentially the same. It's really the clarity of the mind, being able to see and preview what you want to do, calming down, hitting the spots that you want to hit. Another ace out wide there to close that game to love. I think it's much more in Murren just sees the court better. And, it could be conversations. It could be a conversation, that happened 2 weeks ago with Goran after a loss. And they sat down and said, maybe you're rushing too much. There are many more reasons why a player does not play well rather than all of a sudden I've got it. So you eliminate as much as you possibly can that list of things that help you lose matches. And it could be footwork, it could be focus, it could be energy, it could be preparation. There's a number of different things that he could have done different here. But when he enters into this mode that he's in now, the thing that stands out to me the most is clarity. He sees it. He's not rushed. It almost looks like he's in slow motion, and he's hitting the ball so insanely hard. So there's literally, of all the players that are left, if and let's call this this is Marin's A game. We'll even call it his A+ game. If every player brings their A+ game to the table that are left in this tournament, I believe Marin Cilic wins the tournament.
Wow, that is a big shout, especially bearing in mind how well Murray's playing and the fact that he's been to 2 Slam finals already this year. Fascinating exchanges. You may be just able to hear the crowd reacting here. Federer serving to stay in this second set, 3-5 down, and he's just gone 30-15 on his own serve, and now he's gone to 40-15. So that will leave Cilic to come out and serve for the second set. Okay, so we're looking a lot and we're concentrating, quite rightly so, because he's playing so well on Cilic. This may be an unfair question, bearing in mind that Federer's had issues with the meniscus, he's had problems with his back, and there is the game for Federer. So it's 4-5, but Cilic still with that break. He now serves for the second set. Would the Federer of 5 or 6 years ago, who was coming off the back of slam after slam after slam, 15, of course, that he won, I think, before the end of 2009. It was just the most amazing record. Would the Federer of 6 years ago have managed to find a way to deal with what Cilic is producing today? Or is Cilic playing so well that the fact that Federer's 34 as opposed to 28 is irrelevant?
Yeah, it is irrelevant. So the numbers help me answer this question, and I've done an in-depth analysis. In fact, on my computer, I've got every single match Roger Federer has played in a spreadsheet. So it's 1,200 matches deep, and it's about 50 line items wide. And I've cut it up by all of the years. I've got it. Here's all the Wimbledon years. Here's all the Wimbledon wins, all the Wimbledon losses. And statistically, what Roger's done, 2013 was not his best year. The racket, it was the old racket, and there was no Stefan Edberg yet. So really, the renaissance of Roger started in 2014, where he came back, and he got back to winning 55% of all points he played for the year. When these guys, take it to the next level, and it's kind of unconscious, it's only 1% more. But when you go back to the glory years, that's exactly what the averages were. So, we think he's older, and he is, of course he's older, but we think because he's older, he's not playing as good, or maybe he's lost a step. Statistically, 2014, 2015, even the start of this year, when he's been able to play, those numbers are almost identical, and in some ways even a little bit better than the glory years.
Well, it shows you what a dedicated athlete he is, that even after all these slams, he's still working as hard and producing a high level. Incidentally, the crowd really responding there, because Cilic lost the first serve on his opening point, and Federer just wasted a brilliant opportunity to go love 30 up on the Cilic serve. Remember, Federer has to break back here, or it will be a 2-set-to-love advantage for Marin Cilic. But that one just got buried on the tape and then bounced back on Federer's side of the net. There's no doubt here, and you can understand it, I suppose. There's all the posters saying believe with an 8. They want Federer to get this 8th Wimbledon title. And there again is a massive point there from Marin Cilic. So Cilic now 30-15. He's just 2 points away. The excitement's getting to O'Shan, the man. He's just going to swig the coffee whilst I update you here. So Cilic bouncing the ball. He looks up to Federer at the other end of the court. This is a massive opportunity for Cilic. Buries that one into the base of the net. So it's a second serve for Marin Cilic. He's 2 points away from a 2-set advantage. That time the serve is good. Lashes a massive forehand to Federer's backhand. Another forehand. He's running Federer all over the court. A backhand now from both men, and Federer's goes into the net. It was a great shot from Cilic, but you would have expected Federer to get that one back over the net. And at 40-15, Marin Cilic now has 2-set points. Remember, of course, he won that first set brilliantly, 7-6 on the tiebreak. This is not how the script was necessarily playing out. O'Shannessy here did call this one. He said if Cilic played as well as he did at the US Open, amazing shot there from Federer, so he saved one of the 2 set points. Craig said earlier on this morning when we were down at Arangi that if Cilic reproduced the kind of form that he did in the semi-final against Roger in 2014, which he won, I think, 6-3, 6-4, 6-4, then Cilic would win the match. So, Roger Federer has saved 1 set point, but can Cilic close out this set? That one goes buried into the net. He's had a few double faults here. I make it 4. He's had 12 aces and 4 double faults. Federer's had no double faults. This time the second serve is good, backhand. And Federer's return on the backhand is weak, and Marin Cilic takes the second set 6-4. And how delighted will Goran Ivanisevic be, not just with the scoreline, but with the manner in which Cilic is playing this match. Here's the question for you, Craig. Unless the Cilic level drops, surely, even though Federer is a wonderful champion, surely there isn't a way back here unless Cilic starts to think about winning too much.
Well, not only is Marin playing extremely well, the strategy there in that game, Roger had 3 backhand errors. So the strategy is correct. He's going to the right part of the court. Of all the points I think that Roger's going to want to have back, it was, he had Marin serving at love 15. Marin came to the net. That's the point right there. And he buried a backhand into the net from inside the service line to bring it to 15-all, and then 2 more backhand errors. So, gee, that's rough. Roger's got to be sitting down now and going, I really could have broken back. I really could be back in this. At a set all, you know, it's wide open, but 2 sets to love down, it's very, very difficult. Cilic 11 winners to 9, so that's kind of even. 5-6 on the unforced errors, that's kind of even. But as you sit and watch this match, you get a feel for it. It's one-way traffic. It really is.
But let's just look down at the numbers. The statistical books that we're given at the start of each day, the pamphlets rather, I should say, the guys in the press room do an absolutely amazing job, because there are so many statistics that you try and remember, but 1 or 2 just drift out of the memory banks from time to time. Federer has come back from 2 sets to love down on 9 occasions. So, if he's going to continue his quest for an 8th Wimbledon title, he's going to have to do it for a 10th time. This is absolutely brilliant from Marin Cilic, and the dream final that the journalists were all licking their lips for, Federer against Murray, may well not be happening. And I wonder what notice Andy Murray will have taken of this one. He's a consummate pro, but news will be filtering through to somebody in the Murray camp that Federer is in trouble, and in big trouble here, because Cilic is reproducing the form that took him to the US Open title 2 years ago. Marin Cilic in the driving seat, in control. He has a 2-set advantage here in glorious sunshine on centre court. This is the moment for Federer to remind us all why he's a 7-time Wimbledon champion. Otherwise, this year he's going out, and Cilic will be the man to reach his first Wimbledon semi-final. Great performance so far from the Croatian. Come back and join us for more updates. Is there another twist of drama in this match on centre court? If anybody can do it, Federer can do it.
Thanks very much, Rob. You can continue watching that on the BBC and ESPN. An intriguing match so far, Renee. Now, an interesting statistic for Marin Cilic. When he takes the first 2 sets in a 5-set match, he's 51-0. He's never lost, having taken the first 2 sets. Can you see it happening for the first time here? Well,
all the Roger Federer fans out there hoping that you've just given the commentator's jinx to Marin Cilic, because it's looking dire straits, as I said, for Roger.
You did call it. You've picked it perfectly.
You just sense when Cilic is playing at his best. And when he's playing at his best, like Craig said, he overpowers Roger. And you saw in that last game, he had a chance. There's no question that Marin realised the importance of that set to go up. That game to go up 2 sets to love against Roger and keep the momentum going, because losing that service game would have been devastating for him, because the crowd would have fully got into it. But having said that, he knew, get this second set under my belt, He missed a lot of first serves. He was quite nervous. But the bottom line is the second serve is still hurting Roger. It's getting up extremely high on that backhand side. He feels a tremendous amount of pressure to do something with that return, because the next shot is where Cilic has been really hurting Roger, not only with the serve, but with the second shot. His power on the ground strokes is overwhelming Roger today. And with the court being fast, because the weather's absolutely perfect today, he's really getting hurt.
Could Roger Federer be on his way out? He has held serve at the start of the third set, leads 1-love. On court number 1, query against Raonic. Raonic is now 2 sets to love up, as well as Cilic, 6-4, 7-5 to him. Now, these are pictures from court number 3, a ladies' doubles, a third-round match. Katerina Makarova and Elena Vesnina serving for it. What a great tournament for them. Vesnina still in the singles, of course. Makarova knocked Vesnina out of the singles, Makarova having beaten Petra Kvitova, the former champion. So a brilliant tournament here at Wimbledon so far for both these two. And we can join the commentary with Vesnina serving at 5-4 in the second set.
30-love.
Well, that shot there, I would have liked to have seen Stricheva just totally commit to going line. Lefty, certainly the one cross court, that's the one that's easier for Makarova.
Love.
Fighting from Strichkova at match point down.
40-15.
Is it too little, too late? There it is.
The match. Miss Makarova, Miss Vesnina. 2 sets to love. 6-3, 6-4.
So Makarova and Vesnina, the number 4 seeds, through in straight set 6-3, 6-4. Up next for them, Serena and Venus Williams. A small matter of them in the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon. And interestingly, Vesnina is playing Williams as well in the singles. So plenty of tests to come for that doubles partnership who are through to the quarterfinals. They'll also be playing at the Olympics, of course, later on this year. But now time for us to show you some highlights from centre court and the second set of Marin Cilic up against Federer. The continued dominance, as Renee and I were just saying, of Marin Cilic. And Renee, it was pretty much for him more of the same as we saw in the first set. He kept it going.
Well, I mean, you can just tell what the game plan was with Goran Ivanisevic, with Cilic. Go after the backhand and go after it big. Allow your best shots, i.e. your forehand and your power, to dictate play. If you can get the ball big and heavy and deep to Roger's backhand, there's not a lot that he can do. It's very hard for a one-hander to direct that ball down the line and get your opponent moving. You have to be risky to do that. A two-hander like a Murray or a Djokovic or even Cilic can take a ball that, I mean, that was a great backhand, but I think Roger would say that that was a tad lucky. That was a little late, wasn't really hit that cleanly. And, I mean, Roger's skill was able to pick this off, but this was still risky. And it's difficult to hit that all the time. And I just feel like he's going after the backhand as much as possible. He's serving there as much as he can. I mean, again, big, and when he's not getting the first serve in, he's not feeling too much stress with the second serve. He's hitting that big kick serve up to the Roger backhand, and often Roger will slice it, and then Marin then gets in front in the rally. Again, backhand, a backhand. Waits for the opening, and then Roger makes, you know, for him, it's just, that's a stressful forehand miss. It's anxiety building. He's trying to come in now. He's trying to vary it, which is probably important for him to do. But having said that, that's still not easy because of the reach of Cilic. He can reach out for those serves to the forehand. And Roger continually has to bring out volleys like this just to win points. It's a tough old day for the 8-time. Was he 8 times champion here? I mean, it's incredible. 7 times.
What you mentioned Ivanisevic there. What do you think he's added to Marin Cilic's game? Because it's a partnership. Some people questioned it when they started out together, thinking how it would work. But he seems to have added plenty to his game. Marin Cilic is a better player for Goran Ivanisevic.
Belief. I think a lot of these guys like Boris, Goran, Stefan Edberg, even with Roger over the last few years, Michael Chang with Nishikori. I mean, the list is quite long these days. It's just a belief. And when you have peers that are older than you, that you've looked up to throughout your career, tell you that you should be better and you can be better, then you are better. And I think that's obvious that we're seeing that in this particular matchup with Goran. He has absolutely given Marin Cilic the belief that he should be better than he is.
Here are the numbers from that second set. Quite similar, really, numbers from the first set, to be honest.
Well, that's it. I mean, Roger's not getting enough first serves in himself, and if he's not getting the first serve in, then he's really in trouble because Cilic is getting all over the second serve. He's really struggling to win second serves at 46%, and that's all it can take. If you lose serve one time against Cilic, he can serve you and hit you off the court, and that's what we've seen today. It's just too dominant.
What do you think? We know Roger Federer is so experienced. He's been in this situation before. He's come back from 2 sets down against players like Marin Cilic and lesser players as well. What do you think he's going to try and do to just disrupt Marin Cilic's rhythm? Because from the points we're seeing here and when we've been watching on our screen here in the studio, it just looks like Marin Cilic is unstoppable. He's just continuing doing exactly what he wants to do. What can Federer try and do just to throw him off his game? More slices, mix it up?
Well, the problem with the slice is that, again, it's short. And sometimes you can put a player into precarious situations by using the slice on your terms. But he's not using the slice on his terms because of the fact that the power coming at him doesn't allow him to have the feel and the softness with his hands in return. I think he's got to just go for it, Roger. He has to, anytime he gets a backhand, rip it through the middle of the court and then make Cilic move. But for me, it's going to be a tough ask. He has to throw caution to the wind today, and is he willing to do that? We'll find out.
Big question. Chips are down for Roger Federer, certainly there on centre court here in the Live at Wimbledon studio. Catherine Whitaker's joined us for a social media update.
Yeah, lots of reaction, attention on Roger Federer. Andy Murray's odds of winning the title seem to be shortening by the second. Lots of attention on the Roger Federer backhand. In particular, Carol Bouchard, French journalist, says that was horrendous on the return from Federer here. Seems not comfortable at all on his backhand side. Is it an off day? Is it his back? That was tweeted just after he'd lost the second set. Lots of people echoing those thoughts. Really, Federer needs to hope that Cilic's first serve disintegrates like Ashley Simpson's career. Not quite sure what he means by that. Don't see it happening for now. We've got, this is a journalist, actually no, this is somebody pointing out that the last time Federer won a match at Wimbledon from 2 sets down, it was against Julian Benneteau, who's actually on the doubles court just behind us here, doing very well indeed against Jamie Murray and Bruno Suarez. But yes, Federer came from 2 sets love down against him in 2012, and he went on to win the tournament. Federer has come back from 2 sets to love down 9 times, points out David Law. One of those times within the 2014 US Open against Guillermo Fils. He saved match point in that match, and then in the next round went on to get absolutely crunched, as he says, by Marin Cilic in that semi-final match that we've talked about a lot, and Cilic seemingly echoing the play that won in that match that day, today at Wimbledon. This journalist that caught up with Goran Ivanisevic yesterday, he said that Cilic would need to be aggressive, take Federer's time away and play magic tennis. Well, that seems to be precisely what he's doing today. He's following Goran's game plan exactly, and it's working. Vindication for Goran Ivanisevic, the super coach.
And Roger Federer's fans, obviously very vocal inside centre court. There's plenty of them around here, around the grounds at SW19, but also on social media. What are they feeling? Are they thinking their man's going out?
Desperation, Adam. Desperation, yeah. I mean, Federer's 5-set record of late isn't what it once was. Look, he's capable of it. He's Roger Federer. But yeah, his 5-set record has waned a little bit of late, and these are real crisis times. Somebody pointed out on 5 Live, one of the commentators said Roger Federer is in a spot of bother here after the first 2 sets, and Jeff Tarango came on and said, "Is this what you British people call a spot of bother? Because this is what I'd call more than a spot of bother." I mean, he's 2 sets love down, and it's against a guy who is playing lights out tennis at the moment, and something would need to change drastically. I guess he's got to hope that Cilic gets a little bit nervous out there, but then at the moment it seems to be Federer that's showing the most signs of nerves and tension, as you keep pointing out. So these are worrying times for the legions of Roger Federer fans out there the world over.
There are legions, many.
Many of them, inside and outside centre court. 2-2 at the moment at the start of the 3rd set there in the quarter-final on centre court. Let's just focus on what's taking place on number 1 court as well. 2-2 in the 3rd set there. Raonic taking the first 2 sets. What's social media saying about that matchup?
It's saying that this is one of the biggest opportunities of Milos Raonic's career now. I mean, I'm sure his eyes lit up at Novak Djokovic going out of his portion of the draw, and now if Federer were to be taken out today, if it were to happen while Milos Raonic was still on the court, of course the result will flash up on number 1 court.
I was going to say, he's going to know exactly what's going on in centre court.
Exactly, and he will know. I mean, he's a very focused guy. I'm sure he won't let it get to him. Although, having said that, in his previous round against David Goffin, there were the signs. No, well, that was the match, obviously, after Djokovic had gone out, and going down 2 sets to love in that one, for me, that looked like a guy that knew how big an opportunity there was for him, and you know, was feeling the tension of that. So, you know, possibly some signs of nerves might creep in for Milos Raonic, but boy, is this an opportunity for him to reach his first Grand Slam final now. Djokovic removed from his path, potentially Federer removed from his path. This is big for Raonic.
Absolutely. But now, interested to get your take on, you mentioned the score flashing up on the scoreboards around of other matches. When you were playing, and in your experience from talking to other players, do they want to know what the score is? Do they like to know that there's something that awaits them if they can win? Or is it, I mean, I know there's some golfers who don't look at the scoreboards, they don't want to know where they stand in the tournament, they just want to play the same way every time. Did you like to know what was going on other courts? Yeah,
it's really interesting how different players react differently. Actually listening to the golf one time, Annika Sorenstam, who was such a great player, obviously, and won so many times, said, I always wanted to know where I stood. I wanted to know what I had to do. But that's a different way of handling pressure. She was obviously a great champion who saw herself winning the golf tournament. Some players don't want to put their energies into something or someone else. They know that their energies need to be fully focused on the court. I did not like to look forward in Grand Slams. At a regular tournament, I didn't mind looking at the draw because it's just a different feel. At Grand Slams, there's so many variables that could happen. For example, you can't look at a draw and go, well, I'm playing Novak in the semis if you run it. You have to say, wow, there are like 4 guys ahead of me that could beat me. I need to concentrate on this one. I need to concentrate on Sam Querrey today. I need not worry about what's happening with Roger because the guy in front of me could beat me. So I think it will be interesting to know if he happened to peak up, because you know when you sit on the changeover on court 1, if you look at the scoreboard, you know that the scores of other matches do click over. And sometimes you're not really paying attention to it, and then all of a sudden you'll hear the crowd go, oh, as a collective group, because they'll see the score, and then you sort of know that there's something big going on an outside court. So it'll be interesting to see what his thought process is. I would say majority of players don't want to know what's going on because they don't want to use their energy in any other way except in what they're doing at that very moment. And
the top players as well, I suppose, are quite fortunate that they've got so many coaches and so many people in their team. They're the ones who can look ahead. They can say, right, well, we know he's going to be playing him next, so then we're going to perhaps start to do our homework about who may await in the future. Well,
that's exactly what Patrick Mouratoglou does for Serena Williams. She
says,
doesn't
want to know anything.
She never ever looks at the draw. He looks at the draw, he plans, he's aware of all the potential permutations. She doesn't look, and in fact I've seen in press conferences sometimes journalists have gone to us, of course they want the quote not only on the match that's just gone but looking ahead to the next round match, and journalists have started asking the question, so next you play, and she stopped them in their tracks. No, I don't want to know, don't tell me. she genuinely tries to stay away from it as much as possible, and she can be very annoyed if she does find out prematurely.
Oh, yes. I learned that lesson myself, and
Really?
she and I are very good friends, and I happened to maybe say something about her first round a few days before the tournament started. And then, you know, thankfully she won that match, and she came up to me the day after and said, Renee, whatever you do, don't ever, you know what, say who I'm playing against in the first round. And I said, from that day on, it's a joke now. I go, you know you play, I'm just kidding. So yeah, she doesn't want to know, because you expend a lot of energy thinking about that. Tell me the day before, tell me the night before, and then I can start thinking about it and worrying about it. But give a player 3 or 4 days to think about who they're playing against, especially if it's somebody that they maybe have a thing against. You just don't want to know anything about it.
It's interesting. I think we can be quite sure that all the players who are playing at the moment on centre and court number 1 aren't watching live at Wimbledon, so we are safe to update the scores for you. On centre court, Roger Federer on serve still. He leads 3-2 on centre court in that third set. On court number 1, Sam Querrey and Milos Raonic. It's 3-2 to Raonic in this third set, but still on serve. And now it's time for us to catch up with Rachel Stringer.
I found some fans here. I'm not really sure who they're supporting. I don't really have any idea. I mean, who are you supporting? Oh, look at those nails. I think it says it all.
Mr. Murray.
Just show the camera those nails. They are beautiful. Look at those. Who painted them?
A friend's daughter.
Oh. She must be talented, because they've lasted the entire fortnight. These ladies came last week and they're still here. Just talk us through how you've managed to be here the entire fortnight.
We got tickets in the ballot for the first Wednesday. We queued on the Thursday, and a gentleman on the hill gave us his tickets for centre court. He wasn't going to use them. Friday, too late for the queue. Saturday we queued, we were on the hill. Sunday we got tickets in the Ticketmaster sale for People's Sunday. We had ballot tickets for the Monday centre court, and we've got LTA ballot tickets for Friday court 1.
Lady Lux over here, and it's their first time at Wimbledon.
Absolutely.
Okay, what are you thinking of Wimbledon if it's your first time?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Just what an experience.
Definitely come again.
But compared to last week when we had lots of rain, this must be just even better.
Wasn't bothered about the rain. We were in centre court those days.
Of course they were. They're in centre court because they had so many tickets. Okay, what has been the best thing about being at Wimbledon?
Just the atmosphere and people being so nice and just lovely.
Just the whole thing, the whole experience. We didn't expect it to be like this, and it's great.
And obviously you've had some great tennis experience, because if you look at where this is obviously a Davis Cup. I mean, you obviously saw Andy Murray do the business then. Exactly, how was that compared to this?
Oh, well, can't compare. You can't compare, because Davis Cup is riotous, noisy, and just the whole thing you would expect it to be, and the players egg the fans on and everything. So, and this is more circumspect and all the rest of it. Just what you think Wimbledon will be.
And you're in the queue today. What number are you, and what are you hoping to see?
14 and 15.
Mr. Murray.
Well, the luck that these ladies have obviously got, maybe that will translate into Murray winning on centre court later.
It will.
Thank you guys. Have a good day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Rachel. Plenty of spectators out there on Henman Hill enjoying the sunshine. The umbrellas are up around the grounds, but not because of the rain that we've had in the past week and a half. It's because of the sun. It's beating down on SW19. Brilliant scenes. I'd say some suntans. People working on their tans, perhaps got to be careful not to get burnt throughout the day, because it is quite hot. Plenty of sunshine out there, hopefully putting on plenty of sunscreen. Now, Renee, before you go, we've got about 15 minutes left. We've got to show you some points from your match yesterday in the Ladies Invitational Doubles. This was on court number 12. You're playing with Maggie Maleva. You won your match 6-3, 6-4 against Tracy Austin.
Look at the ups there from my doubles partner there, Maggie Maleva. Pretty good hands from all four of us. Tracy tried to just go a little bit too big with that forehand volley.
You've been analysing.
I double folded like 20 times yesterday. I think I may have I got him in when I needed to, though.
You've been analysing Cilic and Federer's match so closely, so why don't you analyse your own game here? What did you do right and wrong in this match?
Well, I survived, and I didn't hurt myself, and that's a positive. It was a little difficult to see the ball, which is why the necessity for the sunglasses. But, you know, with us these days, it's all about getting the ball in the court and not hurting yourself. And we managed to do that yesterday and have a win.
There was the winning moment. Delight on the faces. But for you, I suppose on a serious note, you've won here before, you're a former champion. This is a special tournament, I'm sure, in your heart. What it's like every year to come back and play on these great grass courts.
Yeah, it's honestly such a delight for us. I mean, we all kind of semi-hate it because we're all get a little bit like nervous about going out and playing in front of fans anymore, and we don't practice like we used to. I mean, poor old Tracy, she's doing TV for about 12 hours a day and then having to go out and but the joy of being able to get out into the grass here, if you're playing okay, it's a delight. And I'm so thrilled when the All England Club invite me back to play the oldies, because we love it. Even though we hate it, we love it. So yeah, it's really great.
And also, I suppose, great to see some of the players you competed against in your career. You may not see each other that much apart from at these tournaments, so it's a good way to catch up with the players who were your friends and I suppose sometimes your foes on tour.
Yeah, the atmosphere, obviously, when we played in the professional side and we were here under duress and stress of trying to win the main tournament, it's a little bit more quiet, but now sort of we all get together. I mean, the noise between all 8 of us oldies yesterday in the locker room getting ready to go play a match, it was like an old girls' reunion. So, and we're about to go and play the match, so it's a very different atmosphere for us now, and we understand the stress and the pressures, and we don't put too much stress or pressure on ourselves to play this. We just want to have a good time and show the fans some fun and the other side of us all, now that we're not competing.
Certainly a treat for the fans to watch all of those Legends matches that are taking place all out on the outside courts. A treat if you do have a ground pass here at the Championships. Now let's show you some highlights from the gentlemen's singles quarterfinals on court number 1. These are set 2 highlights. Milos Raonic taking it once again 7-5. He leads 2 sets to love against Sam Querrey, and similar sort of set of circumstances really to what happened on centre court. It was just more of the same from Raonic.
Yeah, and again, Sam has to really win a lot of free points on the big serve, which he relies on, and his ability to try and get forehands, because that's really where his strength lies. This shot right here, this is what took out the world #1 Novak Djokovic the other day, but he's playing against a very inspired player in Raonic, whose also experience over the last 12 months is really being shown in this particular match, because he knows he has the experience over Sam, and this is really nice to see him coming into the net and using his big body, his long reach, his big arms to put some pressure on Sam to come up with something special on the return. I mean, this has to be an influence from McEnroe to say, look, every now and again, just hit and go in. Put some pressure on your opponent. You're a big guy, hard to pass, and you're threatening up there. And we're seeing that today. And you know what? It makes the points a bit shorter. Don't be so taxing on your body by standing back and playing these long rallies. Yeah. Although, having said that, coming into the net, it's not easy. Puts a lot of pressure on you as well with the lower body, but he's doing a great job today.
Raonic full of confidence. How much, I know it was a long match, so he had to get through it physically, but that 5-set match against David Goffin in the last round, losing the first 2 sets, then showing that he could come back and win it, as he did, quite comfortably in the end in the 5th set. How much confidence do you think he drew from that win?
Oh, tremendous, because Goffin was playing so well in that match, and a lot of people thought, as some people like to nickname him, Harry Potter was going to win that match. But that's a big step for Raonic to be able to get through that match, just to believe that physically he can do it. And look at the amount of slicing he's doing here. And then that's just a phenomenal approach shot. Watch how low this stays. Now, when you're running over there as a player, you're thinking, where do I hit it? The ball does not come up. When you have to get it past somebody who's the height that Raonic is, it's difficult to hit a winner off of that shot. And that was the catalyst between him trying to break serve, and he was able to do it, and he knows. 2 sets to love, I'm the favourite, this is my match.
We're about to see the stat summary in just a few seconds' time. A lot of people saying on social media, what I've been seeing from the match so far is that Querrey's returns, that's the real weakness. He's just not able to do anything on Raonic's serve. I suppose one issue is he's not predicting where it's going to go particularly well, but are Querrey's returns normally this week? We're just not seeing him getting into the rallies.
Not really. I think that Raonic and Cilic have a very similar serve in the fact that they get that super big knee bend. They turn their bodies way like a corkscrew all the way around to the right. And so when the ball toss goes up, you really struggle with seeing as a returner where the serve is going to go. And I think that that's where Roger has struggled today against Cilic, and Querrey, as you can see, is struggling against Raonic. I mean, first serve points won. 94%. On poor old Sam, he's winning 83, but that looks absolutely horrendous compared to his opponent. But look at the second serves. And again, Raonic and Cilic's second serves are so similar that you cannot read, and the kick is enormous. So the serving is dominant for Raonic.
Yes, a very convincing performance from Milos Raonic so far. He leads by 2 sets to love. It's 4-all in the third set there, all set for a very tight finish to that third set. Now let's go from court number 1 over to centre court. We can rejoin Rob Walker and Craig O'Shaughnessy, who are watching Roger Federer up against Marin Cilic.
Massive moment here. Break point on the Cilic serve. Has Federer finally found a breakthrough? And he has, I think. Cilic with a double fault, and that, for the first time, is Federer probing and finding a weakness. And the other interesting point about what we've just seen, Cilic missed 3 break points in the preceding game, and that would have left him serving for the match. So finally, after 1 hour and 44 minutes of play, Roger Federer has found a way through the Cilic serve. Just at the point at when it looked, from love 40 down on Federer's serve, it looked for all the world as though Cilic was going to be in a commanding position to be serving for the third set and therefore the match. But Federer has, well, it's taken him nearly 2 hours, Craig, but finally he's found a way through, and he's 30 love here on his serve. He's 2 points away from reducing the deficit from 2 sets to 1. Could we just be witnessing here a key turning point in the match?
Well, the love 40 game, Federer is the best of the top 10 of holding serve when he's down love 40. So I did an analysis of this recently. The top 10 on average come back from love 40 21% of the time. Roger leads the pack at 33%. And you see this so much, is that the player that has those break points, if they don't convert them, they almost always, maybe not almost always, but it feels like they lose their serve in the next game. And it's exactly what happened here. So Roger won 5 points in that game, and then he went up love 30 on the serve, so he won 7 straight points. We're at 30 all now, and that was if Roger is able to dig his way out of it, getting out of that love 40 hole, it would have been, or will be, the key moment.
Right. This is also a key moment. Federer serving, and Cilic buries that one into the base of the net. So, after an hour and 45 minutes, Federer has a first set point to halve the deficit. Wow. Well, certainly those who want Cilic to win, and there aren't that many of them out there because they all want Federer to make it through. Federer just buries the first serve into the net, so he's going to have to secure this third set with a second serve. But I wonder how much the Cilic camp will be ruining those 3 missed break points that would have left the big Croatian serving for the match. His performance here can't get any better, and Federer takes the set. What a display of character there from Roger Federer. Amazing. 6-4 in the third, and that having saved 3 break points that would have left Marin Cilic serving for the match. So it's already a rather different dynamic to that which we witnessed in the US Open semi-finals. On that occasion, Cilic did win in 3, 6-3, 6-4, 6-4. But Roger Federer has somehow used all those years of experience and all that knowledge stored up on so many wonderful performances on centre court. Remember, he's bidding for an 11th Grand Slam semi-final appearance here that would tie the legendary Jimmy Connors. Federer had to draw on all of that strength there to get himself over the line and keep this match alive. And Craig, he's done it.
Yeah, he has. Our sport provides opportunities for momentum swings, and you know, the last time that we chatted with the audience, it was just one-way traffic for Marin Cilic. Everything he was doing was great. The love in getting himself to that love 40 position. Let's have a look at some of the set 3 numbers here. The unforced errors climb a little bit to 7. Break points 1. That's the most important stat there. 0 for 3, and they were all one after the other. And if Cilic gets one of those, the match very well could be over right now, but he doesn't. Roger breaks straight back. And the thing that I've noticed the most is that the errors are piling up now for Marin, and they almost all seem to be in the net. You know, whether it's a serve or whether it's a backhand. there's a lot of net errors, and there's 5 errors in tennis you can make. You can hit it too long, too short, too far left, too far right, and you can miss it altogether. That doesn't happen too much on centre court at Wimbledon, but you want to keep the ball out of the net, and it's really become a bit of a factor for Cilic at the moment.
Well, I guess the question, and you've been on the tour for 20 years, the question is this: how difficult is it for these guys to put moments like that behind them? Because there'll be this tiny little monkey sitting on the Cilic shoulder thinking, this match should be over. I had 3 break points and I should have been serving for the match. And with me securing so many points on my first serve, I should already be in the locker room looking forward to my first Wimbledon semi-final. But I've given arguably the greatest grass court player in history. I've given him a little slither of belief, and he's halved the advantage that I've got. So how difficult will it be for Cilic to put those thoughts out of his mind and focus on this as a one-set winner takes all?
It's not easy. His first serve of this third set, of this fourth set, almost hit the baseline. So and then he just made another error there. So I think he's going to struggle a little bit here for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and not be able to get that out of his mind. It'll still be playing, but he's got to focus, again, 1 point at a time. Where am I serving? Where do I want the ball to come back? How do I want the point to end? When the chaos happens in a tennis match, you go to planning, and you pre-plan and preview in your mind exactly what you want to have happen. So he's got to think about, here's my serve spots. I've served well there before. I've hit aces to this spot. Serving a forehand winner right there. He's just got to have that replay going on in his mind, which will then shut out the negativity and the moment, especially with Roger Federer breathing down his neck now at 2-1.
Because you would say he's almost secured this first game of the fourth set, 40-15. Well, that one goes way long on the forehand, but it's 40-30. So Cilic would love to make sure that he gets across the line in this early service game in the fourth set. He doesn't want to get dragged into another juice and start adding to the coal of the fire that's burning in Roger Federer after managing to keep this match going. But surely, Craig, if, and it is a huge if, he has done it on 9 occasions, by the way, Roger Federer, come back from a 2-set-to-love advantage and a disadvantage and win the match. Cilic does indeed take that one. So Cilic has got his first service game on the board in the fourth set. Surely, if this does go to 5, you would have to start favouring Federer, as you normally would do in a scenario where the player who's been on the brink of going out is suddenly all square level again. Long way to go in this set, and Cilic could well do it in 4. But does that come into play, that he thinks, hang on a minute, I've got an amazing opportunity here. I can't let this slip. Can I?
Oh, well, for Roger, I mean, he is chasing just one more slam. And to do it here at Wimbledon would be, his dream. And there's a lot of people around the world that follow Roger. I see stuff on Twitter all the time. It's like, when Roger loses, I want to cry. When Roger loses, I feel like I lose. And he really does have that effect, much more than other players. I mean, Rafa a little bit, and Novak, these elite players have such huge followings around the world. But I think Roger has that effect, is that, everybody just wants him to win. And, Tiger Woods, when he was at his peak, was exactly the same. So, yes, the more, losing the first 2 sets, the longer it goes and the longer Roger stays in it, absolutely, that pendulum will start to swing. If it does go into a 5th, I mean, it depends really what happens here in the 4th, how easily it happens, if he does indeed win it. But he's coming forward now. Things are coming much easier for Roger on the court now. The serve and volley, the ball's right where he wants it. The serve in the last point was a really good jam serve. And Cilic has just been pasting returns up till now, and all of a sudden, it has switched. The momentum definitely has switched, and the body language from Marin, and he doesn't give anything away. In fact, he's very, very good with the body language, but just a little bit of tension in the face. Now, there's a first shot error straight in the net from Marin that we just haven't seen in the first 2 sets. So the pendulum is definitely swinging. It looks even on the scoreboard at 1-1, but you've got to say right now, at this moment in the match, Roger holds the momentum.
Wow, so can Federer mastermind one of his great Wimbledon comebacks here in this quarter-final? Remember, he's bidding for an 11th Wimbledon semi-final that would tie the record with none other than Jimmy Connors. So much more drama to come here on a beautiful afternoon on centre court. The crowd would absolutely love this one to go to 5. 1 hour, 53 minutes on the board, and if it does go to 5, my goodness me, what value for money the punters would have had, especially bearing in mind that Murray is still yet to make his appearance this afternoon against the hugely popular Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. So, 1-1 in the fourth. Federer definitely back in this match. We'll come back and give you an update on this as it edges closer to a Marin Cilic win in 4 or a Federer heroics in 5. In the meantime, there have been some brilliant junior matches going on all around the outside courts, and Rachel Stringler has been catching up with 1 or 2 of the winners.
Alex, through to the quarter-finals, how are you feeling?
Oh, well, I'm feeling stoked. I mean, this is definitely the best tournament, and I'm really just happy to be here.
Pretty tough match, though. Obviously went to a tie-break in the first set and then 6-4 in the second. Just talk us through your match, please.
Oh, well, a very difficult match against a really good player. He came out really strong, broke me off the bat, and then I sort of got that break back, but had a couple break points to break him again, but sort of got to the tie-break. And then that tie-break was really just 1 point that I got on his serve, and that was about it. But second set was the same. I mean, the guy just, when he was down, he started playing even better, so it made it difficult to finish it off.
So going into the quarters then, what are you looking to work on?
Well, I'm just happy to be here, so I'm going to be trying to play my game, keep going, you know, do what I've been doing and cherish the moment.
Absolutely, a massive improvement from last time at Wimbledon. You know, what have you put that down to, I guess?
Well, obviously, you know, another year, a little bit more experience. Over then I didn't really believe too much in my abilities, but, you know, it just results gave me that confidence to keep going, and I mean, I've gotten a little bit taller, a little bit stronger, and that helps as well. So.
And you just mentioned off camera that you maybe have some support from legends like Leighton Hewitt. Does that help that as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely great to see Leighton, you know, watching your match and supporting you, and, you know, you really do lift.
Absolutely. And here, obviously, quarterfinals of the singles, but later on today, in about an hour, you're also playing doubles with your partner Blake Ellis, who you won the Aussie Open with, obviously back in January. I mean, how is it playing 2 matches in 2 days, completely different as well, doubles and singles?
Yeah, well, I mean, you sort of have to get used to it because you got to do it pretty much at every slam. But, I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. You know, I reckon love playing doubles with Blake, and, you know, hopefully we can do well.
And being Grand Slam champions with Blake, does that give you so much more confidence coming here to Wimbledon?
Yeah, well, it definitely gives us confidence, but obviously every match is going to be really tough. You know, everybody here can seriously play, so it's going to really depend on how we play. If we're on top of everything and play some good tennis, well, hopefully we can get through.
Absolutely, hopefully. Thank you very much, Alex, and good luck for the next match.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Wimbledon is a traditional championships, but there's so much technology hidden behind the scenes. There are around 120 broadcast cameras around Wimbledon's grounds, broadcasting to a global audience of around 1 billion. The movement of the players and the ball is tracked around the court by 10 different cameras, tracking 50 frames a second. There's the sensors in the roof that track the humidity, the sensor on the net cord, the LED displays showing the score and speed of serve. There's the data entry system capturing stats from all the matches. There are 110 miles of television cable running around the grounds. But we hide as much of the technology as we can. It's about being able to stay true to our original ideal, tennis in an English garden.
Well, this quarter-final day is living up to its billing. Roger Federer and Marin Cilic in action out on centre court. And in case you'd missed the early stages of that game, Marin won the opening 2 sets, 7-6, 6-4. We've now got some highlights to bring you from the third set, which is just completed. Cara Robinson back with you alongside Thomas Enqvist. And Thomas, it was looking as if the 7-time Wimbledon champion was in some serious trouble, but then there was a very quick turn of events in this set.
Absolutely, but he was in really serious trouble. When Cilic had 3 break points to go up 4-3 in the third set with the break, and then somehow dug himself out from that trouble and could come back and actually broke Cilic for the first time in the match to go up 5-3, and then also serve it out for a 6-3 win. So now 2-1 for Cilic and wide open match again.
It just shows you how quickly this game of tennis can change. As you say, Marin Cilic was love 40 up to break Federer once again in this third set. Unable to do it, Roger Federer breaks him and ends up serving out the set. So it's now 2-1. You can see Coach Goran looking on a little bit nervously. Do you think perhaps Marin got a little bit tight towards those closing stages of the third?
Maybe a little bit, but I mean, he had one good chance on the break point. It was actually the first one by love 40, but then Roger played a solid game and came back and hold there. But then I think that was the first time he maybe thought about it, how close he actually was to be able to put himself in a really good position after breaking the third set as well. And then he did his first sloppy game of the match when he lost his serve to 5-3. So, well, I think if it was a very big advantage for Cilic a couple of minutes ago, this has evened out now.
Right, yeah, for Federer to win a set, it gives him that confidence back that he was perhaps lacking in the first couple of sets. What has impressed you most about the Croats' game so far?
He's been serving fantastically, and he has to really make sure that he has dictated every point. And Roger Federer has been a little bit short on his backhand. He's been struggling with his backhand return, and also that he's been giving way too much time for Cilic to step in and to play his aggressive tennis. And so far the Croat has played one of his best matches I've seen. Reminds me a lot actually how he played during the US Open, where he also obviously served really well, but from the baseline he was playing like extremely aggressively. And he's been able to do that today, and then to almost to perfection.
Almost to perfection. Praise indeed from Thomas Enqvist there, who's sitting watching this match. The benefits of the locker room, you can sit and enjoy some of the action from there. Marin Cilic, it's interesting that you brought back, as we see a fist pump from Roger when that set was captured. You mentioned the US Open. He had to beat Roger Federer in the semi-finals of the US Open 2 years ago to get himself to his first ever Grand Slam final. Ended up winning that over Kei Nishikori. Roger Federer speaking in advance of this match, saying that Marin just merely brushed him off the court in that encounter in straight sets. So Roger would have been very aware of the task that was in front of him today.
Absolutely, and I don't think it surprised him that Marin Cilic came out and being that aggressive, but at the same time it's easier said than done as well. I mean, it obviously takes that he's serving extremely well, and also that Roger hasn't been able to hit his backhand as well as he has done in the first couple of matches. Yes, it might have something to do with that the ball from Cilic is that much harder and he gets so much more under pressure, but he's been way too short, and he has given enough time for Marin Cilic to be able to step in and to put this pressure on him.
Well, as we take a look at this set 3 summary, undoubtedly Cilic still leading in aces. His serve is such a strong component of his game. He'd served something like 76 aces coming into this match alone. First service points won. Cilic leads on as well, and more winners really. And often is the case is you don't play. Sometimes you don't get the most points or play the best tennis, but you can still end up winning the set.
Absolutely. That's what's so fascinating about tennis, is that it's about to win the right points.
Yeah, exactly.
And to peak and to play your best tennis when you absolutely needed it. And this is a good example of that. I mean, it's 3-all, love 40. I mean, Cilic has played the perfect match until then. He don't get that game. He plays his first sloppy game of the match, and suddenly he lost the set.
Well, it would have been a bit of a shock if Roger had crashed out in straight sets to Marin Cilic. I think many people thinking that he could put up a fight, and Marin Cilic could well win this match, but straight sets against Roger Federer would have been quite something. That will now not be the case. Roger has won that third set, and they're into set number 4, where they're still on serve. Would you expect this now to go 5?
Not necessarily. I think it's a very even match, and I think that Marian Cilic will continue to play his aggressive, baseline tennis, and if he can continue to serve as well as he has done, I think that he will have chances in this set as well. But having said that, doesn't mean that Roger cannot come back and play. I mean, the first set was the same. I mean, tiebreaker, both of them played really well, and Cilic did play a good tiebreaker, and I think this set could easily go down to a tiebreak as well.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of big servers on court number 1 as well. Just to update you what's going on in the clash between Milos Raonic and Sam Querrey. Raonic had taken the first 2 sets. Querrey has come back and taken the third. So they're going into a 4th set as well. Quarterfinals day, as we said, is always pretty epic at the Wimbledon Championships. But coming up next on centre court, following the conclusion of Roger Federer and Marin Cilic, is this guy, the number 2 seed. The British number 1, of course, a home hope here, Andy Murray. He faces Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. When you look, Thomas, at his record against Frenchmen, well, he's beaten his last 26 French opponents that he's faced in Grand Slams. He also leads his head-to-head with Tsonga 12-2 at tournament level meetings. Do you expect the Frenchman to give him a bit of trouble today?
Well, I mean, he has the game for it, Tsonga, to give anybody trouble, of course, with that big serve. And he's also an experienced top player. He has been on this stage many times before. But I don't find any reason, actually, at the moment, why Andy Murray doesn't win his 2nd Wimbledon title.
Really?
I mean, I've been that enormously impressed about the way he has played so far this event. I mean, he looked much more confident than he's ever done. He's physically in incredible shape. He's in the peak of his career. Novak Djokovic, his biggest rival, and somebody maybe who has somehow get under his skin, lately is out of the tournament. So, I mean, this is up to Andy Murray. If he comes near to his ability and to his highest level, he would have his 2nd Wimbledon title.
Really? Well, and it's interesting to see Roger in trouble, as you say. Roger hadn't dropped a set yet these championships. Andy Murray has not dropped a set yet these championships. As you say, it has been an incredible display of tennis, a pretty smooth route to the quarterfinal stage so far. He was actually in the lucky half that was rather unaffected by the rain delays that many people were in the opening week. Remarkably, it is a 15th career meeting between he and Tsonga. Murray has won 3 of their 4 Grand Slam meetings, including 2 that they previously have had here at Wimbledon, Thomas, in 2010 and 2012. There's something about Jo-Wilfried that's very likeable, isn't there? He is a fan favourite, and he's always loved when he comes here to Wimbledon as well.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a very popular player all around the world, Tsonga, and it's easy to take in, He has a great character. He smiles a lot on the court. He has a good game, big game. He come up, he's a shot maker, typical French, classy shot maker. And it's very easy to like Tsonga. And I think he obviously he has nothing to lose in this match, so hopefully he can come in and hopefully he has also recovered well from his long match 1917, I think, in the 5th set against Isner. So in that sense, as unfortunate as it was that Gasquet had to retire in the 1st set, but for Tsonga that was probably a good way for him that he got a very quick match there and could recover a little bit better.
Yeah, exactly. It couldn't have actually been better for him after surviving that marathon against John. It's so unfortunate, though, to see his good friend Gasquet have to retire really at the early stages of that match, but such is life sometimes in professional sport. There is something about Joe, as you say, that's just so likeable because of his personality. He seems to wear his emotion on his sleeve, and he definitely attracts fans every time he plays. But Andy Murray, of course, still likely to be the favourite out on centre court. Speaking of which, our reporter Rob Walker has been out watching him practice. So let's see what he made of Murray's preparations for centre court today.
Well, it's turning out to be a familiar pattern for Andy Murray. For the 9th year in a row, here he is going through his final preparations for a Wimbledon quarter-final. That is quite some record of consistency up against Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. What a great campaigner the Frenchman is, and what a fantastic performance he put in against John Isner over on court too. That absolutely epic win in the 3rd round, 1917 in the decider. Murray definitely has the edge here in terms of the head-to-heads. He leads in that department 12-2. Tsonga's 2 wins. The first came back in 2008 and then the second in 2014. Murray's beaten him in the Wimbledon quarters before. That was 6 years ago. It was only 4 sets, but 2 of them went to a tiebreak, and Murray has said in his BBC blog that he feels there'll be certain elements of this match that literally come down to 1 or 2 points either way. So he will want to be absolutely on top form here. to not give Joe Wilfried Tsonga a chance. Remember, Tsonga's been all the way to a Slam final before. He's aiming for his 7th Grand Slam semi. 2 of those are here at Wimbledon, back in 2011 and 2012, and he's incredibly popular with the crowd. He had an easy ride through in the 4th round because his compatriot Richard Gasquet had to retire, and Tsonga actually carried his bags off court. So little touches like that just show you how human Tsonga is. But of course, all that said, Murray will still have the lion's share of the crowd support. I think there's a fair amount of respect between the two players, and it has been an easy ride so far for Andy Murray. He's been absolutely brilliant. Kyrgios stayed with him in the very early stages of the first set, but the talented young Australian soon found himself on the receiving end of a straight sets defeat. So Murray is still yet to drop a set in this year's Wimbledon. Interesting to hear Ivan Lendl talking to Murray and the young lad who's knocking up with Andy down the far end. He seems pretty relaxed, and the last 2 times we've been down here at Orangi Court 15, Lendl has been more vocal than we've heard from him in the past. He's been quite encouraging, and he's just such a foreboding presence on the court. He smiles, he has a little bit of banter, but he carries so much natural authority in his personality and, of course, with the gravitas of his achievements. I wonder if it could be a glorious reuniting of the 2 men who masterminded their way to 2 Grand Slam titles and the Olympic gold here 4 years ago. Murray, the overwhelming favourite against Tsonga, and so far in this Wimbledon fortnight, the partnership between he and Lendl seems to be right on song.
So Andy Murray with his team alongside him on the practice court earlier, and now his opponent later today, Joe Wilfried Tsonga, who actually, interestingly, had to retire from Roland Garros just under a month ago, well, about a month ago, Thomas. He had that groin injury. Having to walk off at his home slam was difficult to watch. I remember feeling for him during that stage. He seems, though, to be fully recovered and said yesterday that he feels incredibly confident in his ability to play great tennis and to beat players like Andy. Do you believe him?
Yeah, I think so, because he's an experienced top player. You know? He's been on this stage many times before, and he has beaten the best players in the world on several occasions. So I think that he deep inside believes that he can do it. At the same time, I think that his preparation coming into this Wimbledon maybe was not the best, because he didn't really know where he was standing. Obviously, pulling out from the French Open with an injury, and he didn't know physically how he had recovered. But sometimes that can take away a little bit of the pressure as well, you know. And an experienced player like Tsonga, who has the big game, and especially when he can go out and, you know, have nothing to lose, and reminds me a little bit of Wawrinka in that sense, you know, that when they get past the first week and they can really relax, they have a big game, and when they can really go for each shot, they have a big game that can hurt the big players. They are not as consistent as the top players, so there's a chance that they lose earlier, but when they actually get through and put themselves in position, they are dangerous for the top players.
Well, and Joe also has got a good record at Wimbledon. He reached the quarterfinals here in 2010. Then he followed that up with the semi-finals the following year in 11 and again in 12. So he has been the latter stages of this tournament before. Then wilted away a little bit in terms of his performance here. Now he is back, and I'm fascinated to know about how these athletes deal with an injury situation like he could have had in France, and how much of it, when you're at that stage of the season, knowing that you've got another slam coming off the back of it, that you know you can perform well at, as he has done here previously on the grass, which might be part of the reason that he, of course, has a lot of fans here at Wimbledon. How much of it is precaution when you pull out of a match? Or if you're at a Grand Slam stage, does it have to be really bad for you to have to retire?
Yes, I think so, especially for Tsonga playing his home country in French Open, where I think grass is his best surface. I think it might be the Grand Slam that has a bigger chance to win, but of course that French Open for him is with Wimbledon the biggest occasion of the year for him. So when he had to retire or pull out the French Open, it was obviously a very hard decision for him to make. But I mean, he had no choice, you know, and he has come very strongly back here. And I think that long 5-setter win against Isner, 19-17 in the 5th, also, number one, I mean, you imagine the confidence you get from winning that kind of match mentally, but also showed him that his body is holding up for a long match, and that could help him. if this match today goes the distance.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. It's been an interesting route for him so far, as you say. Survived the marathon match against John Isner and then came through very quickly against Richard Gasquet, injured, who had to retire. Today, Joe faces Andy Murray, and Rob Walker has been out watching him prepare.
Well, what an esprit de corps down here at Orangi, because we've got two Frenchmen into the quarter-finals and they're helping each other with their knocking-up duties ahead of two very different challenges here in the last 8. On the right of the net, the very familiar, bustling, muscly figure of Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, who, of course, is taking on Andy Murray, twice a semi-finalist. He had an all-French 4th-round match against Richard Gasquet, and very sportingly carried Richard Gasquet's bags off. They were deep in conversation. Tsonga, such an affable character. Everybody loves him here at Wimbledon. Of course, not everyone will want him to win because Andy Murray is on the other end of the court. Tsonga will know that he's got to produce the match of his life. He's 12-2 down in their official meetings. One of his victories coming way back in 2008 when Murray was still on the ascendancy, learning his trade in the world's top 20. So Tsonga looking pretty relaxed, and what an amazing performance. I was on court 2 on the middle Sunday when he came through that ridiculous 19-17 5th set decider against John Isner. On that occasion he was moving beautifully around the court, the Frenchman. So he's bidding for a 3rd appearance in a Wimbledon semi-final, but he's going to have to stop the crowd and Andy Murray. Down the left-hand side of the court, the man he's knocking up with, seeded 32 here, Lucas Poulet. What a performance so far to make it through to his first Grand Slam quarter-final. This is the man who's previously never gone beyond the 2nd round. That was a couple of times at the French Open, and what a series of scalps he's taken. Del Potro in the 3rd round, and remember there was great excitement about Del Potro because he dispatched Stan Wawrinka, last year's French Open champion, in the 2nd round, but the Argentinian succumbed to Lucas Poulet, and Poulet came through an amazing 10-8 5th set decider against Bernard Tomic. He wasn't fancied for that one, but he showed real heart and determination. He'll be the slight outsider against Thomas Berdych, who's made the final here before, and he's into his 15th Grand Slam quarter-final. But interestingly enough, when you look at the respective paths to the last 8, Thomas Berdych has spent almost 11.5 hours on court, whereas Lucas Poulet, despite the fact that he's had a 10-8 thriller against Tomic, he's only just spent over 9 hours on court. So great to see the two countrymen, and presumably good friends, knocking up with each other here. Tsonga is in familiar territory, so many big battles against Murray, but Poulet is at this stage of the tournament for the very first time, and he seems pretty relaxed and calm about it. I'm sure the two men will exchange a few words, and maybe Tsonga will impart a little bit of advice after all his years on the tour and all his big experience in these matches. So over on Orangi, knock-up court 2, both Frenchmen looking in fine form and presumably very much looking forward to their respective matches on centre and court 1.
Thank you, Rob. Interesting to see Jo-Wilfried and Luca Pouille hitting up together. Of course, they're both Frenchmen and undoubtedly good friends, and a wonderful story for them and for France that they're both in the men's singles quarterfinals today. But when you look at Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, he's only beaten Andy Murray twice in their 14 previous meetings. They met twice last year. Murray won on both of those occasions. So what does he need to bring today to try and cause an upset against now the highest seeded player left in these championships?
Yeah, it says a lot, you know, when it's 12-2 to somebody, obviously. And Tsonga's strength plays into Andy Murray's strength. I mean, Tsonga has a fantastic serve. He builds his game around his serve, but Andy Murray is, together with Novak Djokovic, the best returner in the game. So what he needs to do today, I think, to have any chance to hurt Andy Murray is obviously to have an extremely high service percentage on the first serves, and then I think he needs to play. He needs to take a lot of chances. He needs to shorten down the points. He needs to attack Andy's second serve and need to take risks. And even if that means that one set would slip away, maybe, you know, you have a part of the match where he will make a lot of mistakes, he needs to continue to do that and need to continue to take chances and break the rhythm for Andy so he doesn't find, you know, his rhythm in his game.
Mark Philippoussis was speaking to me earlier on in the studio about having a belief these 8 men that are in the quarterfinals, they need to have a belief if they're to progress through this stage and get to the semi-finals. You may find some people who would still walk off the court with a smile on their face, even if they lost this match, because it's still an achievement for them to have reached the quarterfinal stage. In Joe-Wilfried Tsonga's case, I would imagine he certainly has the belief, because he has reached the semi-finals here twice before.
Absolutely. I think that he is happy to be in the quarterfinals, because I think that he didn't really, maybe he said it, I think himself, that he didn't expect to be in the quarterfinal, especially with the preparation he had. But at the same time, he's been there so many times before. He's such an experienced top player. He has beaten the best players in the world on many occasions, so he will not be happy going off and lose, you know. So it's actually in a good position for him, you know. He can go out, swing away, take chances, but also believe that he can do it. But I think it will be, again, I think it will be a very, very difficult match for Tsonga.
To beat Andy Murray and inform Andy Murray. Well, Joe-Wilfried, popular with the fans, of course, as he leaves the practice area earlier on today, preparing for that match up on centre court. Well, as always, we have some detailed analysis and insights into some of these matches. So let's catch up now with our IBM Tennis Insights team ahead of the Murray versus Tsonga clash.
Today we're previewing a men's quarter-final match between the former champion Andy Murray and the two-time semi-finalist Joe-Wilfried Tsonga. The first thing we're going to look at is the difference between the two players' second serve return performance. Andy Murray is winning 67% of points facing second serves, which is second best for the tournament, while Tsonga is winning 48% of those points. Of the quarter-finalists, Murray is the best performer, while Tsonga is actually the worst. So Pat, what is the big difference between the way that these two players return serve?
Well, I think it's more about form, really. Murray has been in fantastic form, and that's gone all the way through the clay court season and is performing very well in these first 4 rounds here at Wimbledon. But Joe-Wilfried Tsonga, well, it's slightly misleading, I suppose, that stat, because you've got to realise that he's played John Isner, who is one of the greatest servers of all time. And he doesn't really have a second serve. His serve is so powerful, so that stat is naturally a little low, but it just goes to show that Murray is really returning well, and Tsonga's going to have to serve well.
So while Tsonga's return may need to improve, he's certainly performing well on his own serve. He's making 69% of first serves and winning 87%, whilst Murray is making 62% of first serves and winning 81%. So Pat, does this illustrate the importance of a very high first serve percentage for Tsonga?
It does, and of course illustrates how important a first serve is on a grass court. Joe-Wilfried Tsonga is one of the most powerful servers in the game. It's one of the reasons he's been successful on all surfaces, but he needs to keep up that sort of service percentage to have a chance against Murray.
Well, we've looked at serving and returning, but another key in this match will be who can dominate the baseline rallies. Andy Murray is tied second for the tournament in baseline points won at 54%, and Joe-Wilfried Tsonga is tied 15th for the tournament at 50%, both above the tournament average of 46%. So they're both impressive, Pat, but can Tsonga beat him from the back of the court?
Well, that's going to be a big question. Of course, we've looked at the service percentage. That's crucial for Joe-Wilfried to get that up high. But he's also very good from the back of the court. He's got a very powerful forehand and backhand, and I think a lot of this match is going to be from the back of the court. A lot of winners are going to be hit, and just sparingly, guys are going to be coming to the net, and of course, off the back of a lot of big serving.
Great stuff. Well, it's going to be fascinating, and we'll be back with more IBM Tennis Insights tomorrow.
Match point for Marin Cilic on the Roger Federer serve. A huge, huge test now for the 7-time Wimbledon champion. 30-40 on his serve, and he buries the first one into the base of the net. Massive moment this for Cilic as well. The first serve is in, and that was long from Cilic, the return. So it's gone to deuce. Roger Federer saving match point. Cilic now still just 2 points away from a first Wimbledon semi-final.
Marin's done that several times. He's had breakpoint opportunities. He's had second serves to look at, and he simply hasn't put the return back in the court.
Advantage there for Federer. This would level things up at 5 sets all. Wow.
5 games all.
5 games all. He has saved match point. He has advantage. First serve is long. He'll have to secure this game with a second serve. Cilic really deep to the Federer baseline. Cilic, oh, it looked as though he was bossing the point, but Cilic buries a forehand into the tape, So Federer levels it up at 5 games all in the fourth, and Marin Cilic has missed a match point. Wow. 35 minutes on the board for this set. How will that moment affect and impact on Marin Cilic? He was 1 point away from a famous victory over Federer, albeit in the quarterfinals, and he's a Grand Slam champion. That would have been really special, and it could still be really special to beat him here at Federer's spiritual home.
What's interesting now is that Roger's making him think about it. He went over and changed his racket, which you can legally do, even though they didn't change ends. Got a new racket, took the plastic off it, and in the background, Marin's back there on the baseline, ready to serve and just thinking and dwelling. And it's not so much that he had the match point; it wasn't a good way to lose it.
And an amazing shot there from Federer. I don't know how he made that. Federer just drops it over the net. So it's love 15 on the Cilic serve. And we've seen a pattern here where in games immediately after, Cilic has not taken advantage of break points. In the third set, we saw him be broken, and that led to Federer taking the third 6-3. Although earlier on in this set, he squandered break points and had a real question asked of him in the following service game, but he managed to hold firm. But there is this pattern that when Federer pushes him close and when Cilic doesn't take advantage of break points, Cilic just begins to wobble mentally. 15 all. Federer buries the forehand into the net. So 15 all here, 5 all in the fourth. Cameras focusing in on Goran Ivanisevic, who of course won here in 2001. He's been such a vital addition to the Cilic camp, and he would have been delighted with the way his charge was playing in the early part of this match. Cilic just having a few issues here with the first serve. 15 all, 5 all. Cilic has to put out of his mind the fact that he had a match point here against Roger Federer. Federer's playing well here. Great baseline rallies from both players. Cilic working both sides of the court, but that was massive from Federer. 15-30 now on the Cilic serve. Is this pattern going to repeat itself? Can Federer break back, having saved match point in the previous game? This is tight for Cilic.
Yeah, really nice forehand down the line. He was on the run. He's behind the baseline. We're all kind of expecting just a regular rally ball cross court, a very neutral situation. Roger said, I'm going to pull the trigger on this one. And that he did. Really good first serve there out wide. Slice backhand, which Roger's done a lot. And Marin comes forward and triple spin on that low ball. Brings it back to 30 all. Federer, 24 baseline winners to only 19 for Cilic. It's 30 all. This is 5 all, 30 all in the fourth. Pretty big moment here. Misses the first serve wide.
It was a big serve, but it just went wide. Key moments here on centre court. Federer's been here so many times before. Can he use that experience? Lovely return from Federer. Cilic goes deep. Still Cilic bossing this point from the baseline. Refuses to come in, using every inch of the court. Federer just drops a backhand over the net. It must be flying inches above the net. That's a great point from Cilic, who just dinks a little one back over the net. So it's game point. This would be a 6-5 lead, and then we would face the prospect, probably, unless Cilic managed to break Federer in the next game, of the match staying alive or being buried on a tiebreak. And remember, Cilic was very dominant in the first set tiebreak, although since then, Roger Federer has definitely managed to get back in this match. So just stay with us just to see whether Cilic manages to get over the line in this game and forces Federer to take it to a tiebreak. Good first serve from Cilic. Really good accuracy from the baseline. He's making Federer work to the backhand. Lashes a massive forehand, Cilic. Federer gets it back, but that goes wide, goes long. And Cilic has taken the game. So it's 6-5 to Cilic. In the fourth, Federer serving to stay in the match, to force the fourth set into a tiebreak. We've had, 2 hours, 26 minutes of drama, and it might not be over just yet.
Well, the same can almost be said for court number one, Rob, because as we just review here the third set highlights with myself and Thomas, Thomas, was a fairly similar situation. Milos Raonic was dominating and potentially had a chance in the third, and then Sam came back and took it 7-5.
Absolutely. was almost identical to the situation on the center court, where it was 2 sets to love for Raonic, and the break point going up 5-4 and actually serving for the match. But Sam Querrey finds some good serves coming out of that hole, and then now he's level, not level, but he took that third set, and it's 2-1 for Raonic and 4-3, no breaks.
Yeah, so now exactly with serve in the fourth. Interesting that both of these matches, as you say, are in very similar stages. They're both 2-1, and they're both on serve in the fourth set. Centre court just a little ahead, really, of court one. That's the only difference. This, though, a match of two tall, big serving hitters.
Yeah, these two quarterfinals we are watching here at the center court and court one reminds me a lot of the grass court tennis we saw in the 90s, where it's big serving, short rallies, and it's just a point here and there who can turn a set around in a second. So good grass court tennis in these two quarterfinals.
And Sam Querrey is almost resurgent in terms of his form. Of course, he's 28 years of age now. He's the world number 41, so he's outside the top 40. He is seeded at the championships, though, but it seems as though the win over Djokovic has given him a renewed belief. And when you look at his reaction in this match, the scoreline 2-1, well, when he was 2-0 down, doesn't really do him any justice. He came incredibly close. He just lost 6-4, 7-5 the first 2 sets, won the third, as we're seeing now, 7-5 himself. It's as if the win over Djokovic gave him that belief that he can compete with anyone now because he's beaten the world number one.
Absolutely. I mean, could be a career changer for Sam Querrey, I would say, in the sense that he will, hopefully ride on this wave now, not only continue in this event, but for the rest of the season. I mean, he has a very big game, huge serve, hitting the ball hard from both sides.
Well, career changer would be monumental, I suppose, for him to take away from these Wimbledon championships. Raonic is just so incredibly tough to break, isn't he? Oh, look at that reaction there. You can see when he knew that he'd captured the set, knowing how impossible it is to get past this big serving Canadian who now has some blockbuster coaches in his camp. Of course, John McEnroe, the 7-time Grand Slam champion, joined his team along with Riccardo Piatti and Carlos Moya. But Sam Querrey has a determined look on his face as he takes that third set to push this one into a fourth and simply say to Milos, the job is not done yet. And I'm just impressed by, I suppose, the want that he has for this. Well, some interesting stages here with the umpire, because actually set point came down to Hawkeye, and with that call he got it in the bag. So 7-5, as we were saying. Sam Querrey, the tall American, he is 6'6". Milos is 6'5". They were both going to have a huge amount of power to their game. You can see it's taken quite some time to complete that set, the match, I should say, so far already, just under 2 hours. When you look at the set three statistics, Thomas, what strikes you the most?
Well, you can see when they get their first serve in, 95%. Sam Querrey wins when he put the first serves in, and 90%. For Raonic when he put the first serves in. So this is a serving battle, and it's about to execute on the right points. I mean, it's a point here and there who's going to decide this match from now on.
Yeah, I mean, cannot wait to continue to watch it. Meanwhile, centre court, just to let you know, has gone to a fourth set tiebreak. So Marin, if he comes to the tiebreak like he did in the first set, would take the match in 4 and move through to the semi-finals. We'll have to wait and see, because it could take some time. But let's say hello again to our insider, Catherine Whittaker, just to get abreast of what's going on social media. I expect a lot of excitement from what's happening on the courts.
Yeah, it's like the world of the internet is trying to will Roger Federer on just at the moment. I mean, it's nothing negative about Marin Cilic. I think he's quite a popular player as well, but I mean, it's Roger Federer, isn't it? There's so much love for him. Federer saves a match point. I actually think he's just saved a second match point, serving to stay in the set at 5-6 as well. He says, this guy says love pours down. It's like a group hug on centre court. #Wimbledon. I mean, he is being roared on by the centre court crowd just at the moment as we go into this fourth set tiebreak. Carol Bouchard reminding us how honest Federer was a few days ago in one of his press conferences to say he wasn't in his best shape out there. It's obvious now, she says, but he is fighting so hard in spite of the fact that he's not playing his best tennis just at the moment. Federer saving break points for fun, even on the second serve. Cilic tightening up on the big points, pressure of closing out. Again, the GOAT, there's no doubt Cilic definitely has shown signs of nerves in this set. Some stats. So the whole world supporting Federer while Cilic playing match of his life, and a few stats for you. The last time Federer lost a match at Wimbledon in straight sets was 2002 to Ancic, 6-3, 7-6, 6-3. Well, of course, he's already managed to avoid that fate, but there were times in this match when it did look very much like it was going to be a first straight sets defeat for 14 years for Roger Federer. And more stats, Cilic has never lost from 2 sets to love up in slams, never. 51-0 when going 2 sets to love up. So so much to play for just at the moment. It's very tense times. We're in that fourth set tie break, and the internet is hanging on every point.
It just shows how much people enjoy watching these quarterfinals here. And it's interesting, you mentioned, Catherine, from one of those tweets, interested to get Thomas's reaction to actually how tight a player can get when they come so close to beating someone as impressive as Roger Federer.
Yes, I mean, it's, even if that Marin Cilic is a very experienced player, and he has won the US Open and played so many big matches in his career, but this is huge. This is against Roger Federer on the center court in Wimbledon, and he's playing really, really well. But of course, to tie the end in the end, I mean, it's very difficult. So exciting! I have to watch it.
Keeping an eye on what happens.
Yeah.
It would be an upset. Even though a lot of people back Marin, it would still be an upset for Roger Federer to get knocked out at this stage. Let's send it straight back to Rob Walker and Craig O'Shaughnessy and check in on this fourth set tiebreak on centre.
Well, this is incredible drama. Federer saved match point with an ace to take this to a tiebreak. Cilic got an early break, but Federer's got one back. We're on serve. Federer serving 2-3 down in this tiebreak. Massive first serve, Cilic into the bottom of the net. And the Federer serve, Craig, is working really, really well at the moment. One of the aces we saw from him was from a second serve at about 110 miles an hour at a key moment in the match. Outrageous.
Yeah, a really good slider down the tee in the ad court. If Roger can get it around the line and stretch Marin, great. But if he's not doing that, Marin's actually returning the first serve better when he gets behind it. He uses that power well. It's the second serves that are a little bit more off pace that Marin struggled with. There's been several break points that have been second serves he simply hasn't put back in place. So Roger's serving now at 3-all. He's able to pull it out wide. It's his favorite serve in the deuce court. He bends it, really nice slice, and it's so difficult out there for the forehand. So on serve now, Cilic to serve at 3-4.
Yes, these are big questions being asked of Marin Cilic. Remember, of course, he did so well to race to a 2-set advantage, but he's had 2 match points on separate occasions, and he's converted neither of them. His big serve has done him well. He must ensure it doesn't desert him now, and that first serve goes walloping into the base of the net. Little look of focus and concentration on the face of the huge Croatian. Second serve, deep towards the baseline. Was that in from Federer?
I think it was long, and he's challenging it.
Really key moment this. That could be a crucial mini break for Federer. And it looks like it's in. Oh my gosh, by the narrowest of margins, Federer just shakes the racket and he's got the mini break. It's 5-3 to Federer, and his fans are on their feet in the stadium. It must have been millimetres.
I don't know if I've ever seen a ball called in that was that far out.
What a moment. Cilic needs to compose himself here. And he just stands up and stands back, just wipes the sweat from his forehead. Camera's focusing in on Federer. Ice cool, as you'd expect. He's been in these situations before. Cilic could really do with a massive first serve here. And once again, it's gone straight into the base of the net. The big Croatian shoulders are getting tight. They're getting tense. Federer has the mini break. It's an opportunity for Federer to get back into this one and level at 2-all. Federer with a big forehand. Cilic absolutely brilliant there. He had no option but to play eyeballs out. And that time, here's Absolutely brilliant power came to the fore. A lashing forehand. Federer couldn't get near it. Federer still has the mini break, but it's 5-4 now.
Roger's backhand is really standing up at the moment. He's hitting very good returns with it. That last backhand in the last point ripped it down the line. He's not holding back with it. He's hitting it very, very well.
Federer serving 5-4. He's got the mini break. First serve goes wide. Second serve is good. Little bit wild from the forehand of Marin Cilic. And it's 6-4 now. And that mini break means that Roger Federer has set point. This to tie the match when it looked absolutely dead and buried for the 7-time champion. Federer serving for the second set. It's a let. Little groan around the stadium. They desperately want this one to go to 5. 2 hours, 37 minutes of top quality drama. Are we getting any more? I think we might be. Oh, and Federer's gone long. The court was wide open. Cilic just somehow managed to get the return back. But it's still set point, but Cilic has got the mini break back. So technically we are on serve, but it's still set point. But what a missed opportunity there from Federer.
You know what? It looked easy, but it was in the end. He's putting his hand over his head right now. It looked easy. It was in the ad court, but you got to run around it. You got a little jammed, and it blew it long.
Back on serve, but Cilic must win this point, and there's an ace, and the big Croatian gives it the fist pump. 6-all in this fourth set tiebreak. Wow. Well, okay, so now Cilic has shown some amazing composure there. Yes, he's missed 2 separate match points on key moments, but that was Federer right on the verge of levelling at 2 sets all, and instead Cilic just about manages to hang on to life, limb and composure, and we're back to 6-all, and the big Croatian is still in the hunt for a 4-set victory over Roger Federer. They've changed ends once again. Nothing to separate them in this tiebreaker. Cilic to serve. Great serve there from Marin Cilic. That's been one of the few occasions in this tiebreak. He has got the first serve in. So, a third match point here for Marin Cilic. Federer serving 6-7 down. Surely, it's got to be third time lucky for Marin Cilic, hasn't it? Federer bouncing the ball. His face a picture of concentration. Just steps back for a second. Absolute silence on centre court. Federer to stay alive in this match. And the first serve has gone into the base of the net. Federer has to save this third match point with a second serve. It's a good one. Cilic into the base of the net. So it's 7-all. The drama here is just unbelievable.
Marin's missed a lot of second serve returns. Just hasn't put him back in play. He actually feeds better off the power of the first, missing the second, and that was a bad miss.
7-all. Federer's first serve. Cilic couldn't get to it, but it was wide. Second serve, Federer, 7-all in this fourth set tiebreak. Federer must win this to stay alive. Cilic goes short. Oh, a great exchange of points.
Wow.
And somehow Federer gets his racket on a volley. And it's a third set point. Remember, Cilic has managed to close down the mini break, but he's serving 7-8 down now. So, 3 match points for Marin Cilic have come and gone. This is another set point for Roger Federer. Cameras focusing in on the crowd who are about to go absolutely wild. They don't want this match to end just yet. Cilic serving 7-8 down. The Croatian needs another massive serve here and could really do with a first serve going in. He hasn't managed that on too many occasions in this tiebreak. It's a let.
Too many serves going into the net right now. That's a let, but there's a lot of first serves. When he's missing it, you don't want to miss it in the net. Throw the toss up, and it's probably just a little bit tight. Arms not extending enough, but he gets another shot at it here.
Here we go, Marin Cilic. That was long, but remember the first serve was a let, so he's living dangerously here. Cilic serving to stay in this set and give himself a chance of a 4-set victory. This time the serve is good. He unleashes a massive forehand. Backhand from Federer is good. Backhand from Cilic. A second backhand down the line from Cilic. It's 8-all.
Huge.
Amazing composure there from Marin Cilic. 8-all in this tiebreak. It's much tighter than it was in the first set. Cilic got a handsome lead in that first set tiebreak. and managed to get away. But what composure from the Croatian under the most enormous pressure, and a great close-up of Goran Ivanisevic, who can hardly bear to watch.
Roger rolled the dice with a sliced backhand approach. Very difficult to get the opponent into trouble. Marin got on the front foot, passing shot down the line. Second serve now, 8-all. Double fault.
Double fault for Marin Cilic. Oh my goodness me. After playing so brilliantly to give himself a great, great chance, he has now handed another set point to Roger Federer. 9-8 to Federer, and this time the set point is on Federer's serve. What a time to serve a double fault when you've been peppering the other line with aces. Agonisingly, that was really tight. Federer, millimetres or centimetres long with that first serve. He's going for the review, and it was indeed long.
He goes to the forehand there. Marin probably thinks backhand, so I like the decision.
Fourth set point. Cilic just getting that one back. Key moments these. Cilic unleashing a big forehand. Great accuracy in these ground strokes, and Federer's buried that one into the net. So Cilic has saved another set point. We're back to 9-all in this fourth set tiebreak. And they change ends once again. Neither man looking at each other with eye contact.
I like the strategy there. It started off backhand to backhand. Roger's been slicing a lot in the last few minutes. He's not going to miss that slice. So Marin runs around, takes a forehand, goes to Roger's forehand, and goes to work on trying to force an error. Power was an element of that. Depth was an element of that. And just rush that backswing.
Federer's living dangerously here. 9-all. He serves. Great first serve from Federer. Excellent return from Cilic. Cilic working the backhand, putting Federer deep behind his own baseline. Cilic going for the cross-court winner. Oh, and he had the whole court wide open there, Marin Cilic. But he pushed that forehand wide. So it's a fifth set point. We're back on serve, but Cilic will be serving 9-10 down. And it's a fifth set point for Roger Federer. A fifth opportunity to level this match at 2-all. Oh, my gosh. If you paid good money for a ticket on centre court today, you've already had good value. Forget about Murray and Tsonga. This is immense. Cilic serving, 9-10 down. Federer, big deep breath at the other end of the court. What kind of serve will the big Croatian send down? A long one. He's going to have to save this latest set point with a second serve. It's a slow one, but it's good, and he's in. He unleashes a big forehand, but it's gone into the net. Roger Federer looks up at his corner and gives it a big roar. And despite the fact that Marin Cilic had 2 match points in the fourth set, at yet another time of asking, I think it was fifth, the fifth set point, Roger Federer has managed to level the match at 2-all. And what a match we now have in prospect. An absolutely epic tiebreaker. Cilic tried everything he could. So Craig O'Shaughnessy, who now has the mental edge? Surely it's Roger Federer, because twice he stared down the barrel of match points and twice he's saved them with immense serving. And look at how much it still means to Roger Federer. He wants this 8th Wimbledon title. And Craig, is he now favourite for this match? Has the balance of power shifted?
Yes, it definitely has. The first serve percentage is dropping. There's too many first serves in the net for Marin Cilic. I don't know about the decision to hit the kicker out wide of the backhand. Roger's going to make that slice. It's going to come back. I think a body forehand jam serve may have been a better decision then. Certainly not putting it out, you know, in the sweet spot of the forehand, but bringing it a little bit more into the ribs. You know, Marin's feeling it. You can tell from his body language and his shot selection that he's reaching for the finish line. And Roger, look at him there. He's like, this is not over yet. So first serves in for Cilic, only 54%. That's really what hurt him the most, and it gave a lot of exposure to the second serve, where he only won 57% of those points, and you know, just didn't take the opportunities that were presented to him. I mean, we could quite easily be sitting here celebrating the victory by Marin, but we're in a fifth.
Wow, absolutely epic drama. They have never played a 5-set match, but they are doing now. Marin Cilic unable to take advantage of 2 match points. And Roger Federer, the 7-time Wimbledon champion, has levelled things up here. We are 2-2, and we're all set for an epic, epic fifth here. What great value for money these guys are providing. Will it be Federer or Cilic into the semi-finals? Come back later to find out.
My goodness, Rob, what drama. One thing's for sure, we know who the winner of that match will play. Milos Raonic has come through against Sam Querrey in 4 sets. A huge achievement for him to reach the semi-finals of Wimbledon for the 2nd time in his career. Sam Querrey really did put up a fight, and I think the scoreline perhaps wouldn't show really how close he came to challenging the Canadian. It was a well-fought match. Sam walked off fairly swiftly, evidently disappointed, Thomas, that he wasn't able to push that match further.
Yes, I mean, he was. I mean, he was close, but anyway, very far away, if you know what I mean. I think he played well, he was serving well, but Raonic was always a little bit on top of him, and he was just executing better. But what was really hurting him is that he actually only won 41% of his second serves, and that's just not a number that is good enough, you know. So I mean, he did serve well. He kept himself in the game. He was fighting hard all the way to the end. But I think that Raonic was by far the better player today.
Indeed, so the 6th seed from Canada progresses through to the semi-finals, where he awaits the winner of Roger Federer and Marin Cilic, and we all know how dramatic that one has been. Having been 2 sets to love down, Roger's just won the 3rd and 4th set to set up a 5-set decision maker, but Milos Raonic, there's no denying the joy on his face. He had reached the the semi-finals here 2 years ago in 2014. He reached the semi-finals of the Australian Open earlier this year, Thomas. How much confidence does that give him within the calendar year to be back in the same position?
Absolutely a lot of confidence. I mean, he is a very hard-working player. He looks to improve all the time. He said here when they get asked about why did he bring Macro on his team, he said that when I finish my career, I want to feel like I have done everything that I can to improve and that I give it as good shot as possible to be as good as possible. And that's the mindset that he has. He's a very hard-working player. He's improving all the time. I think I would say that he has really established himself as one of the top players. His confidence has risen. He knows now when he goes to the big tournaments, the big slams, that he is a contender to win. And I think that mentally he's ready to take his Grand Slam title.
Interesting, fascinating, interesting comment from Thomas Enqvist here. Mentally ready, mentally ready Milos Raonic, because also he was just points away from beating Andy Murray at the final of Queen's Club just a few weeks ago, of course, at the Aegon Championships. So his game has been well honed for grass. He's got a grass court specialist in his box in the form of John McEnroe, who sadly wasn't on court because he's commentating on this Cilic-Federer epic, but he will no doubt be tuning in as to what's going on. Also a huge confidence booster to have played incredibly well at Queen's, but also learn what he did wrong in terms of losing that match after getting the advantage over Murray.
Absolutely. I think he learned every single time he plays the top guys, he learned something new. The good news for Raonic is that whoever he plays, with a serve like that, he will always be able to put himself in a position where he can win a set or win the match, you know. So it's a nightmare to play a guy like that, you know, because it's not always in your own hands, you know. I mean, with that serve, he will hold serve. He will, even when he doesn't play well, he would keep himself in the set. And I think that the last couple of years, you've seen how he has worked hard on his movement, he has worked hard on his volley, he tried to be a much more aggressive player, he's improving all the time, and it's an all-around game around his serve has become much better. He can still improve, and I know that he's still working on it, but he gets better and better for every tournament, I would say. He will be a very dangerous player in the future, this event, but also for the future in a couple of years' time.
It's funny to call Milos Raonic a dark horse, but outside of those top three, he was definitely the one kind of lurking to maybe make a run at this tournament. And while so far he has, Milos Raonic comes through in 4 over Thomas Berdych. I'm not sure if you just saw our pictures of the hill, which is behind us, absolutely packed. No one wants to miss a moment. Just look at it. I think perhaps the hill has reached capacity, and for health and safety reasons, there is actually a capacity level on the hill at which which point they do close it off and not let anyone else try and take a seat. Who knows if it's reached that stage yet. There's also been some huge drama on court number 18 just behind us here, where Jamie Murray and Bruno Suarez are in the quarterfinals of the gentlemen's doubles. We spoke to them in studio yesterday, and having lost the first 2 sets, Murray and Suarez came back to take the third in a tiebreak 13-11 to send that one 2 sets to 1. So there's fabulous tennis going on all over the place. You don't just have to have a centre court ticket, but wow, if you do, Catherine Whitaker is back with us. As Rob said, you've definitely got your money's worth today, and it's only match number 1.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I think Federer and Cilic have broken the internet. Federer in particular, this pretty much sums it up. Russell Fuller, the BBC's tennis correspondent, wow, what a tiebreak. Federer saves a total of 3 match points, wins the breaker 11-9. And we have John McEnroe saying on commentary for ESPN, that was one of the best tiebreaks I've ever seen. And John McEnroe knows a thing or two about good tie breaks at Wimbledon. So
he
those
was
are
part of a good one, 18-16 against Björn Borg, 1980.
exactly.
So he really knows what he's talking about.
It certainly does.
But I agree, that's one of the best tiebreaks I've ever seen in a long time, and it's actually difficult to sit still. I think here, it's so exciting, that match.
He's so nervous, Thomas.
I don't know why I'm nervous, because I support both of them. You know, it's not like I have a favorite, but it's just so good. The tennis is so good. It's so much at stake. They both play their hearts out. I mean, this is why this event is so special. This is why tennis is so good.
Well, you're not alone in feeling that way, Thomas. I can tell you that. Anna Doble, another example of why tennis is unequivocally the best sport. Wow, I'm rooting for both Cilic and Fed here. A lot of people echoing those thoughts. Nobody really wanting Cilic to win this match, but yet still willing Roger Federer on. Heather Watson said, Fed, stop it. My heart can't take this. Hashtag Cilic serving bombs. Ryan Harrison, American tennis player, says, am I the only one that gets goosebumps when Fed gets fired up? Lots of people replying no, pretty categorically to that. You are not the only one. Laura Robson, this is pretty funny. She says, this is how I feel watching Fed save match points with huge second serves, which is what he did a couple of times in that tiebreak. It was gutsy stuff from Roger Federer. Matt Ebden, good Australian tennis player. This is why tennis is so good. The scoring system, Roger Federer hanging on by the skin of his teeth, and into a fifth it goes. Hashtag Wimbledon, you beauty. And lots of people echoing that. Just one final stat for you. It's looking less and less likely that this will happen. Most people suggesting that Federer is the favourite to take this fifth set. But just a reminder, this is an incredible stat, that it was the French Open 2004, 12 years ago, the last time that a Grand Slam didn't have Federer, Djokovic or Nadal in the Final Four. The French Open 2004, when actually Tim Henman was one of the semi-finalists, losing as he did in 4 sets then to Guillermo Coria. 12 years ago. That is an incredible statistic. As I say, it hasn't come to pass just yet, and may well not come to pass if Federer has anything to do with it, but just the mere possibility of that is, that's just incredible.
It is indeed. Of course, Rafa Nadal couldn't begin these championships due to his wrist injury, trying to recover, as Catherine always reminds us, for the Olympics. But just to pick up on one of those tweets, Thomas, about the scoring system, we've mentioned this so much across these championships so far, because we've had a lot of 3- and 5-set thrillers that have really gone beyond the traditional scoring line to decide a winner. You're facing a match point 1 minute and a set point the next. That is how close one of these matches can be, and indeed what we have seen on centre.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really is the strength of the game. You know, obviously it's so athletic, it's exciting. You know, you need to be such an athlete to be able to play the tennis that these guys are playing. But the scoring system is fantastic, because if you compare it to football, for example, if that would have been Marian Cilic up 2 sets to love and break points and all this, he could have put his 10 defenders around the penalty area and really just kick the ball as far as he can and let the time runs out, you know. But I mean, this is so differently. He needs to win that last point. He needs to make those forehand returns on those huge second serves, and it's so difficult, you know. And he can turn around in a second, like we've seen here, and this is so exciting.
I know. We're all gripped, I have to say, but Thomas really is on the edge of his seat, I'm sure, as most of you are watching. Catherine, what else do we have?
Well, just a reminder here, as ESPN Tennis has provided earlier on today, that it was on this day in 2003 that Roger Federer won his very first major or Grand Slam title right here at Wimbledon. It was on this very day 13 years ago, so good omens for Roger Federer. I wonder if he's aware of that it was on this date. Probably is. I'm sure that date is forever burned into
Glad
his
you didn't
memory.
bring that stat up when Mark was here, because of course it was Philippoussis he beat in the final there to capture his first one. It's incredible memories looking back to it. We were speaking to Mark earlier on this morning, Thomas, about what it means to have reached this stage of a Grand Slam. It really feels like from this stage onwards, it is the business end of the championships, and Roger Federer evidently felt the same, because he wore, did you see that blazer he wore? He had a very smart jacket when he came out and did the coin toss. It was like, right, game time.
Yes, I mean, especially for the big names, you know, like they of course they need to play well to get through the first week as well. But I mean, it's all about the peak in the right moment. And then like what Federer, Djokovic, and Nadal, even Andy Murray are doing so well is that after they had gone through the first week, they actually raised the level, you know, even more, you know. And because they have been there so many times, it also comes pretty natural for them, you know, like they are not just happy to be in the quarterfinal. For them, the event kind of starts today, you know. From the quarterfinals, this is when they step up and they put in the last gear, and this is exactly what we have seen today.
That is interesting that the event kind of starts today, and I suppose that is how the 8 quarterfinalists would feel. You'll take Catherine on the result from number 1, Court Milos coming through in 4, and a disappointed Sam Querrey, who really had lived up to his billing since knocking Novak out of these championships.
I think it's a very good sign for Sam Querrey that he's disappointed. He saw that as a match that he could win. He sees himself as somebody that can reach Grand Slam semi-finals. I personally don't like to see players just being pleased to have exceeded expectations and not to have gone any further. So very positive signs for Sam Querrey. An enormous opportunity for Milos Raonic now, though. He of course will face the winner of this Cilic-Federer match, and whoever comes through that, it's not going to be easy. But whoever comes through that will probably also be a bit tired. So with Djokovic removed from his path already, this match panning out probably just as Raonic might have wanted. It is a big opportunity now for Raonic to reach her first Grand Slam final.
And with Federer admitting he's not at his fittest or necessarily healthiest out on court, but let's just introduce you to what's taking place now on court number 1. Thomas Berdych and Luca Pouille making their way onto court for their quarter-final encounter following Raonic's 4-set victory over Sam Querrey. Interestingly, actually, Thomas, these two ended up practicing together before Wimbledon purely by chance, but that was the only time they had been on the same tennis court together. They'd never played each other in an official tour-level match before. I suppose, how do you deal with the unexpected? It's not totally unexpected because they have at least had a hit against each other, but when you're stepping up on such a big stage like this, playing someone who you're totally unfamiliar with, does that make the task even harder?
Yes, in a way, because it always helps, I think, for both players when you have played each other a couple of times. But Lucas Pouille is a very young player. He's just, you know, on his way up, and he's climbing the rankings, and he's on his progress. And this is a very interesting player. I think that he's not only a big talent, he's also a very smart player, very hard-working player. And he used the court wisely, you know, like he doesn't have that typical modern tennis, I would say, that is purely physical. It's actually has a lot of variety to his game, and he's using different tactics against different opponents, and I really think he's a man for the future. It's going to be interesting to see today how he match up against Thomas Berdych, which is one of the heavier, big hitters on the tour. So it will be interesting for me to see if he can handle that kind of power. I mean, Thomas Berdych is a fantastic player. He's been in the final here before, but he has one game. You know what to expect from him when he comes out. Huge serving and hitting very hard from both sides. When he gets through his opponent, he's very difficult to beat. But when he plays opponents who can match up his tempo, like Djokovic, Murray, he doesn't have a plan B. It's difficult for him to do anything else.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting to see here how Pouille is handling that power, and if he's going to have enough time to be able to use his variety in the game.
And so the no plan B for Thomas Berdych is an interesting revelation from Thomas Berdych. When you look at Luca Pouille, though, he is only playing in his second Wimbledon appearance. He hadn't made it through the first round last year, and really entering last week. His ambition was really to win one match on grass. He's now potentially looking at getting one step away from making the final. His rise up the rankings is astronomical. He started last year as the world number 133. He's now rocketed himself into the world's top 30, and a win today would guarantee him a place in the world's top 20 rankings. And Catherine, I just want to ask you, I know you cover the game obviously closely all year round and with an eye on the rankings, how impressive is the rise that this young Frenchman has made, now seeded 32 for this year's championships?
Very impressive, but I think not altogether unexpected. He was much talked about, particularly in the French press, probably 3 or 4 years ago when he was, a late teenager, just breaking through into the senior ranks. And I think they grew a bit impatient with him because it did take him that bit longer to break through. They said, here's this guy who's really talented, and he didn't quite make the breakthrough when they were all hoping. And of course, they have such an embarrassment of riches in French tennis. If it's not him making the breakthrough, it'll be somebody else. And they do have plenty of strong youngsters coming through. So he got forgotten about a little bit, but the talent was always there and had been acknowledged. And yeah, it's great to see him pulling it together this year. He would probably say clay is his preferred surface, but there's absolutely no reason why he can't do well on grass. He had a great run to the semi-finals in Rome just before the French Open, where he did get pretty much destroyed in less than an hour by Andy Murray, but of course Murray went on to win that tournament and was in fantastic form. And then he was very, very disappointed going into Roland Garros, his home slam, having had that great run in the warm-up tournament in Rome. He was very disappointed to lose in the first round there, and just you could see in how disappointed he was how much he expects from himself. He knows he's talented. He knows, he does have the potential to be a top 20, possibly at a push even a top 10 player. So he expects a lot from himself. That is clear to see, and he might be surprised to have done it here and now, but I don't think he'll be that surprised to find himself in a Grand Slam quarter-final.
When you bring that belief question back that we really begun today's coverage talking about, Luca Pouille, potentially, if he was asked at the beginning of these championships if he expected to make it to the quarter-final, the answer would perhaps have been no, and he should be, and I'm sure he is extremely satisfied with his play and progression so far. Thomas Berdyk's greatest achievement in Grand Slams to date has been reaching the finals here at Wimbledon in 2010. He must be incredibly keen 6 years later to get back to that same position and just try and go one better this time around. He's so often in the conversation of the best player yet to have won a Grand Slam. Would you label him as such?
Absolutely, I think so. And we spoke about it yesterday too, that we said that Thomas Berdych is probably the best player who hasn't won a Grand Slam at the moment.
The best currently.
The current player who hasn't won a Grand Slam. He's been so many times in quarterfinals, and he's so consistent. He's been a top 10 player for 5 or 6 years, but he never really took that last step in the Grand Slams. So it would be nice for Thomas. I think he earned it. He has worked very hard. He's been such a consistent top player for so many years. It would be nice for him to be able to somewhere find this opening and go all the way in one of the Grand Slams.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see who will come through over Luca Pouille and Thomas Berdych. You can watch live coverage from that event on BBC or ESPN. Thomas Berdych, of course, only finished his 4th round encounter yesterday. He had to come back against Jiří Veselý, but we've been talking about it. We've all been gasping at the 4th set that took place on centre court. This was between Roger Federer and Marin Cilic. Marin won the first 2 sets of this game, 7-4, 6-4. Roger came back in the third, 6-3. Tie-break in the 4th set, goes all the way 11-9. Marin had 3 match points. Roger eventually captured the set, I think on his 5th attempt or something. Thomas, is this some of the best tennis you have seen so far this week?
Absolutely. This is the match of the tournament so far. Both of the players have played fantastically. I mean, Marin Cilic did the perfect match up to his match point. And I don't think, you cannot say that he played poorly on anything. You need to just execute on those points when you have a chance, And Roger came up with 2 huge second serves to his forehand. He was actually waiting on it on the last one. You could see that he knew that it's going to come there, but didn't really have the arm relaxed enough to be able to clear the net. But this is high quality tennis from both the players, and this can go into to become a real classic, I would say.
And really the sign of a true champion in the form of Roger Federer, who can fight back from being in a position 2 sets to love down and looking at break points, love 40 on his serve midway through the 2nd set. But there's something about Roger Federer on centre court on grass that just gives him that belief.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, isn't it so nice also to see how much heart he put into the game still? With everything he has won, 17 Grand Slams, 7 victories here in Wimbledon, and still down 2 sets to love, and he's just fighting everything he has. He gives his heart out there and be able to come back in this match. That's the really true champion.
Roger Federer had not dropped a set so far in these championships, so those were the first 2 he'd lost to Marin Cilic in the early stages of this match. A win today for Roger would be historic. 307 Grand Slam match wins if he's able to come through in 5 over Marin Cilic, which would be the most by any man or woman in tennis history in what is currently his 14th Wimbledon quarter-final appearance. I wish we could get a freeze frame of Goran Ivanisevic's face during this fifth set, because that is as entertaining as the tennis. To be a coach and watch on when your player comes so close to causing a fairly historic upset, and then you perhaps see them get a little tired at the big moment. What advice would you give them if you could do at that stage?
Well, it's hard, you know. I mean, Goran has been on this court himself, and I remember when he served out to Wimbledon now, and he has actually told me about that feeling he had when he could almost not feel his arm, you know. That's how heavy it was, but he managed to get through it. And I think that it's nothing more you can say than, you know, to just try to execute what you always do. You know, you obviously have a game plan, and you have played up to that point in a certain way, and you have to tell yourself to keep on going for it and keep on playing the same way as the way that take you all the way where you are.
That line call we just saw was huge, and you saw Roger Federer's reaction. He then had set point but went long, and we got into this incredible tiebreak. You can see Roger Federer's box there that features the likes of Stefan Edberg, of course, who used to coach him. At this stage here, we're 8-7 in the tiebreak. Anna Wintour in his box again. The Vogue editor is a big supporter of his. There was just some incredible tennis going backwards and forwards, and it was quite remarkable to watch. You need to be in this situation really to learn from it, I suppose, and that's what Marin will take away from this match, whether he wins or loses.
Absolutely, but again, I don't think he has played poorly, I think I have to say, in the tough situations. And Marin has obviously been in these situations before, and that's why the quality of this match is so high, because both of them, even when the pressure is so high on them in that fourth set tiebreak, the tennis was incredible, and the whole match actually throughout this match has been absolutely phenomenal.
Look at that. Do you think it means something? You think he still wants it? Well, anyone who doubted it is had their questions answered by that. Look at this. His agent, Tony Gossick, the first one out of his seat, the entire box, showing you just what this means. And the crowd.
And even Stefan Edberg is up on his feet. That takes actually a tiebreak 11-9 to get him up, I think.
Going into the fifth now, is Roger the favourite?
I think it's still open. I think both of the players feel like they are playing so well, and now they are coming to a stage in this match that they are just playing. You know, they are just continuing, and both of them served really well. So I think it's going to be exactly the same. Yes, Goran, it's difficult. It's going to be the same as it was the first four sets. It's going to be a point here and there who's going to decide this match, and it's very exciting.
Well, this is the fourth set summary, and really Roger leading in plenty of those statistics. Above, I should say, Marin on the first serves in and points won. 8 aces, which is unusual. We've seen, obviously, Marin leading in that category.
They're great stats there from both players.
Well, it was just an absolutely fabulous...
Look at the unforced errors from Roger Federer. Only 6 unforced errors. And the tempo this match has been played in, and the shots, they are so close to the lines all the time. Only be able to make 6 unforced errors is incredible.
Well, they are in the fifth set, and they are on serve. It's 4-3, so yes, it is incredibly close. As you said, we cannot wait to watch this develop. Well, Rachel Stringer has been catching up with many juniors this week, and she is now with another winner.
Alicia, through to the quarter-finals. Just talk me through that last match.
Match was so difficult. It was an important match for me because since last year I played third round and I lost, and this year I will play quarter-final, and I'm so happy. Yeah.
What have you been working on in the last year to up your game to obviously go one step further here this year?
Yeah, I try to play so aggressive. I like this surface. It's my favorite surface. My serve is aggressive here. I like a flat serve. Yeah, I like the surface and Wimbledon. Yeah.
In the first set, obviously you dominated, and it kind of came back in the second set. What have you got to work on now going forward to try and progress even further than the quarterfinals?
Yeah, first set I won 6-2. Second set 2-love with break, and after I don't know what's happened. Maybe I lost my concentration, and yeah, I won tiebreak 8-6. It was a difficult set, but I won, and I'm so happy. Quarterfinal, it's a good result.
Absolutely, and you're also playing doubles here as well. I mean, how difficult is it to focus on singles and doubles?
We'll play first round today, and no, it's okay because every tournament we play with nice singles and doubles. It's okay for me.
But playing twice in one day, what challenges does that bring about?
Yeah, we played 2 matches every day. On Roland Garros, weather was so bad, and we played 3 matches. I played with Vandra Usova and 2 singles and 1 doubles. It's really difficult, but we have a massage, stretching, ice bath. It's okay. Yeah.
So it obviously doesn't matter because you reached the semi-finals there at Roland Garros, and obviously you're ranked #1 coming into this. What pressures does that bring about?
Yeah, I'm so happy that I'm #1, but a lot of pressure. You know, I must win every matches because I'm #1. I must win every match. Yeah, but I like it.
Absolutely, it's great to be #1. Long may it continue. Thank you very much, and good luck for next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies quarterfinals day! And then there were 8.
Quarter-final day with David Hay.
4 matches, 8 players.
Good tennis.
Who's going to win?
First ladies quarter, here we go.
Halep versus Kerber.
Venus Williams versus Shidova.
Sibylkova versus Vesnina.
Serena Williams
Pavlyuchenkova.
Pavlyuchenkova. There we go, nicely done, yes.
I don't think the match is going to be as long as her opponent's name.
Game, set, match, Miss Williams.
Well done! What a shot!
Apparently, Sibylkova is getting married this weekend.
I heard that.
So she ends up going through to the final. She'll have to play the final in her wedding dress.
Maybe it's in a Sybil ceremony.
She's getting married! Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Love it. Congratulations. What a great consolation.
I love Kerber. I think she's fantastic.
They're so good at tennis.
They are amazing. They're like 4th and 5th in the world.
Okay, here we go. Match point.
Game, set, match, Miss Kerber.
Good tennis.
Ladies semis, we've got the Williams sisters.
Yep.
Vesnina.
Yep.
And Kerber. Who's your money on, Val?
I still think it's going to be a Williams final.
So here we go. We got Lucy and Proudlock here.
Go on, Lucy.
Serena Venus! Yeah, Lucy won, yeah!
Do you reckon you can beat me?
Let's play some table tennis.
Come on!
Round 1. Okay.
So plenty of people enjoying the tennis here on men's quarterfinals day. Always one of the best days of the championships. And just look at the hill. I don't think this is a fair patch of grass. This is definitely the busiest it's been throughout the fortnight so far. Many people probably anticipating the Murray match that's due up next, of course, against Tsonga. But that is not coming anytime soon because Roger Federer and Marin Cilic have pushed all the way to the 5th set. They're still on serve. Roger did just have a break point opportunity, unable to secure it. We're going to get back to that in just a minute. In the meantime, this guy's been out on court. Let's just have a little look at how you got on last night, shall we? You didn't know I was going to do this, or that we were going to do this. But you played well, right? You won your match. He wasn't expecting this. You were playing with Goran, right?
Yes, we did.
What does he like to play alongside?
It's a lot of fun to play with Goran. He's not only a fantastic player, a great champion, he's also a really nice guy. And everywhere he goes, Goran, I'm lucky enough to do some exhibitions with him around the world, and he's just so popular, you know. People love to see him play still, and he's a great character. I just wonder how we will feel after this match today, because we actually set to play this afternoon as well.
My goodness, that was Richard Krajicek with an ace. Goran querying it, still of course with the headband on. So you were playing Krajicek and Delgado, who's both of those guys involved in coaching themselves as well. Lucky to play on a court with Hawkeye.
Very much so. We didn't have that when I played, so I'm happy to experience that. Goran is very friendly with the officials.
Is he? Was it played in good spirits, your match?
Yes, it's always is. I mean, we obviously want to play well, and you prefer winning than losing. But the most important thing is that we have a good time and that we give the crowd a good time, you know.
Look at that, very happy Goran. But as you say, maybe that's why you should root for Marin, because you want a happier Goran to join you on court later this afternoon.
It's true, but I think that Goran would, after a match like he has just experienced there in the box, I mean, he has to be mentally totally exhausted after this. So we better be kind to him today.
Okay, well, we like watching you in action, and well done on that win, and good luck later today. We'll see what happens, of course, with Marin Cilic, but let's go straight back to centre court now to get an update on the 5th set with Rob Walker and Craig O'Shaughnessy.
Thanks, Cara. After 3 hours and 16 minutes, Roger Federer is serving for the match. Marin Cilic saved break points in the penultimate service game we just saw, but in the most recent of which, he saved one, but he couldn't save two. And Federer is now 15-love on his service game at 5-3 up. Cilic has played a marvellous match here. He's doing everything he can to stay in this one, and that's gone back to 15-all on the Federer serve. Cilic just 3 points away from going out. Remember, he led by 2 sets, and he was love 40 up on the Federer serve deep into the 3rd set. He had 3 match points in the 4th set and couldn't take any of them. 15-all, Federer serving. Great first serve from Federer, and he's now just 2 points away. 30-15. Cilic did all he could to get that one back over the net, but he buried it just into the base. And Roger Federer is on the verge of an 11th Wimbledon semi-final. 2 points away. And there's an ace, yet another ace. And it's 2 match points now for Roger Federer. He was staring down the barrel, having lost the first on a tiebreak 6-7, lost the second 4-6, and somehow this magician has conjured his way back into the match. Here he goes. It's a great first serve, and Roger Federer is into the semi-finals after an utterly absorbing, thrilling match. 3 hours and 17 minutes of the most pulsating drama on the court and the stage that this great man has made his own over the last 12 or 13 years. And look at how much it still means to Roger Federer. He was on the verge of an early exit from this tournament. He's had knee surgery, he's had back problems, but the belief and the class has stayed firm. You have to feel a little bit sorry for Marin Cilic, but how he will rue those missed match points in the 4th set. It has been an absolutely epic battle. What a match and what a day on centre court. Roger Federer ties Jimmy Connors as an 11-time Wimbledon semi-finalist. The dream of an 8th title still lives.
One of the things that we can take away from that last service game, Roger's favourite patterns are out wide serving, and that's exactly what he went to with those last 3 serves. If he does miss them, he's still pulling Marin off the court, and the ball will come back to pretty much down the middle of the court. So, and when I say if he does miss the spot of out wide, if Marin does get his racket on it. So in the big moments, you want to go to the patterns of play that serve you the most, and that's exactly what Roger did. When under pressure, wide, you know, he's opening holes if Marin does get a racket on it. But you know, the love 40 game, that's where
huge, absolutely huge in the 3rd set, wasn't it? Just an enormous moment. And you know, we said after the first 2 sets, didn't we, that Cilic was playing so well, his level could only go in one direction, and that was down, because you could argue it was the 2 best sets of tennis we've ever seen from Cilic here, because he's never made the semis of Wimbledon. Yes, okay, we know that he now has the assurance and the mental fortitude in the locker that he can climb the mountain, as he did in the semis against Federer of the US Open in 14 in straight sets, and then, of course, went on to beat Nishikori in the final. So Cilic is a Grand Slam champion, but he'd love to have gone deeper here at Wimbledon. And you just surely, Craig, it comes down to this. You cannot afford to not take advantage of match points against Roger Federer here, of all places.
Where things slipped, Marin served so well, and he was the leader for the entire tournament in first serves in. And he started missing a lot of serves from the 3rd set on, and they went in the net. So that was one thing that kind of tumbled the wrong way for him. The second was when he had those big opportunities, those break points, they were on second serves, and he wasn't putting the ball back in the court. It was the change of pace that he really didn't deal with. And a lot of times when you make that error, it's not so much with the hands, it's with the feet. Those little steps are crucial. Get the ball down the middle of the court and get the party started on those massive points. And then from the back of the court, there were just too many errors in the net. The net really sucked a lot of those shots right into there, and Roger gained confidence and came forward, and the backhand down the line, a lot of very big backhand down the line passing shots from Roger, and the confidence just slowly grew. But these little things that just start snowballing the wrong way. But the love 40, once again, Roger's the best of the top 10 at 33% of winning games when he's down love 40. So it wasn't an accident. It wasn't lucky. He's been there before. He's basically the best in the world at doing that. So, an epic win. You can't play any better than Marin Cilic did in those first 2 sets. It was as good as it gets. But you've just got to hang around, and that's what Roger did. He just waited for Marin just to come down a little bit. Roger elevated. He's been on this court before. He believes. We know how much he wants this next Grand Slam, and Wimbledon would be the big one for him. So he's just doing an interview now. He's smiling. He's so insanely happy, and the rest of the world is as well for him.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, hard luck for Marin Cilic. From a neutral's perspective, you don't want a player to lose a match, because it's just such a heartbreaking way to go out, as you said, when Cilic played so well for those first 2 sets. But there was the moment Federer realised he was into yet another Wimbledon semi-final. And speaking of semi-finals then, what are your thoughts? Obviously, we've been focusing on this match, so we didn't see and haven't seen a great deal of Raonic against Querrey. So, would you put Federer as favourite for that semi-final against the huge serving Canadian on the basis of what we've seen from him here, even though we didn't see too much of the Querrey match on court 1?
I think so. It's good for Roger to have played a big server in this round in Marin Cilic, and anything that he's going to see in the next round from Milos is not going to be that different. What I found very interesting is that when Roger won, and we saw in the pictures just a few seconds earlier, he put his arms in the air, then he immediately looked back to his box, and he put the finger up, and it was, you could kind of construe it as a number 1, but it was really pointing back to the box. The numbers here, 18 of 27 at the net, break points 1, 2 and 9. I mean, 2 and 9 beats 1 of 8, and that's really what it was all about here. Slightly edged in the winners, 67 to 59. Second serve points 1, 59%. It's always a key battleground. Unreturned serves, 76%. That is really where Marin hurt himself. It wasn't so much that Roger was hitting spots all the time. He certainly was at times, but there were just too many second serve returns that were missed, particularly in the net, particularly because of the feet. And, you're going to go into the locker room now if you're Marin, and you're going to be absolutely devastated. You say, how can I play that good and lose? How can I have 3 match points and lose? He ticked every single box. He got to the very, very last step.
It was agonising.
And couldn't get over the line. But, Marin will grow from this. He'll be better. A lot of times we see a good loss like this turn into a tournament victory. So even though he loses, expect good things coming in the US Hardcourt Series. But this is not over, and Roger Federer is once again taking us for another magical ride at Wimbledon.
Well, it's a galaxy of stars on centre court at Wimbledon today. David Beckham, he's already been in. I think he was in the royal box with his mum. Today, it's a bit of the urban casual from David Beckham, who's chatting to Federer Senior and Mrs. Federer. And, well, presumably just reliving some of the drama. It doesn't matter how famous you are. It doesn't matter how much or how little you paid for your ticket. That was utterly, utterly absorbing from start to finish. Heartache for Marin Cilic. So close to a first Wimbledon semi-final. But as Craig said, it is Roger Federer who marches on, 2 wins away from that seemingly elusive 8th Wimbledon title. And there would be no finer place for him to recapture his Grand Slam winning form. But he'll go away and he'll focus on the match against Milos Raonic, who came through against Sam Querrey, I think in 4 sets in the end. Well, and just when we think we've had enough value for money, we will gather ourselves for Andy Murray against Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. That one coming up soon. We absolutely loved that. And even though we've had a fair amount of rain here at Wimbledon over the last 8 or 9, 10 days, it seems as though it's already been going a fortnight, but in the most positive way. It has been quite some championships so far. Take a look at some of our highlights from last week.
Game, second match.
I don't think she can play a backhand drive anymore. And that was one-handed. There is a big problem here for Bencic. It's all over. It's a left wrist problem. The first of the top 8 seeds to go out.
Britain's #1, Jo Konta, up against the best player that Canada has produced, Jeannie Bouchard. Match point. And it's a brilliant Jeannie Bouchard who goes through to the 3rd round, putting out the British #1. And there is no doubt that Jeannie is back.
For Marcus Willis. This is Grand Slam debut.
Thank you.
What a way to close it out. Marcus Willis, the man ranked 772 in the world, roars with delight.
And ladies' second round match between Jana Chipolova against Nina Muguruza, of course, the French Open champion. Certainly a tough ask in front for the Slovakian. And she's done it. This on court #1 here at Wimbledon against the French Open champion. And what a stunning result this is. Welcome back, Juan Martín del Potro. Today he records one of his most memorable comeback victories over Stan Wawrinka.
Second round match on court 2. Battle of the big hitting left-handers. She's got it. A massive win. Makarova's back in it after taking out Petra Kvitova.
So the match of the day here on centre court for many. Marcus Willis ranks at 772 in the world. He's won 7 matches to get here. His reward is what you see. Centre court against Roger Federer. Oh, come on, Marcus, get up.
This is unbelievable.
Go on, laddie. Federer advances, the handshake will be warm. Court 1, big Sam Querrey, 41 in the world. We get 10 aces in a row past James Blake once. That is what Novak Djokovic faces today. He's done it! Massive win for Sam Querrey. Massive shock for Wimbledon 2016.
So many special moments on week 1 of the championships here at Wimbledon, but now we're into week 2, the business end of the tournament, particularly on centre court. A large contingent of that crowd inside the famous arena will be throughout the day, looking forward to this encounter, potentially mouth-watering matchup between Andy Murray and Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Many people picking Murray now to go on and win this tournament, win his second Wimbledon title. But first, he'll have to get through Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Plenty of famous faces in the crowd, including David Beckham there, alongside his sons watching on. And Anne Kjothavong back in the studio. Mark and Thomas off for a well-earned rest. And Anne, really looking forward to this one. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, he's had some tough matches to get through to this stage, but he's earned his spot in the quarterfinals, and he'll be a tough test for Andy today.
He really will be. They've had some tough battles over the years, and Tsonga's got a huge game that can make it really tough for anyone out there. But Andy Murray is playing some of his best tennis I've seen him play for some time. He looks very comfortable out there on the grass, yet to drop a set in this tournament. And his record against Tsonga is something else. Murray leads their head-to-head 12-2. This will be their fourth meeting on grass. Last time they played on a grass court was at Davis Cup last summer, and Murray won in straight sets. And for me, Murray is looking in fine form, and as much as Tsonga can bring to the court and make life difficult, I don't see Murray losing this.
No, neither do I. And we know they have an extensive head-to-head record. Murray leading that head-to-head record, as you just said, 12-2. They have played twice at Wimbledon on centre court. Both of those occasions, it was a 4-set victory for Andy Murray. Even though they were a little while ago, 2012 and 2010, Murray can draw on that as inspiration for him here at Wimbledon.
Yes, I mean, not just their matches here on centre court, but even all the other ones. I mean, the
20 seconds between
the head-to-head
points,
is
when you're serving, when you use Hawkeye, please
that
challenge
it's in Murray's favour, and I just think the way their games match up. I mean, Tsonga, he's explosive, he's fun to watch. He comes out with some big shots, winners from anywhere in or outside the court. But I just think Murray's too quick, too consistent. And if Murray serves well in this match and makes himself tough to break, I can't see Tsonga really making any headway, because Tsonga, I mean, the weakest part of his game is his return. I mean, he needs a bit of luck. He needs Murray to serve badly, and he needs to play the match of his life in a court where the majority of the fans out here will be supporting Murray.
Just a few things need to go Tsonga's way. Just looking at the way he's got through to this stage, the quarterfinals, how much do you put on his last round against Richard Gasquet? Many people were looking forward to that match between two Frenchmen. It was an intriguing encounter. In the end, Gasquet having to retire just at 4-2 in the first set. So Tsonga not really tested at all in the last round. He's had a long time to think about this quarterfinal against Murray. How do you think that'll affect him?
I mean, you never want to go through due to a retirement from your opponent, but I think in some ways it was probably quite welcome for Tsonga, because it gave him some extra time to recover. In the previous round against John Isner, he was 2-0 down, could have gone out, but fought back to win 19-17 in the fifth. So I think the fact that Gasquet retired, it just allowed him more time to recover, and we know he's had so many problems with injuries this year and throughout his career. I mean, mentally not being challenged in the previous round, I don't think that will have too much effect on what goes on today.
We saw a shot just a couple of seconds ago of the blue skies overhead. It is quite warm at the All England Club today. Ball flying quickly through the air. We saw how that helped Marin Cilic on centre court, particularly for the first two sets against Roger Federer, really able to step in and attack it. I'm sure you would agree that Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, of the two players, has the bigger ground strokes. Do you like to step in and hit it? How much could the conditions play into this match for Murray and Tsonga?
Both will probably enjoy the fact that the court is harder and it's faster. I mean, Murray's played enough matches out on centre court to know exactly how the ball will bounce out there. Tsonga will enjoy it coming through a little bit higher. I don't think it favours one player that much more than the other. I think the fact that they're comfortable out there is enough. You know, I just think the way Murray's been playing in this tournament, if he continues it in this kind of form, then he will make himself very tough to beat.
Just remembering that final he won at Wimbledon famously over Novak Djokovic. It was so hot that day. It was one of the hottest days we've ever had here at Wimbledon. So although Murray's game may not suit the quicker conditions in terms of the power game that he uses compared to someone like Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, he does like playing when it's hot and sticky. He's had some great results when the conditions have been warm. So I don't think that'll affect him too much today. We're seeing Murray's route through to this stage, plain sailing, no sets dropped. A lot of people were saying that match against Nick Kyrgios in the 4th round could have been potentially troubling one for him.
I didn't. I said Murray was going to win in straight sets.
Yes, and you proved our very own Craig O'Shaughnessy wrong. And I think he still owes you a coffee for that one.
He still owes me a coffee. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, we're still waiting for it, Craig. But the route through for Murray, it's been plain sailing. He's produced some brilliant tennis, and every time a question has been asked of him, he's come up with a good answer.
Yeah, it's been very straightforward. I mean, he hasn't had the toughest draw, you could say, but you can only beat the person that's put in front of you, and he's been pretty efficient. He looks focused out there. I mean, we can see, you know, at times in the past, Murray really get down on himself and just mutter away at the back of the court. But I don't think we've seen too much of that here this year. I don't know whether that's the Lendl effect or whether that's just Murray a little bit older, a little bit wiser. You know, I just think his thought process is pretty clear whenever he's been out there on court, and he's found a way.
What are you expecting from this match today? Do you think we're going to see a comfortable victory for Murray? I know a lot of people picking Murray to win comfortably here. They think that every facet of his game is perhaps better than Tsonga. He's got the better head-to-head. How do you see this match panning out?
2 minutes. I expect it to be close. I still think Murray will win in straight sets, but I think it'll be a tight straight sets victory for Murray. I think Tsonga will take his chances. He needs to impose himself, and I think it's important for him to get off to a good start. We've seen in all of Murray's matches so far in this tournament, you know, once he's got ahead, he's got better and better as the match has progressed in all his previous matches. So I do think that's important for Tsonga to really get off to a strong start and try and stay close with Andy.
Absolutely. Andy Murray bidding to reach his 20th Grand Slam semi-final. That would mean if he does win today, he'll take sole ownership of 8th place on the Open Era list for the most Grand Slam semi-finals reached. So throughout Andy's career, remarkable consistency to get to the semi-final stage at Grand Slams, which, as we know, in the era that he's living in with the likes of Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal and all the other great players, that's not an easy feat to do.
No, it's not, and perhaps he doesn't get given enough credit for his consistency. Here we can just compare how both have progressed throughout the tournament. Murray and Tsonga doing a good job behind their first serves. Tsonga probably has the edge when it comes to power behind the first serve, but when it comes to consistency in the points, Murray's got the edge.
Absolutely, and we just saw the number of break points created by Andy Murray. His returns are so brilliant. Brilliant, we know, the strongest in the game, some would argue. 21 of 45.
Jo-Wilfried Tsonga to the left of the chair, won the toss.
So his return game is just able to hurt players on the return, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's where he's able to neutralise Tsonga on his service games by putting those returns back into play. But he's not just bunting the returns back, they're coming back with interests as well, and yeah, that's why he is where he is in the world.
Catherine Whitaker alongside us in the studio, watching these pictures come into us at centre court. What do you make of this matchup, Catherine? How do you think this match will go?
Well, I completely agree with Anne. Andy Murray very much the heavy favourite. Just one point to make, which is that, as a few people are pointing out on Twitter, it's rare to see Andy Murray walk out to such an empty centre court, especially for such a big match. Now, it's entirely understandable that the centre court is so empty. They've just sat and watched several hours of thrilling tennis. Everybody will be going out and getting refreshments and regrouping ahead of this one. But you do often find, after a match like that, that the energy and the atmosphere is sucked out of the stadium. Everyone was expecting this match to be the blockbuster, the headline match of the day, and actually Federer's rather stolen the thunder there, and it just makes me think back to the French Open 2013 semi-finals day. Djokovic and Nadal played for 5 hours in the first semi-final that day, 9-7 in the fifth, that one finished, and Jo-Wilfried Tsonga was playing in the second semi-final against David Ferrer, the home the home hero, he was the favourite going into that one, and he came out to this empty Philippe Chatrier court, no atmosphere, and he himself was completely flattered as a result, and he lost in 3 straight sets. It was the biggest damp squib I can remember, and I wonder if that's in Tsonga's head. I'd be surprised if it was in Andy Murray's head, but I think Andy Murray probably will have the focus and the resolve not to let that get to him, but there's just a risk, I think, just a risk that slightly flat atmosphere could affect Andy Murray a bit.
Absolutely, as you can see there, those are pictures of Henman Hill, or Murray Mound, perhaps we should name it, for this afternoon. All of those spectators sitting down and watching the big screen. You can continue watching the coverage, of course, on the BBC and ESPN. As you can see, wonderful scenes out there all around the All England Club. Now, we just saw Bear Grylls there watching on. He's one of the spectators inside centre court, a master of survival, as we know. Can Andy Murray survive an onslaught from Jo-Wilfried Tsonga today on centre court? Let's find a little bit more about Andy Murray. He's taken part in our What If series.
Now with Andy Murray. Andy, if you could pick one player in history to play at Wimbledon.
Ivan Lendl.
If you could have one superpower.
Invisibility.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Muhammad Ali.
If you could pick one city.
One city, Miami.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Federer, Nadal, the one, I can't even remember what year it was. I was actually watching it. I was here in the crowd, I watched it.
Wow, in
live.
centre court.
Yeah.
Amazing. If you could pick one emoji.
The wink. Yeah.
I don't need to give you a wink, but I just did. If you could pick one movie.
Usual Suspects.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Sean Connery.
If you could lift one sporting trophy not in tennis.
Heavyweight boxing world championship.
Interesting.
I think if you are the heavyweight boxing champion, it does mean you're the man, so it would be that, yeah.
If you could erase one fashion error from your history.
I think any haircut I've had over the years, I don't think any of them have been particularly fashionable, so my hair.
Okay, if you could watch one band or singer perform live?
You could have seen them.
I have seen them. Ed Sheeran, very good.
Great choice. If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life?
One food for the rest of my life, sushi.
Good
sushi.
choice.
Salmon avocado sushi.
Roll?
Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, if you could play a trick on any player on tour?
A trick on any player on tour. Daniel Nesta.
Any reason?
Yeah, because he deserves it. He's always just talking nonsense to everyone. He's so loud in the locker rooms that he's someone that I think most of the players would actually like to trick.
All right, watch out, Daniel. Andy, thank you. Yeah. Best of luck. Well, time now to speak about the game of Andy Murray in a bit more detail. Of course, the great British hope who'll be trying to win a second Wimbledon title here across these next 2 weeks. And of course, he did just win a final against Milos Raonic at Queen's Club a couple of weeks ago. And we see him, Mark, being so good returning a serve, particularly from someone as powerful as Raonic. How is he able to do it so well?
Yeah, I felt like Queen's, he just always looks so relaxed there. He knows it's perfect preparation for Wimbledon. Each match he played, he got better and better and stronger and stronger. And then Raonic, definitely his most dangerous match. We all know, I feel like Raonic is a dark horse at Wimbledon. Now having John McEnroe in his corner and what he brings to the table is huge. And so, a set 3-love down, and Raonic hasn't lost a serve in the whole tournament. All of a sudden comes back to turn it around, and the way he did, and quite comfortably beat him in the third set. Just shows the strength that Murray has in his ground strokes. His hands are incredible. He's one of the best returners, if not the best returner in the game right now. The way he's able to read the serves, especially Raonic, who's incredibly difficult to read with that big ball toss. He's got a very consistent ball toss that kind of goes everywhere. He can serve it out wide in the body, and he's very good at mixing it up. And the way he hung in there, waited for his opportunity. And all he needed was that one opportunity, and broke straight back, and then broke 3 times in a row, I think that was, to take it on. But talking about that return, as I said, he's got incredible hands. What he does so well is he stays back a little bit and then he kind of waits for that serve and then moves in. And he has a beautiful short backswing on the returns. You know, it's a little bit different on the ground strokes, but on the serves, he knows he takes a lot of the pace from the serve and uses it against the server. Like Raonic has got a huge serve. You can't afford to have a big swing on the return. And what Murray does so beautifully is he takes it back really early on the backhand and on the forehand side and uses the pace and can kind of, I wouldn't say block it back, but a very short swing to kind of get the ball going. And his body momentum's really going forward, especially on the second serve. He's literally finishing almost a foot to 2 to 3 foot inside, you know, taking it early and literally putting him straight into defense.
I was going to ask where he differs in terms of returning a first serve to a second serve.
Well, it all depends on who you're playing, but of course someone like Milos, whose serve is so huge, you definitely need to have some space and on the first serve. So he's definitely way back on the first serve, but what he still does, he still likes to move in with a split step with a racket back early on both sides.
Okay.
You know, normally there's, against bigger servers, you would guess some of the times on the first serve, but his movement and his coordination, his hands are so good, like what Andre used to be. Andre Agassi, best returner of all time. That's what Murray is right now. He does not guess. You know, I kind of feel like he's there and he sits and waits because he feels like even if it's out wide and it's huge, he still believes and he's still got the hands and his legs to get there and to make a play at the ball. So on a second serve, it's a little bit different. He moves forward a little bit more, but he's still doing the same thing. If this is the baseline, you know, kind of moving back here, he takes one big step, split step, and then kind of takes the ball early inside the court.
On the second serve?
On the second serve, applying that pressure, whether the guy's serving, volleying, or staying back.
And when he has got that ball back in play, we see a lot of drop shots from Andy Murray as well. What does he do so well with that?
Well, what's so great is you don't, when he does his drop shots, you can't read them. It's kind of,
you don't know when they're going to come.
You don't know when they're going to come. So he's so comfortable on the baseline. And the great thing is he kind of sits on the baseline. He doesn't get too far back. Sometimes he does get a little bit too far back against guys where I don't think he should. For instance, like we were talking about Djokovic, against someone where he can't afford to get too far back. But he loves almost like playing possum. You know, he likes being run around the court. Because like I said, he's another guy that takes it from a play from defense to offense incredibly quick. You know, he could be rallying and all of a sudden with that same grip, that change in the last second and does that drop shot because his hands are so good. You know, we've seen him play at Davis Cup winning those doubles with his brother. He's got some beautiful volleys. His volleys improved so well. And that's what he does. He kind of got a beautiful feel on the backhand and the forehand side. But it's important for him not to overuse that shot during Wimbledon, where I felt like maybe at the French, could have been a little bit too much.
Okay.
Especially someone who's incredibly quick like Djokovic, but most of the time he does get away from that, like, you know, because then what happens? It's a drop shot and then we all know what's coming next.
Right.
The lob, right?
Exactly.
The flick lob, the beautiful flick lob. That's another, one of the best shots on the tour right now is his topspin lob on the backhand side and the forehand side, especially in a forehand kind of where he's running. He almost hooks it really late and he waits for the player to commit himself and then kind of does that big hook lob. So he's definitely got a lot of shots in his portfolio, that's for sure.
So Andy seems to be playing well enough, Mark, to get himself almost to the finish line. He's made the last 2 Grand Slam finals, but coming up short to Novak Djokovic each time. What has he got to do then, a bit extra, to try and beat Novak?
This is where I love watching Andy, and this is where I get a little frustrated because I believe in matches, quarterfinals, kind of semis, he's a little bit more aggressive. He's going forward a little bit more, and then he plays Djokovic on all the finals where he's done many in the past few years, and I feel like he gets a little passive. He's just waiting a little bit too much, almost like for Djokovic to miss, and we spoke about that earlier, that Djokovic is not going to miss. Right. So I would love to see him take some risks. I'm not talking about all the time, but sometimes. Maybe on the second serve, turn around, or he's got such amazing hands as we've been speaking about. Go in, take it early, come to the net. He's got great volleys. He can back up that shot. So I would like to see him get a little bit aggressive and come to the net. Do something a little bit different. You know, it's like I said, it's tough to sit back and rally, even though no matter how comfortable Andy is on the back, and we all know he can rally all day as well, move all day, but if you've played someone so many times and they've almost at stages got your number at Grand Slams, you got to do something to change it. So
maybe we'll see a riskier Andy Murray at this year's Wimbledon Championships. Who knows? It could be the one thing he needs to do to beat Djokovic.
Well, certainly will be an interesting match inside centre court. Murray Mount absolutely packed. Watching the big screen on the side of court one. Let's take you inside court one. Some action from earlier. The fourth set of this match between Sam Querrey, the giant killer from earlier on in the championships, beating Novak Djokovic, the top seed, but it was Milos Raonic who was the winner today. 6-4, 7-5, 5-7, 6-4. And Anne, in that fourth set, Raonic was having had to sort of come through the disappointment of losing the third set 7-5 when many thought he was going to win the match in straight sets. He was able to steady the ship and produce another good performance in the fourth.
Yeah, and mentally he was able to recover and regroup well. I think that win in the previous round against David Goffin, when he came from 2 sets to love down, has done his confidence a world of good. And in this match, you know, I don't think you see Raonic ever too flustered. He's got a pretty cool head.
But we saw different parts of his game on fire today. We know how good his serves can be. He started to come into the net more. We know that that's the McEnroe influence, but he returned well today. He was good off the ground as well, and really gave Querrey nothing to work with, to be honest, other than a few mistakes in that third set.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much in it. It's just one break of serve in each set.
You see how much it meant to Raonic there. Big shout as he won the match. We know how much this means to him. He's on his social media saying all the time about how focused he is on getting through to these semi-finals and finals of Grand Slams if he can get it that far in the near future. But he's got a Grand Slam on his mind. He wants to win a Grand Slam, and he knows that if he keeps it up, he can.
For sure, and if he is ever going to win a Grand Slam, I think Wimbledon would be his best chance. I think he enjoys playing on the grass. I think it suits his game. He's got a great team behind him. And I was just looking at the match stats. I mean, over 4 sets, he only made 16 unforced errors, which is hardly anything when you think how long they were out there.
And also how big he hits the ball.
Exactly.
The fact that he's making so few errors when he hits such a big ball from the baseline.
And there were 58 winners off his racket, which, they're good numbers. He should be pleased with his performance. I'm sure there'll be a review of what went well, or perhaps what didn't go so well, with John McEnroe. And look at those serving numbers. I mean, winning 87% of points behind your first serve. We know how big it is. 13 aces, 15 from Querrey. I mean, both similar game style, but Raonic the better of the two.
And Catherine, what was the reaction to Raonic's victory on social media? He's well supported. People like it. I know people have got behind the Querrey story because of what he did against Djokovic, but people love to watch Raonic as well.
Yeah, I think more and more so. I think he's really coming out of his shell. I think he's showing the personality that has always been there, but that he's struggled to convey publicly. I think I said earlier in the week, he's got a bit nervous sort of in press conferences and around the press and hasn't really been able to show himself. But I think the world is warming up to Milos Raonic. I'm sure John McEnroe helps with that. In a really weird way, I think John McEnroe makes him more relaxed on the court, makes him sort of more easygoing. It's amazing to think that John McEnroe could have that influence on somebody, but the last thing Milos Raonic needs is to be more intense. He's an incredibly intense guy. I think he's quite hard on himself, and amazingly John McEnroe seems to be bringing a bit of the other side of the coin to him.
That's what he's trying to do with Milos, though, isn't it? Trying to get Milos to express himself that bit more out on the court, not to be too introverted out there, you know, just enjoy the battle as well, show your emotions. You're not giving too much away by giving by letting out a bit of steam here and there and showing a bit more passion as well.
And it certainly seems to be working.
Absolutely, and Raonic is one of those that has sort of two super coaches in his corner. We saw Carlos Moya there watching the match. He's been at all of his practice sessions so far. He likes to hit with Moya before the matches, and we know John McEnroe as well. Both of them Grand Slam champions, both had great careers on the court. How do you see that dynamic, having two quite different players? Because we know that McEnroe loved playing on grass. He was a brilliant serve and volleyer, had his time in his career. But then Moya was, I suppose, more accustomed to playing on clay. How do you think that dynamic works?
I don't know. It's a good question because for most players, one super coach is enough. But he's got two super coaches, and they couldn't be any more different, Moya and McEnroe. But I guess Milos Raonic is a guy who doesn't want to leave any stone unturned. Wants to invest in his tennis. He was quoted, was it at the French Open? He is the CEO of the Milos Raonic firm, and it's each their own. Whatever works. Clearly, the investment is paying off because here he is through to another Wimbledon semi-final. He seems to be playing really well. He looks comfortable out there, and he's enjoying it. And we're seeing more of him, more of his personality. But it's not just Moya and McEnroe. There's also another coach, a third coach,
Riccardo Piatti. Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't know who does the bulk of the pre-match pep talk, but I don't know, each to their own.
It's very interesting though. I talked to Peter Fleming at Queen's a few weeks ago about John McEnroe getting into coaching, and he was absolutely fascinating. He described Peter Fleming, obviously John McEnroe's doubles partner of many, many years, one of the most successful doubles teams of all time. And he described John McEnroe, as much as he might seem like, Mr. Selfish, Mr. I want the limelight, he described him as the ultimate team player. He said he thought he would blend perfectly into that team, would coordinate really well with Carlos Moya. Milos Raonic sees them all as sort of consultants almost. He'll make the ultimate decision and all these people will contribute their opinions, and Raonic will make the final call himself. But Peter Fleming just completely effusive about what a team player McEnroe would be and how well he would just fit into that team, and he wouldn't want it to be about him. I mean, it's not the McEnroe, it's not the persona that we necessarily know, but hey, Peter Fleming knows him pretty much as well as anyone.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall on their post-match
Yeah.
meetings, it's a meeting of tennis minds. Now let's hear what Milos Raonic had to say after his last match.
Rate that with all your matches here this year?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a step in the right forward, and the best match I've played all the way through and through, other than a span of 3 games. Everything was quite good. I had quite a few looks, and I made the most of it.
Milos, your attacking numbers were incredibly impressive today. Serving volley, second serves coming into the net. You won a high percentage of points. Is that you still working on that? Is that something new? Is John McEnroe had an impact on you in that regard, or what's going on with that?
Yeah, he definitely has. That was a part of the motivation to bring him along to help, was to improve that aspect of how much I can implement it in my game and how to use it and what the right moments are. And I was efficient with it today, and other than those 3 games, I think I had a very good percentage when I was coming in. So I'm proud of that.
I imagine, Milos, you watched the end of the Federer match. Just where did you watch it, and what are your thoughts on his performance and facing him again?
Yeah, I look forward to it a lot. Definitely a great opportunity, and 2 years have passed since I played him here in the semifinals. So I'm happy that I have another shot at him. And
Is that fresh in your mind, or your victory over him earlier this year?
I think a bit of both. One thing, I'll probably look at that one from the beginning of this year, what I did well, and then probably from the mental side, I'll look what I wouldn't want to repeat from 2 years ago.
That's your second Grand Slam semi-final of the year, second here in your career. How much is this, I guess, not enough? Are you satisfied with this?
No, it's far from being enough. I came here with a simple goal for this tournament. I think everybody on my team has that same objective. I think that's why John was willing to join for that same goal. So this is a process, and hopefully I can keep it going.
To be clear, that same goal is winning the tournament.
Yes.
How much more equipped do you feel to win a Grand Slam now than you did 2 years ago when you played Roger?
Definitely mentally, physically. I think from every aspect I've improved. I think I know what I need to do on court better. I know how to sort of turn things around to get them on my terms. I know what I'm looking for. I know how to go about it to try to get to that position as much as I can. And then when things aren't going well, I know what things to look for to change. So from all those kind of things, I'm definitely a lot more aware.
I think John was commentating on Roger's match rather than sat in your box. What did you make of that?
Oh, we knew that from the start. I think he commentated one of my matches, and the other matches that he could make it out for, he was there. But if he was commentating, he couldn't make it. So I expected that.
Milos, you didn't unleash your cannon as much today as we usually see from you. Actually, Sam out-aced you today. Was that part of the strategy going into this match?
No, well, the thing is, I saw he was standing pretty far back on the return. So if I take something off my serve, it allows me to get closer. And I think that's why, yes, I made a few good volleys, but most of them were pretty routine volleys, and I was always in a good position. And I wasn't sure where he was going to stand, but when I saw where he was standing, it sort of allowed me to sort of get myself closer and be in a better position when I was hitting the volleys.
You know, she played really, really well, the Australian, especially, the first 3 sets against Murray. Is this an advance on that, or is it just sort of the same sort of thing?
Well, I think I'm definitely a step further along. I think my attitude, my mental prowess on court has definitely improved, and hopefully that makes a difference.
What have you learned from John McEnroe's experience to Wimbledon? I mean, what has he brought to your game?
Well, we haven't necessarily talked about his specific experience, but first things we focused on when we were spending a week of training was really about not passing up any opportunities to come forward, to always keep the pressure on my opponents, keep them guessing, making them feel uncomfortable, and trying to make them play unbalanced as much as possible. And then when we played the tournament at Queen's, when I was playing, then it sort of shifted to obviously putting those things in effect, but also about attitude on the court throughout matches, having a bigger presence and trying to make a difference.
Yes, when you have a goal like that and you're 2 wins away from winning, how do you make sure it brings more positive vibes and pressure?
Well, I think 2 wins is quite far away. I felt that 2 years ago, so I'm not even in that stratosphere right now. I'm focusing just on what I need to do for the semi-final.
During the BBC commentary of the match, Milos, they were describing your old style of game as a biff bang wallop, and comparing you a little bit now, how you're playing now, more like Pete Sampras. How would you describe your game right now, and do you see a comparison to the way Sampras played?
I've never heard that expression, but I've always looked up to Pete. I think he did a lot of great things. I think I'm trying to implement some things in a different way like he did, and he was probably. No, not probably. Definitely the best guy at keeping guys off balance, You go through a set, don't make many balls, and then in an important moment, he makes a few critical balls, and it's a 6-4 set, but you sort of felt like you weren't even in that set. And he was very good at that, and I'm trying to somewhat implement that.
Milos, some players would curse the fact they have to play Roger in a semi-final here at Wimbledon, such as the task. But I think you touched on it in regards to Novak. Are you quite pleased that you're playing one of the biggest players the game's known on the biggest possible stage?
Yeah, that's what you want to face. And I have very clear objectives for myself, goals that are beyond this tournament. And to achieve those things, you have to face off against the best players at the best tournaments. And, I hope I can relish in that opportunity.
Most matches they're on your racket for the most part. Do you feel it's the same case when you play Roger? Does he have more of a say as well?
Well, he can come up with great things, but obviously the terms are to bring the match on my racket and sort of take away rhythm and timing from him, and that's what I'm going to be striving to do tomorrow or 2 days from now.
When you're a young guy, is it really tempting just to think, and you have such a big serve, is it tempting just to not think beyond the serve, but just to expect so much of your serve and hope it does so much for you? You have to sort of get beyond that and then start spot serving and thinking of the rest of the points, especially against a guy like a Roger as you go along.
Well, you definitely have to. I think there's great returners on tour, and serve can get you through a few games, but eventually you're gonna have to back it up. And there's some great servers, and I feel like I'm one of the best guys at backing up my serve. And it's you have to do specific things well. You have to try to play it on your terms, whether that be from the back or coming in. But you have to stick to your game. It's not just a serve isn't enough.
When you're in the locker room, are you still in awe of people like Murray and Federer, or do you feel you're at a point now with your ranking and the years that you've been on the tour that you can approach them? Do you find them approachable? I mean, what is the relationship like?
Oh, they're definitely approachable, and it's been that way after sort of spending 1 year on tour. Those things change pretty quickly. When you talk about guys you spend in the locker room, and considering how many days we see each other in locker rooms, other people are more in awe of being that close to these greatest players of all time than you are. For us, you become desensitized to it pretty quickly.
Shane, I know you're not going to say who you're actually cheering for, but in that situation of watching the end of Federer and Cilic, knowing you're going to play the winner in the next round, what kind of thoughts are going through your head, and sort of how do you look at it?
Well, especially in those important moments, I didn't see any of the tiebreak to finish the fourth set. So I didn't see any of that, but I was just pretty much studying and seeing where guys are going on the important moments and what patterns to pick up. So you can try to cover up some things in those moments. But other than that, it's quite far ahead. I have a lot of reading here to do, and I'll do the studying then.
So you're not cheering for anybody as a fan?
Probably close to Marin. So that would definitely be an aspect.
All the talk about how McEnroe has improved your game, Milos, the first time you guys really sat down and said, okay, we're going to do this, was like an ABC, or how did that develop?
I think the first time we sat down, we were just about to go on court because he was coming in from Paris, after the final, calling that, and we were practicing the next morning. We were about to go on court, and we started straight through practice, and that's when he sort of started implementing the things. The other time when we got on the phone call and we're trying to set things up, it was very clear about things he believed I needed to do and things I wanted to get out of the relationship. And obviously being more effective coming forward was a big thing on my side. A big thing on his side was demeanor on the court and sort of presence on the court. So both those things have been given quite a bit of attention to.
Do you think maybe he saw something in you that you didn't see in yourself?
He definitely keeps emphasizing demeanor on court, which I probably would not have put in as one of the priorities for what I needed to improve at that moment.
You seem very calm and focused about the whole situation, but are you excited inside? You must be. Are you playing it down deliberately, or?
I am, but it's nothing quite different from the other times. I think you probably get more nervous when you start tournaments because you don't know how things are going to go. Now it's really, where you are, and yeah, of course you get nervous, and it's probably the best feeling to have if you're not really looking forward to stuff and not playing with something to lose. It can probably get mundane pretty quickly. So I think it's more of a process than an emotional one.
When you're playing a champion like Federer, how useful is it to have the advice of a champion like McEnroe on your side in the build-up to it?
It helps, but at the end of the day, you got to step out there and you got to find a way to win and try to win that last point.
Milos, when you talk about having a bigger presence on court, how exactly do you go about enacting that?
Well, I think it's about being more positive on court. I think it's about, making sure you don't, sort of in important moments, don't let yourself just quietly drift away and getting the most out of yourself. All these kind of things, whether that be being more vocal, being more positive, but you have to be able to notice these shifts in momentum sometimes and react on them. If you can't physically, if you're feeling tighter, you have to be maybe a bit more verbal to get some stress or tension out of you. There's a lot of different ways.
How much do you believe in statistics in order to work out a match plan, or do you know everything already about Roger?
Oh, you read statistics quite a bit. I'll look through it a little bit. Carlos will look through it a lot. John called it the entire match, so I'm sure he's going to have plenty of things to say as well. So, you know, you put it where you need to put it, but at the end of the day, most of the focus is pretty internal on what I need to do and then how to make small adjustments.
Any further questions?
Thank you very much.
Great performance from Milos Raonic today. He won in 4 sets, 6-4, 7-5, 5-7, 6-4 over Sam Querrey there on court number 1. The All England Club looking at picture here at the championships, and we're showing you now some 5th set highlights from the match on centre court earlier today. What a thriller it was. The big comeback from Roger Federer. 6-7, 4-6, 6-3, 7-6, 6-3. We were wondering, Anne, whether he was going to be able to turn it round and get back into this match. And in the end, the final set was arguably the most comfortable of the lot.
Yeah, I think Marin Cilic was just mentally gone in this 5th set, having had all those match points in the 4th set. And Federer just went from strength to strength, showing everyone he's still got it, still moving well. Clearly nothing wrong with his back. And he's played himself well into the semi-finals.
Absolutely, some brilliant shots there. I mean, that backhand almost defied gravity to be able to get that in. He was able to neutralise in the end the power from Cilic. Clearly, Cilic's tiredness over the 5 sets probably influenced the speed he was able to generate on the forehand and backhand. But in the first 2 sets, the match was typified by huge hitting from the baseline from Cilic, and Federer wasn't really able to deal with that. But then as the match continued, slowly he managed to work his way into it. He used the slice well. This is a good example, keeping it low, drawing Cilic in, perhaps not on his own terms, and then able to pass him.
Yeah, and also I don't think Cilic helped himself when he had his opportunities. Second struggled with double faults at crucial times in the match, and also on return, where he just wasn't able to make Federer play. But he had his opportunities, he didn't take them, and mentally that plays a huge part when you know you've had your chances and you know they're hard to come by, and you're up against one of the world's greatest.
It's mentally difficult for Cilic, isn't it? And then it was also a real help for Federer mentally. We know how experienced he is, but to be playing a player like Cilic, who was able to blow him away in the first 2 sets, but to know that he couldn't quite get himself over the line, that will have given Federer so much confidence for the last set.
For sure, and I think also the crowd played their part. I mean, I think pretty much everyone on centre court, as well as on the hill behind us, was just willing Federer on. And so popular wherever he goes.
Yeah, his stature in the game, it doesn't matter where he plays. I know he doesn't play in his home country of Switzerland all that much, but wherever he goes in the world, he's almost a home player, isn't he?
He is probably the most popular tennis player we've seen for a long, long time. And yeah, he just he seems so humble. I mean, the way he plays it, it's an attractive style of tennis that appeals to so many.
And the roar at the end of the match, it didn't matter where you were on the grounds. I was enjoying some bit of refreshments in between time in the studio here, and I was quite a long way away from centre court, and you could just hear the roar spilling out wherever you were, because, as you said, pretty much everyone inside there was willing Federer on throughout that 5th set, and they were delighted when he won it.
They were, and it was his serve that came to the rescue as well. 27 aces from Federer, no double faults in this match, and that's something for a man who hasn't actually played an awful lot this year due to injuries, knee issues as well as back issues. So he's played his chances down here at Wimbledon, but his tennis is proving something else.
Absolutely. Through to the semi-finals. Been there on so many occasions here at
Oldest
Wimbledon.
man to reach the semi-finals here at Wimbledon since Ken Rosewell back in 1974, who was 39.
And here is the match summary. Be interested to see the spread of these statistics over the sets, because things changed so much from the first two sets to the last few sets for Federer, didn't they?
They did. The serving just got better and better. The majority of those aces coming in fourth and the fifth set from Federer. But a huge number of winners from both players. Cilic probably being forced to approach the net more than he would have liked to, but something that paid off really for Federer, bringing his opponent in.
We were talking there about the brilliant atmosphere inside centre court for that match, everyone willing Federer on to make the comeback happen, and in the end he did. But the support for Federer as well on social media, Catherine, was immense.
Absolutely, everybody that watched the match, everybody that commentated on the match. In particular, I have some comments here from Gigi Salmon, who works for our counterparts at Live Wimbledon Radio. She says, a pleasure to commentate on a true legend of the game, Roger Federer, through to the semi-finals in 5 sets. What a player, what a match. David Law saying similar, Federer, another chapter in his story of greatness. 2 sets love down to 3-2 at nearly 35 years of age against a player on fire. Unbelievable. John Wertheim, he works for Tennis Channel, he's quoting Federer's comments in his post-match interview with the BBC. We're still awaiting him coming into press. You could forgive him for taking a bit of time before he does so, but we did get that BBC interview, and he said that he feels sorry for Marin Cilic. He said, but for me, the dream continues. I played super great at the end. Possibly a slight understatement from Roger Federer there. He's good at those. More quotes from him. He plays Raonic next, and on the subject of that, Federer said, this is going to give me a hell of a boost. I'm ecstatic I was able to come through somehow. So slightly less understatement there, Federer saying he's ecstatic. Reaction from all corners to his fight back victory today. Martina Navratilova, who you played earlier in the in the ladies' invitational doubles. And she said, what a win by Roger Federer to come back from 3 match points down. Hashtag legend lives. Jan Michael Gamble, retired American player. If you don't love Federer, you probably don't know who he is. What a comeback. Hashtag GOAT. Hashtag Wimbledon. Jordan Spieth, the golfer, per usual, inspiring from Roger Federer. Plenty of people inside the centre court loving the Roger Federer fight back. David Beckham included, and I think that's his son, Cruz. That's actually a more animated celebration than we saw from Federer himself, who was pretty understated. I'm reliably informed that that's actually Romeo.
Well, we know that David Beckham and the Beckhams in general love tennis.
They do. Romeo's quite a handy player. He was down at the Queen's Club a couple of weeks ago having a hit with Andy Murray, and David was watching on so proudly, filming it on his phone. Honestly, he was so wonderfully proud, and he's pretty handy, Romeo. He's a member at the Queen's Club, in fact, and you have to be halfway decent. Well, I'm sure David could pull a few strings regardless of whether he was halfway decent, but he's a handy player. He was holding his own against world number 2, Andy Murray.
He also plays down at Holland Park, because a friend of mine's given him a few lessons down there.
There we go, future champion.
Yeah.
There we go.
Romeo Beckham. Plenty more reaction, lots of other people inside centre court. Bradley Cooper was there, looking pretty nervous throughout. I think that photo was taken during that 4th set tie-break. Pretty obvious from everything about his demeanour and clothing that he is a Roger Federer fan. We've got, of course, the reactions of Goran Ivanisevic being picked up pretty far and wide. This sums it up. I think, again, this was taken during that 4th set tie-break. It only got worse for Goran. You have to spare a thought for him. You have to spare a thought for Marin Cilic, who played one of the matches of his life today and still came out on the losing end of it. Plenty of stats coming through as well. Twitter's always great for stats. Matt Zemek points out Federer historians will immediately liken this match to the one he played against Benetton at Wimbledon in 2012. Then he was 2 sets down and he needed a 4th set breaker to survive, and that, of course, was the year he last went on to win the title here. And in fact, it was his last Grand Slam overall. So lots of people making that comparison.
And just quickly, interestingly speaking, about Benneteau and 5-set matches, he's embroiled in another 5-setter, this time in the doubles. We know he's such a successful doubles player as well as a singles player. He's playing with his countryman, Edouard Roger-Vasselin, a match that's just taking place right behind us on court number 18. So that's where all the cheers that you might be able to pick up from our microphones here in the studio, because there's a huge British crowd there watching Jamie Murray and his brother and his partner Bruno Suarez against Benneteau and Roger-Vasselin. The comeback is on for Murray and Suarez. Benneteau and Roger-Vasselin won the first 2 sets, 6-4, 6-4. Familiar story for Benneteau. And then the comeback was on. Murray and Suarez took the next 2 sets, 7-6, 7-6, and it's 6-all in the 5th. So a little bit of parallels between what happened for Benneteau against Federer in the singles and then what's happening here in the doubles.
And I'm sure they're aware. I'm sure they're aware of what happened on centre court. We've been talking about this a lot today, about how the scores and the results flash up on whatever court you're on from around the grounds while you're in the sit-down. So I'm sure they know what's gone on with Roger Federer today. More stats being thrown up. Quarterfinals of the US Open in 2014. Federer was facing Monfils, and that was the first time in a Grand Slam that Roger Federer saved a match point and still won the match. Well, he's done it twice now, because he did that today. In fact, saved 3 match points today. Incredible stuff. Most Grand Slam singles victories of all time. Federer now leads the way with 307. He's nudged past Martina Navratilova, who's on 306. Serena Williams is on 302, and of course still counting. And then in 4th place is Chris Evert on 299. One last stat for you. Cilic, spare a thought for him. He was 51-0 when leading 2 sets to love in majors until now. It's going to be pretty tough for him to get over this one. I mean, I guess he can't have too many regrets. He played the match of his life. He stuck to the game plan completely, and it still just wasn't enough. But those match points, still so close yet so far. But to have match points, I mean, and to lose, that hurts. He'll be having nightmares about that.
Well,
for
it's not just
time.
Marin Cilic. I think Goran Ivanisevic. I think that photo that Catherine brought up of him putting his face over his hand sort of says it all for both Marin Cilic, Goran Ivanisevic, and all of his fans. That was what they were feeling at that moment.
And spare a thought for Thomas Enquist, who has to go out and play with Goran Ivanisevic later. You thought Goran was crazy before. He's going to be pretty crazy on the court today. Yeah, poor Thomas has the job of perhaps bringing some joy to Goran's day.
OK, thanks for that update, Catherine. Let's take you out to court number 3 now. A lot of doubles matches taking place around the grounds as well here at the All England Club. And this is a mixed doubles 2nd round match between Radek Stepanek and Lucy Safarova. There in your picture, the number 9 seeds. They're up against Yuri Vesely and Siniakova. Czech pairing. And Stepanek and Safarova took the first set 7-5, and we can join it at 4-3 to Stepanek and Safarova in the 2nd set.
Time. Fifteen left. All. 30-15. All. (30-14). Juice. Net for serve. Advantage, Miss Siniakova. Game. Vesely, Miss Siniakova. 4 games all, second set.
Some of the most iconic people at Wimbledon who just without Wimbledon wouldn't be Wimbledon are the ball boys and the ball girls. Anna and George, thanks for joining me and hopefully teaching me some things at the end of how to be the best possible ball boy and ball girl. Firstly, Anna, what a cool job to have this summer.
It is amazing, yeah, just meeting all the players and being right up close to them. Really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that everyone says they wish they could have done when they're an adult, and we're here doing it, and like twice in a row for me and once first time for George. It's really amazing.
And George, obviously, okay, your first time. How jealous are your friends?
Very. Yeah, it's cool to get like near the players and stuff like that. So all my friends, like, they want to be there, really, don't they? Some of them are here, but some of them, you know, I don't know, here.
Absolutely. And Anna, just coming back to you, I mean, obviously it's not just as easy as rocking up and being a ball girl. How much training and preparation goes into it?
A lot of training and a lot of prep. So you start in September in your schools, and there's you go through your schools, and then they send people forward to a trial, and that trial then you go to training, and then every week they keep on cutting people up until the final moment when you get your kit and you kind of know you're in. So
what was the most difficult thing about the whole process?
I think kind of just worrying about it, because if you overthink something, like you're rolling, it will end up messing up. So you just have to kind of relax, but that's the hardest thing, because you know that you have to put everything into it, because you want to do the best that you possibly can.
And you've obviously been here twice because you did so well before. Is that why you automatically get chosen again?
In part, but then you also have to do a trial again and go through half the training. So it's never just walking in and saying, yeah, I want to be a ball kid. It's a lot of training every time.
I'm sure Anna's just being really modest. I'm sure she's really good here, right? And George, obviously it is your first time. What's maybe been a highlight for you?
Everything, pretty much. Meeting new people, just doing all the players. It's just an awesome experience, really.
And what are your hours like? How long are you here for each day?
Long
Okay.
hours.
Any more? Can you tell us a little bit more detail?
Well, we get here at like 10, and then we end when play ends. So, but if you get the coach, then you leave later than walkers, and I'm a walker, so I get better hours than the people on the coach.
A walker? I'm not quite familiar with that.
If you walk home, then you get to let out early, so it's better. Yeah.
Perfect. And Anna, I mean, it's just obviously such a privilege. And how does it feel each time wearing this outfit?
It's amazing because even just walking down the street and people kind of look at you and they know what you're doing, and they always remind us how everyone knows what we're doing, where we're going, like who we're going to meet, and it's amazing because just knowing that you're wearing the kit, and it's kind of there's a marker knowing that you've earned it, kind of. Yeah.
Just talk me through a typical day.
Well, I get the coach in the morning, so I get up, go to the coach stop, get in, and then they supply breakfast if you want. Then there's a briefing where they kind of show some quite embarrassing videos of people from the day before, and it's kind of a lottery about why that your team will come up. And then you have shifts, so you go on court, off court, and in between they feed you a lot of food. So lunch, afternoon tea, very British, with like strawberries and cream, and then late food. So it's amazing, and like loads of Robinson squash. So
good job. It's quite an active job then, hey. Otherwise, you know, you might roll out of Wimbledon. And Anna and George, you both mentioned just off screen that today is called the culling day. That sounds pretty brutal. What does that mean? Let's go with Anna first.
It kind of means because there are less courts in play, just like the players, they kind of trim down how many ball kids they have. So every day it gets fewer until you kind of have quite an empty room on Sunday when the final is. But it is good. It's nerve-wracking, but it makes you kind of work harder because you don't want to go on the first day or the second day. You want to keep on until the end.
Okay, how confident are you, George, that you're not going to be cold today?
Well, they keep some people for guard of honour, which is like they let the players through. So, Miss Golson, if you're watching, can you keep me in, please? Thank you.
And what would it mean, maybe, to be a ball boy at the men's or women's finals?
Oh, it'd be amazing. Like seeing the players. I know Djokovic is out, but Andy Murray or whoever's in the final, basically, it'd be awesome.
And Anna, did you get cold last year, or did you reach right at the end of the tournament?
I got to the end of the tournament, yeah, Sunday.
So you were there for the men's final?
I was in the compound when everyone was watching, so I did the boys' final in wheelchair, but not the men's.
Oh, wow.
It was a great atmosphere, everyone was watching, and there was a corner for Djokovic, a corner for Federer, and it was great atmosphere, yeah.
Well, I'm sure you both won't get cold today, but maybe I can see just how good you are if you can teach me something, maybe. I think rolling and feeding a ball?
Yes.
Okay. Anna, what are you going to teach me?
I'm going to teach you feeding.
Okay, we've got, obviously, here we go, some balls. Here we go.
The Wimbledon balls. So basically, feeding is where you give it to the player. So what you're going to do is you're going to go like that and straight up. Your arm needs to be perfectly straight and by your ear. And then you pull it back and then just let it fly right to the player. They always emphasise on the snap and the snap down. So if you want to...
Okay, you're making it look super easy. Okay, so you said hold it here, and it's a 1 down here.
And then a 2, and then a 3.
Okay, so 1, then you get 2.
And then a 3. Perfect.
And then I feed. Woo!
And then the player serves an ace and you've won it.
How nervous is it giving a player a ball?
Very nerve-wracking because you're worried that it won't go straight to them, and you want to make it as easy for them as possible, and especially if the TVs and cameras are watching you. So yeah, quite stressful.
And how do you know when to give a player a ball? Do they give you like a look or a point?
It's kind of a bit of telepathy, to be honest. Yeah, they look at you and they kind of expect, like, you have to kind of read them and learn their little quirks. Some of them take a ball, knock one back, and you kind of really need to get to know the players and whether they want to towel a ball or whether they're just looking at you.
They don't make things easy for you, do they? No, not at all. Right, George, it's about rolling. Right, teach me how to roll a ball.
Okay, well, you have the ball in your fingers like this. You get as low as you can without touching your knee on the floor.
Oh, good lunge there.
Pull your arm back and let it go through. But they emphasise, like, if it's bouncing a lot, then that's bad, basically. So you've got to roll it as flat and fast and accurate as you can.
Do you get nervous when rolling balls?
Yes, and I've sent a few flying into my centres' heads before, so that's not good.
Oh no, that's not good at all. Okay, right, so let's have a go. Let's see if I can roll a ball. Right, Frank, have you got this? So watch this. So a little bit of a lunge, bit of workout. Down, arm straight.
Yes.
And I rolled it. Oh, bounced. Oh gosh, I don't think the player would like that, would they?
That would be fine. That would be fine.
I don't think it would have been. I think I would be cold today. Guys, Anna, George, thank you very much, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Let's hope you don't get cold today. There's the ball boys and ball girls of Wimbledon.
Thank you.
The Wimbledon finals are coming. To recreate the social occasion of the year at home, begin by inviting your guests. For some, a traditional invitation will be necessary. For others, it is perfectly acceptable to craft and send a snap chat. Invite sent, it's time to put the champagne on ice and prepare the cucumber sandwiches. For your complete guide to hosting the Wimbledon finals, visit wimbledonweekend.com.
Well, we're looking forward to the Wimbledon weekend in just a couple of days' time. And don't forget, you can head to wimbledonweekend.com to find the perfect guide to hosting your own Wimbledon weekend party. There's some different ideas on there for how you to enjoy the best of the Wimbledon weekend. Send us your ideas as well. What are you going to do to celebrate this Wimbledon weekend? How are you going to watch the matches? How are you going to who are you going to celebrate with? What are you going to do? You can get in touch with us on Twitter at @live@Wimbledon. Send us in the best of your ideas, but do head to wimbledonweekend.com for some more ideas if you're struggling for some inspiration for the Wimbledon weekend coming up. Time to hear from Marin Cilic. Rather disappointed, I'm sure, Marin Cilic. He was 2 sets up against Roger Federer, but arguably the greatest player of all time, managed to come back and win it in 5 sets. Here's how Marin Cilic broke down his performance today on centre court.
This was a lot like the US Open semis in the beginning. What do you think made the difference today compared to that match?
Well, obviously I was in the end very close to winning it again, and I felt, that I was playing really good tennis from the beginning. I was serving well, mixing up my game well, and with the game plan that I went into the match, I think I was executing it pretty good. I was giving myself a lot of chances in the first 2 sets. I was a little bit unlucky in the third one. I had one game love 40. Next game he broke me, so that switched a little bit the momentum. Fourth set as well, had a lot of chances, obviously, few match points, and on few of the occasions returns on the second serve. So that was definitely difficult one, and but I was trying to be mentally inside the game, and even in the 5th set I was feeling that I played well. Just in that game where I lost my serve, I think he made a few of the points that I have lost. He made great passes, and that was nothing more that I could do in those occasions. And just definitely a huge disappointment for me losing this way, and but all in all, I felt that I was playing great tennis.
And obviously you know Roger very well. He's spoken about that himself the last couple of days, but were you at all surprised during the 5th set at the level he managed to maintain?
Well, not really. I knew that he's not going to back off when we go in the 5th set. It's also a mental battle where you don't want to let any of the points go on the other side without giving full effort. And I think that he was serving pretty well in the 5th set, and that was definitely a tough part. And what to say in that game where he broke me, I didn't play too bad a game. It just on a few occasions he made a couple great returns, very short, very low with his slices, and I was in difficult situations, so I managed to hit pretty good shots, but he ended up hitting great passes, and nothing that I could do there.
How tough is this one for you? Because
Welcome back to centre court. Well, we had plenty of drama with Federer and Cilic. Marin Cilic just giving his thoughts there, and plenty of drama here. We've gone to a tie-break in the 1st set. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga allowed Murray the early mini break with his 4th double fault of the match, and it was double faults that led to an early break, although Tsonga then broke back to take us to a tie-break. But Tsonga's then reversed the mini break, so Murray's serving down the far end of the court. It's 1-1 back on serve in the tie-break. That serve from Murray absolutely on the line. Tsonga coming into the net, being the aggressor. That time it doesn't work. Murray takes a 2-1 lead. Little mini fist pump, still on serve. Tsonga will be serving next at 2-1 down.
Joe's come in a lot this set. 16 of 20, 16 of 20, really good. On the other side, 8 of 14 for Andy. So it's been an extremely even set of tennis. Both guys are hammering away from the back of the court. The doubles have hurt Joe definitely. But the offense, he's trying to get to the net. He's looking for forehands. He's looking to come forward. He's now serving at 1-2. Rips a backhand down the line. Good serve out wide in the ad. Andy goes cross. So there seems to be a little bit more urgency from Joe to finish points and get on top of Andy. He doesn't want the rally to be protracted and run side to side, which Andy's done a few times. So really good tactics from Joe. 2-0 on the breaker, about as even of a set as you could possibly have.
Tsonga serving from the near side, and it's a good first serve. He comes into the net. Oh, that one's so deep. Does the smash. Tsonga leads 3-2. We are on serve in this first set tiebreak. And when you think that Murray leads their head-to-heads 12-2, this is a very positive start to this match by Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, but you just get the impression, as we heard from the BBC commentators as we were listening here in the box, he's got to take advantage at this moment, hasn't he? Because he is still the outsider in this match. And if there have been a few moments of weakness from Murray, Tsonga must capitalise in the same way that Cilic failed to do so against Federer in the earlier quarter-final.
Tsonga's won 81% of his approach points now. And when you are the underdog, especially against a guy like Murray who's just so solid from the back of the court, you must attack. That's the order of the day. You've got to bring the game to them. You've got to make them uncomfortable. Very smart second serve there from Murray. So in the ad court, Murray's serving at 2-3, second serve. Joe runs around, all good. He's looking for a forehand to absolutely pulverize, but Murray feels it. So as Joe moves this way, the serve goes down the tee to the forehand and Joe frames it and goes out the back. So, you know, these players are always having an awareness of what the other player is wanting to do. So it could have even happened in the middle of the toss, and he could have quite easily thrown that up, seen out of the corner of his eye that Joe's moving wide, looking to run around it. And if he does get that forehand, the win percentage will definitely, instantly rise for Joe. But Andy was very smart to go to the forehand there and win the point. We're 3-all in the breaker.
They've changed ends. Murray serving towards the royal box. Bounces the ball. Would love to get a first serve here. It's 3-all in the first set tiebreak. First serve is good. Tsonga almost to the baseline. Another deep forehand from Tsonga. He's absolutely leathering this ball. And this time, Murray buries the ball into the base of the net. It's a mini break for Tsonga, who is now 4-3 up.
Very high percentage. Excuse me, guys. Struggling with a little bit of a cold here at Wimbledon. Very high percentage tennis from Joe to get to the net. Big forehand approach into the backhand. It's the number one way to get to the net in today's game. Joe now serving 4-3.
Can Jo-Wilfried Tsonga capitalise on this mini break? Great first serve from Tsonga, and that has looked vulnerable at times. He goes deep, comes into the net, goes cross-court. Murray getting there, and Tsonga with a volley into the open court, and it's now 5-3. And is this turning into a great opportunity for the Frenchman? It could be, and I stress it could be, the perfect start for Tsonga. He knows he hasn't beaten Murray for a long time, and certainly in most of their recent matches, if you bear in mind one of Jo-Wilfried's 2 victories came way back in 2008 when he marched to the Grand Slam final in Australia. He knows this is a big chance. Tsonga serving 5-3 up. He has the mini break. Big first serve from Tsonga. Oh, and what a mistake. What a mistake. Tsonga on the forehand, inexplicably buries it into the base of the net, and suddenly we're back on serve, and Murray has got the mini break back. Wow.
The serve down the tee and the juice is Joe's favourite location. He runs around and gets his forehand like he's done in the last couple of points. He knows Murray thinks it's going to the backhand, and he second guesses himself, goes to the forehand, buries it in the net.
So Murray bouncing the ball. He's serving 4-5 down, but we're back on serve. First serve just hits the white tape and just being gathered by the ball boy. Murray not hanging around between the 2 serves. Very deep with that second serve. Tsonga with the backhand to Murray's backhand. Murray tries a little dink across the net. Tsonga goes deep. Oh, brilliantly to stay it in. Tsonga back over his head. What a rally. Murray from the middle of the court moves to Tsonga's forehand. They're both peppering each other's baseline. It's beautiful ground strokes here. Murray with the forehand. Tsonga with a whipping backhand. Now the big Frenchman comes in. Surely the point's his, but it's not. And now it is. Tsonga with the volley cross court on the backhand. Wow. And suddenly the mini break goes back in the direction of Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, who lets out a real grimace and a real moment here for the Frenchman. 20 strokes, and most of them absolutely beautiful. Tsonga ferocious with that backhand, and that laid the platform for the forehand into the corner. Tsonga, a beautiful dink to his right-hand side. Fist pumps. Tsonga has the mini break with him. And wow, set point to Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Murray serving to stay in this first set. Murray bouncing the ball. Great serve from Andy Murray. So 6-5, but Tsonga still has set point, and this time he'll be serving for that one more point to get him across the line, and this would be the perfect start from the Frenchman's perspective. And Andy Murray, having been the first of these two players to get a break of serve, but was then immediately broken back, well, he'll be left to rue a long set. 1 hour, 7 minutes. One game was 11.5 minutes, which is why it's gone so deep here in the first set. Tsonga, set point on his serve, 6-5 up. Powerful Frenchman launching the ball up. It's a good serve. Murray just gets it back over the net, but Murray into an empty court, and Tsonga goes down. Murray looks up at Ivan Lendl and the rest of his corner. He's managed to level it at 6-all. Great to move to his right-hand side there. He had the open court, and no sooner had Tsonga got the first set in his grasp, Murray's ripped it away from him, and we're all square again at 6-all in this tiebreak.
Yes, it was I don't know about that tactic. It was a serve and volley to the forehand. What you want to do in these big situations is not reinvent the wheel, not go to a secondary tactic. You want to keep doing the things that got you to that moment. And what Joe's done so well is a serve to the backhand, get a weaker return, look for a runaround forehand as the first shot, go as heavy and as big as you can to Murray's backhand and get to the net. Surprise tactics are hard to pull off when the scoreboard pressures you.
6-all. They've moved down and swapped positions again. Tsonga facing the royal box. It's a great first serve.
Well, it's just what we talked about. He went first serve to the backhand. He went with a primary pattern. He loves to go down the tee. In fact, he probably could have said to Andy, hey, 6-all in the breaker. I'm going high percentage. I'm going to my favorite pattern. I'm going tee. And Andy still couldn't have done anything about it because he hit his spot. Return went long.
We're back on serve, but Murray is serving to stay in this set. 6-7. Murray bouncing the ball 5, 6, 7 times. Key moments this for the British world number 2. That's a let on the first serve. Tsonga has to break here to take the set, but it is nonetheless set point to the 12th seed. Murray after a let. That one looks long, and he's coming under a little bit of pressure here. 115 miles an hour, but it wasn't accurate. A third serve here. This is set point for Tsonga, but it's on the Murray serve. Oh, and a bit of a miscue there from Tsonga. What a missed opportunity that was, Craig.
Well, I think the first serve to go down the tee, that was a gamble. You're going to a lower percentage part of the court, and you're also going to your opponent's strength. I really like the decision to go backhand jam on the second serve and just ask the question. It's like if Joe wants to be really aggressive with that, he's got to do it off the side that is a little bit tougher to do it. His forehand's much bigger.
7-all. Murray serving. It's a great first serve. And what a moment of pressure, because it now switches round the other way because there's no break. But Tsonga will be the man serving 7-8 down. Wow.
Well, once again, a high percentage pattern. It's a pattern that Andy loves. The wide slider and the juice, you don't have to hit it that hard. You're going to make a lot of them. Perfect under pressure.
Set point for Andy Murray. Tsonga serving 7-8 down. Must deliver with this serve. It's long across the tee. Tsonga will have to save his first set point for Murray off a second serve. This time it's good. Murray, an absolutely brilliant forehand. Oh, but it's even better from Tsonga down the line. What a way to level at 8-all. That was class.
Well, Andy did the motorbike backhand return where he kicked up with one leg and just ripped it across. Joe caught it late, very late, and was extremely fortunate as he was falling backwards, almost fell on the ground, that landed on the line.
8-all. Tsonga just prowling around that baseline like a cruiserweight boxer. So big, so powerful, so muscly. A really physical player. It's one of the reasons he's one of the most popular players to watch here at Wimbledon. You should have heard the noise when he came through that 19-17 against Isner on the middle Sunday. 8-all. Tsonga serving up towards the royal box. It's a really good first serve. Oh, but what a mistake there from Tsonga. He had the court wide open. Murray gives it the big roar, and it's a second set point to Andy Murray, because just when it looked as though Tsonga was going to bury the point, he hit the white tape. The ball bounced back on his side of the court, and suddenly Murray's in the driving seat again at 9-8 up in this first set tiebreak.
The key there was the height of the ball. It was a good return from Andy that stayed down below the height of the net. Joe, even though he wanted offense, was on defense and just couldn't get enough spin on it.
Murray serving for the first set and slams his first delivery at 128 miles an hour down into the base of the net. Second serve. He's 9-8 up. This is set point for Andy Murray. It's his to lose here on his serve. Second serve is good. Tsonga, oh, slight miscue there with his return, but it's right on the baseline. Tsonga coming in. He's the aggressor. Oh, and he puts Murray under all sorts of pressure. And now the mini break goes back the way of the Frenchman. It's 9-all. These tie breaks here on centre court today have been absolutely amazing. Huge drama with Federer in the tie break against Cilic to level at 2-all. And it's 9-all here. And the slow motion replay is Andy Murray roaring his discontent at that moment that went begging. It was his serve. It was set point. But Tsonga has forced his way back into this tiebreak, 9 apiece.
I think, again, a little bit of a gamble. Andy serves to Joe's forehand return. Once again, Joe's coming in with a forehand approach to the backhand. Couldn't do much with the first volley. Put it behind. Ends up winning the point.
So no mini breaks, but Murray serving 9 apiece. He can put Wilfried Tsonga under instant pressure here. And it's a whipping cross court. Murray's dominating this point. He's forcing Joe Wilfried to work to his backhand. Now there's a forehand from Wilfried Tsonga. Joe Wilfried down the line. Oh, it bounces centimetres inside the baseline. Tsonga with another forehand. Murray goes to Tsonga's backhand. Tsonga gets it over. Lots of spin on that ball. Oh, and another big backhand from Joe Wilfried Tsonga, but it's into the net, and it's a third set point to Andy Murray. It was on his serve. There's no break, but Tsonga now has the unenviable task of serving to stay in this set 9-10 down.
Andy had control of that point from start to finish, and Joe was trying to do a lot of different things, and some slice, some top spin, and just couldn't get into a rhythm to grapple control of the point. So now having to serve to stay in the set.
9-10 down. It's on serve, but this is huge pressure for Joe Wilfried Tsonga. Gets the first serve in. It's a good one. Smashes a massive forehand deep towards Murray's right-hand side, and there was nothing anybody, Murray or Federer, could have done about that. 21 winners for Tsonga, 16 for Murray. The Frenchman's really earning his right to stay in this tiebreak, and it's 10 apiece. We're into double figures. What a treat this is from the neutral's perspective. 10-all. Tsonga serving. It's a good one. Tsonga with a big forehand. Comes into the net. He's the aggressor. A little dink. Oh, and that's a great recovery from Andy Murray. He's going absolutely wild there. A fourth set point. It looked as though Joe Wilfried Tsonga had done enough for the point there, but Murray has forced the mini break, and once again, it will be him serving for the set, 11-10 up. Joe Wilfried Tsonga looked as though he'd done all the drama there, but he dived to his left-hand side, and he put his volley into the base of the net. This is the most emotion we've seen from Murray so far in this match. He's absolutely pumped. Wow. Murray serving for the first set yet again, 11-10 up. He has the mini break. 1 hour, 15 minutes on the board. That one is way long here.
Probably going to the backhand. It'd be interesting to see if Joe Wilfried runs around this to clobber a forehand.
Set point for Andy Murray. Joe Wilfried Tsonga's return just inside the baseline. Murray has the opportunity here. He's right in at the net. And it's Murray's set. Wow, great drama there. Andy Murray takes a thoroughly absorbing tiebreaker, 12-10, and he really, really had to earn that one. My gosh.
You see in his box, everybody's standing up, everybody's clapping, except Ivan. Ivan's sitting down, gave a little look up, little nod. That was about it. But the high percentage patterns of making a first serve, looking for a forehand as the first shot after the serve, the number one rally length in our sport where approaching happens is a rally length of 3, which is typically a serve in, a return in, and then a first shot forehand and getting to the net against an opponent's backhand. And we saw it right here. Andy comes to the net, triple spin on the short ball. The backhand goes cross court, and Andy is so good at taking that backhand volley. Excuse me, lose my voice once again. Been a big 10 days. Taking that backhand volley and just dinking it down the line through the juice court. I've seen him do it again and again. He's so good at that, and you know, it's just you want to run patterns of play that you're very, very comfortable with. And a lot of times, it doesn't matter if the other guy knows it's coming. He's got to come up with something special to beat it.
Wow. So, has Tsonga's best chance of beating Andy Murray now gone? Because how does he come back from that? He knows that Murray will feel comfortable on the court away from him. He leads their head-to-heads 12-2. Of course he's still in this match. It would be disrespectful of us to pretend he isn't. But that's a huge hammer blow for Tsonga to lose that first set and go so deep and get so many chances, just as Cilic did against Federer. Murray now the favourite for the match, in your opinion?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Joe, as we saw from the stats that just came up, more winners, but quite often the player that has more winners, whether it's in the set or the match, it doesn't win. And because it's not really the stat that matters the most, it's more of the errors. Tennis in general is about 30% winners, 70% errors. So if you win the winner battle, you're winning the much smaller pool of points. It's the bigger pool of points that matters the most. Murray had less errors, and that ultimately helped him get over the line there, and he stuck with the high percentage patterns of play. So I think, you know, when Joe goes back to that backhand volley that he took down the line and let Andy run it down on the second last point of the tiebreaker, that backhand volley has got to go short angle back and make Andy run in. He's got a high net, make Andy have to change directions of the court to hit the winner. But a very high level, you know, 1 or 2 shots are separating these guys. But now the first set, we play a sport of getting ahead. You want to make the first serve. You want to get ahead in the first 4 shots. I did an analysis at the Australian Open this year where the match winner, if you won the match, you won 90% of the 0 through 4 rallies. You only won, you know, in the vicinity of 50% of the extended 9+. So get ahead in 0 through 4, get ahead 15 love, get ahead by winning the first set, and the scoreboard helps you. So in tennis, there's basically 5 opponents that you can have. So for Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, he looks to the other side of the court and says, Andy Murray, your opponent won. And, you know, it's a tough day at the office here at Wimbledon. Opponent number 2 is yourself. You can start to get down. You can get negative. You can hit the self-destruct button. Opponent 3 is now against Tsonga, which is the scoreboard. He's now down a set. Things are much tougher there. Opponent 4 are the conditions, the weather. There's no opponent here today. It's an absolutely glorious day here in England. Beautiful weather, nice and warm. Opponent 5 is everybody that's around you. So, you know, I don't know what center court is, 13,000, 14,000 people rooting for Andy Murray. So, you know, he's got, and Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, to his credit, is being pretty positive here, and in general is a very positive player. So Murray's an opponent, the scoreboard's an opponent, the people in the crowd are an opponent. He's got to counteract that by being insanely positive, which we see here. He's up on his toes as we go to start set 2.
So first blood to Andy Murray. It was a long time coming, almost an hour and a quarter of play. 12-10, he took that tiebreak. Will Jo-Wilfried Tsonga end up ruining those missed opportunities in the first set? A very, very high standard from both men, peppering the other baseline. Beautiful ground strokes from both. But it's first blood to the number 2 seed. Murray is a third of the way there into another Wimbledon semi-final. 2 sets to go. He's taken the first 7-6. I tell you what, if the second set is even half as good as the drama we've just enjoyed, then the crowd here in this beautiful early evening sunshine will be in for an absolutely cracking hour and a half here. Just gone 6 o'clock local time. Plenty more life left in this match, but the Briton has edged ahead with that crucial performance in the tiebreak.
Golly, Rob, is there a better ticket than centre court today? Wow, have they had some blockbuster matches. First, Federer comes through in 5 against Marin Cilic, and now that first set, just the first set, goes to a 12-10 tiebreak to determine the winner, well, the man that took that first set home, which is Andy Murray. And just look at the scene on what is undoubtedly Murray's mound right now. Everyone wanting to capture a glimpse of this action. Probably a lot of the crowd hoping that he gets the job done within the next couple of hours so that they can all go on and watch the football. Of course, Wales playing in the semi-finals tonight. Andy Murray himself saying he wants to try and be off the court by then. But Cara Robinson with you alongside a former finalist here at the Wimbledon Championships, Mark Philippoussis. And Mark, first of all, we've just got to react to that tiebreak. We're all sitting here absolutely gripped. The quality of tennis we are seeing from these two is just impeccable.
It was incredible. That first set, he was in the hands of both guys. Andy was up a break early. You know, Joe came back. He had an opportunity to tiebreaker and missed a couple of forehands. He saved an unbelievable set point with an incredible return and then a forehand passing shot, did Andy, and then that unbelievable run down to hit that down the line where Joe almost had to dive to get it back, to get set point. It was just unbelievable. There's everything in that set. And my gosh, have they been spoiled on that court today.
Oh, they have.
It was incredible tennis so far. Unbelievable.
Because we had a couple of tie-breaks, epic ones, in the first match as well with Roger and Marin. And it's difficult in a way because the scoring system in tennis is designed in a way that you can come so close and at the end yet so far. And that tie-break just now with Andy and Joe is a perfect example. You are literally 2 points away from winning or losing the set. And whichever way it falls is a huge difference.
When you got players this caliber, that was always going to happen. It's just 1 or 2 points that decides the whole set and the match, and that's all it takes. Exactly the same thing that happened in the first match, you know, with Federer and Cilic. Incredible tiebreakers, especially the third one where, you know, Roger just hung in there. But that one right there, it shows that's got Murray written all over it. I mean, that's you know. Pure class. It was awesome.
You saw by the emotion on Andy's face when he had his 4th set point opportunity, just what it meant to him to capture that. Having to remind ourselves that it's just the opening set of the game. There's still at least 2 more to go. If you are just joining us and you didn't catch that match earlier between Roger Federer and Marin Cilic, well, Marin Cilic got the early lead. He won the first 2 sets, 7-6 in a tiebreak, then 6-4. Roger came back to take the third 6-3. The 4th set tiebreak that Mark just mentioned was won by Roger 11-9. That's how close that one came. And then he came back to take the 5th 6-3. So that's how centre court begun. It's now with the Andy Murray match. Meanwhile, over on court number 1, Milos Raonic came through in 4 over Sam Querrey. And then this just happened from Thomas Berdych, who managed to secure a straight sets victory over the 32nd seed young Frenchman Lucas Pouille. And actually, the best run by Thomas Berdych at these championships since 2010 when he reached the final. He has now reached the semi-final and set up a clash between either Murray or Tsonga, whoever comes through the match taking place right now on centre court. For Thomas, the question is always, Mark, is he the best player without a Grand Slam on his resume?
Definitely one of them. Definitely one of them. But I think he's always been a player that's won tournaments every single year. That's been in the second week of these Grand Slams. You know, but it's been a while since he found himself, you know, kind of in a position where he's feeling good about his opportunity. I think, and he's playing some great tennis. But you know, he's got the type of game where he's got beautiful ground strokes and very flat. But kind of if something's not going his way, there's he doesn't really have anything to turn to where he can change his game around and mix it up. He just hangs in there with his toughness, of his mental and his physical toughness and his hitting ability, and you know, he's always getting deep. But I think that's why he hasn't broken through for those Grand Slams, to be honest with you. You know, just having that's something more to getting past those big matches.
Well, when he reached the finals here in 2010, he caused some, consecutive upsets along the way. En route to that final, he defeated Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic en route to meeting and then losing to Nadal in the final. Well, this time around, it's been a bit of a different path for Thomas Berdych, who came through Ivan Dodig in the first round. He got through that one in 4 sets, so he was pushed a little bit. He then came past Benjamin Becker in 3. He then came past Alexander Zverev, the very young talent, in 4 sets. He then had to go through 2 days and 5 sets to beat Jiri Vesely and set up this quarter-final clash that he has seemingly walked through without too much struggle over on court number 1. 7-6, 6-3, 6-2. It was a first set tiebreak, but fairly smooth sailing after that. Thomas is one of the guys who has reached the semi-finals of all Grand Slams, and he is one of just 3 players to have defeated all of the big 4, Roger, Novak, Rafa and Andy, at major events. He definitely has some talent. It will be fascinating to see if he can find even more form as he faces either Andy Murray or Jo-Wilfried Tsonga in the semi-finals here on Friday. It has been an incredible day so far, and it is not done yet. Andy Murray and Jo-Wilfried Tsonga are currently doing battle out on centre court, and Andy is already up a break, we can reveal. Having got that first set tie break, you did expect the momentum to fall in the way of whoever came through that epic opener, and it is 3-love Andy currently over on centre court, much to the delight of the home fans there on Murray's Mound. Well, I can imagine, as there was during the Federer-Cilic encounter, there's been a little bit of reaction on social media to the Murray moment, you could say, capturing that set in the tiebreak. So welcome back into our studio. Cara Robinson with you, as I said, alongside Mark Philippoussis and our tennis insider, Catherine Whitaker, who's always monitoring Twitter for us. What has been the reaction?
Just incredible. I mean, people are still reacting to Roger Federer, and now they've got that tiebreak between Murray and Tsonga to react to as well. It feels like this whole day at Wimbledon is an advertisement for tennis, and the most amazing advertisement for tennis. I mean, this just sums it up. The skill, fitness and mental ability you need for this sport is ridiculous. Talk about digging deep. That was one of the most intense sets of tennis I've seen in a while. Hashtag Murray. Well, possibly the most intense set of tennis you'd seen since the previous match between Roger Federer and Marin Cilic, where there were 5 pretty intense sets of tennis, and lots of people speculating about which was the better tiebreak, that 4-set tiebreak between Federer and Cilic, or that one we've just seen between Andy Murray and Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Pat Cash saying, can Murray-Tsonga be as exciting as the amazing Federer comeback? Well, that remains to be seen. Certainly that first set was as exciting as the Federer comeback. Courtney Nguyen, who works with WTA, lots of people saying maybe not so dramatic, but the quality of that tiebreak was better than that between Federer and Cilic, the 4-set tiebreak between Federer and Cilic, and Courtney agreeing that it wasn't even close. So those saying that the quality, but perhaps not the drama, was higher in the Murray-Tsonga tiebreak. But I mean, so little to choose between them. Basically, so far, it has been one of the best days of tennis I can remember here at Wimbledon. I mean, it has just been incredible. If you've had a centre court ticket for today, I mean, you must just be beside yourself. It's just been incredible. There's been a bit of a competition on Twitter about who has the biggest celebrities cheering for them. Andy Murray's got Carl Froch. Of course, he was here earlier this week. Andy Murray, huge boxing fan. They had their photo taken together in the locker room. Just wow at Andy Murray. Couple of emojis there to emphasise the point. Jamie Carragher, former Liverpool and England legend, brilliant tennis from Andy Murray in the tiebreak. First set won, hashtag Wimbledon 2016. But Federer has Sachin Tendulkar cheering for him. Watched you fight back from 2 sets down and love 40 down on your serve. Great fight back and fantastic spirit. All the best, Roger Federer. So, I mean, the whole world seems to have stopped to watch Wimbledon today, and rightly so. It has been, and hopefully will continue to be, absolutely fantastic.
I couldn't agree with you more. I just had a message from some friends in America saying we're sitting watching Grip to Wimbledon. It's wonderful when the stories that we have here in southwest London really reverberate around the world. It's one of the most fantastic tennis moments of the year. And with that close tiebreak, and now looking at the scoreline that we see Murray break up on centre court, it begs the question, Mark, how you try and come back from such a tough loss like that. In the case of Jo-Wilfried Tsonga losing out 12-10 to Murray in the first, you hope it's not a walkover from here on in.
No, I don't think it'll be a walkover, but just the energy that was spent on that tiebreaker. As we talked about, the quality was unbelievable. And Joe, having that opportunity to win that first set, you got to feel like it was more important for Tsonga to win that first set than Murray to be in my eyes. And look, 3-love down, break point. It's that was a tough one to swallow. So it's Joe's going to have to find his way back, and then to kind of lift up his energy and get that just get that positive vibes going again.
Well, we hope he can, and the centre court crowd will be hoping to see some more thrilling, dramatic action. But for Roger Federer, who managed to save 3 match points against him and come through in 5 sets over Marin Cilic to set up yet another semi-final appearance, it will be fascinating to see what he had to say after that. Let's hear what he had to say in his press conference.
I like to swear in press conferences, so could you tell us how the blazes you did that, please?
Yeah, it was. It's a big battle. Clearly, I mean, it's great winning matches like this. Coming back from 2 sets to love. It's rare, so when it happens, you really enjoy them. Definitely felt like got lucky to some extent today. Always when you're saving match points, or I don't know, when you're down 2 sets to love, 3-all, love 40. It's just it's a moment where it's not in your control anymore. So. But I fought, I tried, I believed, and at the end I got it done. So it's great on so many levels.
The best of your career? Sorry, did you say it's the best comeback?
I had some good ones. This one is definitely huge because it's centre court at Wimbledon, and still gives me the chance to win the tournament. So it's this is a big one, probably not the biggest, but a big one.
Gentleman next to you, and then over on this side.
So I nicked my question as well.
Okay, over
At your age now, 34, and after this season with some injuries and stuff, how much does it mean for you to come back for the 10th time in your career from 2 sets to love?
Yeah, I mean, maybe more so because of, like you said, the uniqueness of the season that I've had. To win a match like this, to test the body, and be out there again, fighting and being in a physical battle, and winning it is an unbelievable feeling. Yeah, I mean, it was an emotional win. Always when you come back from 2 sets to love, but because of the season that I've had, it's wonderful, and I was just very happy that I actually felt as strong as I did. Mentally and physically, when I was down 2 sets to love, and whatever those 3 break points after I fought them off, I did believe, and next thing you know, I was serving for the match in the 5th. Everything kind of went very quickly, because sometimes you feel when you're down 2 sets to love that the mountain to climb is endless. It's huge. It's monstrous, and somehow everything went very quickly, and I had great focus. So I was very happy.
Roger, 2 days ago you
just
spoke.
take the gentleman in front, and then you, sir.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Well, you saved 7 break points out of 8, and 3 of them were match points. Do you remember some of those situations where you thought you were more in troubles?
Yeah, I mean, I remember just being in trouble the whole time. So at one point you're used to it, So it's not like, oh my God, all of a sudden there's a match point, or all of a sudden there's a break point to save. It just was continuous for, I don't know, for an hour or 2, whatever that was. When after I lost the 2nd set, from then on, anything you touch and do is crucial. You cannot afford anything anymore. So you always know at that point as well that he's going to have his chances. It's just not possible that he's not going to get to 30 on your serve. You know that he's going to have probably some break points, and that break point is like match points too. So there was many more match points in my mind than just 3 of them today.
Roger, 2 days ago you spoke about how in 2014 against Cilic at the US Open, there was some sort of feeling inside of you at some points that Cilic seemed invincible. What was going through your mind when you got down 2 sets today, and as things evolved?
Yeah, I mean, I felt similar, like I explained in the press conference a couple of days ago, it was that serve and big shot, or then just ace service. I want to ace every single service game, and I was, I was feeling like I was being rained on aces, It's not very often I get that feeling, so I think I had almost 15 to 20 aces in the first 2 sets, which is rare for me to get, other than if it's maybe Isner or Karlovic. So I changed my returning stance a bit, adjusted a little bit, and next thing you know, I think you only served maybe 5 to 10 aces in the last 3 sets. So I was able to read it better, feel it better as well. I go a lot with feel, and I thought he was playing great. He was serving like he was at the Open, and also from the baseline he was playing so well for basically 3 sets that I wasn't getting much chances, and it felt similar to New York there for a second.
At the back over here, thank you.
What did you feel it changed after 3-all third set?
Nothing really. It just kept being rough, so like I explained, maybe I got a bit of, not even a read on the serve, I just got more into the rallies, started to free up maybe just a little bit, because I felt like, okay, this was the first life, I'm not going to get many more after this, so at least play some free points, try to go for a little bit, get some balls back, and then you never know. And I was just not being able to do it for such a long time because of Marin. So nothing really changed after that, to be quite honest. I just had to keep fighting after that point.
After this long 5-set match, what did you physically to prepare for Raonic? And do you use any of the new technological stuff about sleeping in an igloo or whatever players are doing now to recover fully?
Nope, I don't do any of that stuff. I sleep well tonight, and I eat healthy, and take a stretch and a massage, and that's it. I don't do any of the new stuff. So very, very normal, like old school.
Thank you.
Roger, it's your longest match since the beginning of the year. Have you found that the stamina element of your game has been one of the hardest things to regain when you haven't been on court as much this year?
I mean, last year I didn't play a 5-setter, I think, all season. So this is the first 5-setter I've had in a long, long time. So what I like about it being in a 5th set is like you actually get really tested to see where is your fitness, where is your mind at, can your shoulder, your back, your legs, can they sustain, 3 hours 17 of just hitting big serves and running and being explosive? Can it handle it? And that's why I was very intrigued and pushing myself a lot in the 5th to get over the finish line, because I was feeling as good in the beginning at the end as I was in the beginning, other than just I wasn't getting a read on his game really in the beginning. But that gives me, I think, a lot of confidence moving forward from here. So I feel like I've clearly got a chance in the semis, even after a match like this.
2 of the match points you faced were on second serves. I think, and you didn't hit safe ones. You were pretty aggressive. How do you get yourself prepared to do that? It's a one miss and it's over.
Yeah, but I didn't double fault in 5 sets, so I believe in my second serve. So even if I go bigger, it's still not that much of a risk for me, I feel. And that served me well throughout my career. I think Pete once said, you're only as good as your second serve, and I'm happy that my second serve has always been there for me. Yes, I've hit double faults, I've served poorly sometimes as well, but I feel like when it becomes most important, it's never going to let me down. And today as well, that's why I believed, bigger second serves, I can do it. You just hope that he's not there just ready to clock one, because then who cares about your big second serve? It's still not a first serve.
Obviously an extraordinary performance today. Can you just step back and somehow compare it with some of the other real marquee matches you've had, the Sampras coming of age and the Nadal matches here in Melbourne, Haas, the Andy Roddick?
A little bit. I mean, I did think of the Tommy Haas match as I was playing after I saved those break points and went up 4-3, I think. I thought of the Tommy match from the French when I was saving break points there as well. I think that was 4-3 break points, or also something similar. I did believe in that moment I thought about it at that moment for the match itself, but also for the tournament. that not only do I want to win this match, but I want to go further. So I think that belief, and it's not a fake belief, it's a real belief that you need to have in those moments, was there, which is great news for me.
Thank you. You were serving well all the way through, but last 2 sets I think you hit 15 of your 27 aces. Did it feel like it was improving all the time, or were you just getting more purchase?
Well, I think it just switched from what was going on in the first couple of sets, that he was hitting the aces and he got the momentum going, hitting the wide ones when he had to, then mix it up with the big one up the middle, and same on the outside. Next thing you know is like he's just racing through games, and at 30 love, 40 love, clearly he's always going to go for the big one, so you start to really pile up the aces. And the same thing was I was able to do, like you said, starting the third, fourth, even though I thought I was holding my serves comfortably too, and I had more chances. Maybe I had a couple of break points in the first set that he didn't. So, I mean, I just didn't get the upper hand from the baseline. He took his advantage that he had in the second set and broke. Next thing you know, you're down 2 sets to love. That's grass court tennis, and that's where you're just gonna have to try to stay calm. I kind of did, but not always.
You record the most wins, 307. How do you feel about your game where you are in the Grand Slam? Is it where you want it to be right now?
Yes, I prefer to be here than booking a jet, I'll tell you that. So, for me, I'm very pleased. First week was great, played a good match against Steve Johnson, and today was epic. It's probably going to look back at this as being a great match that I played in my career, on centre court here at Wimbledon. I don't remember coming back from 2 sets to love here, so this is huge for me and my season and my career. So I'm very happy. I think I'm playing good tennis too, and the record I'm not even quite sure about what we're talking about, but I'm sure it's great. I don't know.
Last 2 English questions, you sir, and then you.
Roger, given the injuries you had around about the time of Paris, are you surprised by how you're playing here?
I am. I mean, I was very worried, coming here. I think it was huge for me to play the 7 matches that I did in Halle and Stuttgart. They served me very well. They gave me so much information to see what I could do, what I couldn't do, how I could play, how I couldn't play. And then knowing that I had a week in between, that if I get through the first week here at Wimbledon, who knows? And I put myself in that position perfectly without dropping sets, which was a big surprise to me. And next thing you know is like you're in the semis and you're really deep into the tournament. So yes, I did surprise myself actually in quite a big way actually.
Last English question, thank you.
Quite the celebrity fan club out there today for you, David Beckham and Bradley Cooper. I was just wondering, did they have any words for you after the match or before? And how much do you like having the support of stars like that out there watching you?
Didn't see them before the match, didn't see them after the match, didn't speak to them before the match, didn't speak to them after the match, but it was nice to see them there. Yeah, I mean, I've met them both. They're really nice guys, so it was cool when when guys like this come out, or Jack Nicklaus is here. I mean, I love that, when you have sporting heroes coming out or celebrities. It's nice. It's elevates the tournament as such as well. Back in the day, I mean, I was nervous playing in front of my family, and then in front of famous people and famous sports people, famous tennis players. I think, and at the end of the day, today, what makes me nervous is really only legends of our sport. That's the only thing that still gets me nervous when I see guys sitting watching my match and I see them watching. I feel like better play well. I don't know. You don't want to disappoint legends of our sport.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We'll need to change. Sorry, we need to change language. Thank you.
I don't know.
Sorry, we've had a good time for questions. I'm afraid we need to switch language if we may. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well, what a contrast, Craig. The first set, an absolute epic, 1 hour, 13, 14 minutes. And as you said at the end of that set, it looked like it was already going to be a mountain to climb for Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, bearing in mind that he trails the head-to-heads 12-2. And in the second set, a double break, and Andy Murray rolled Joe-Wilfried Tsonga over 6-1 in something like 26, 27 minutes. So the Frenchman suddenly finds himself from almost being on the verge of one set up. He's 2 sets down, and Murray has hit, it would seem, cruise control.
Yeah, tennis is a sport where 1 point can change the flow of the match and the flow of the momentum. And if Joe-Wilfried could have got that first set, he's exuding energy, he's exuding confidence, he's serving better, he's going for his returns, and everything's humming. But that 1 point didn't happen. And Andy got control of the first set, and it just deflates tennis players. It's just so hard to put all that energy in. And I remember Andre Agassi back in the day where, you know, in order to win the war, a lot of times opponents, you know, they put so much energy into one set that they just can't win 3. And Joe's put so much energy into that first set, rightly so. You know, it's very difficult to come back. Roger did it in the last match, but it's so tough to come back from a set down or 2 sets down. He threw the kitchen sink at Andy in that first set. He didn't get over the line, and now all of a sudden, the energy's just down, and the first serve's a little bit slower, and the feet aren't quite set, and it can just run away from you so incredibly quickly. And this is where players often talk about tennis is so mental, it's so emotional. It's like, you know, yes, we spend a lot of time in the practice court hitting forehands and backhands, but it's really the mind that is, you know, you can't go to the stat sheet and say, well, this is what happened to Joe in that second set. You've got to go into his mind, and it's really the, you know, it's maybe not desperation is the right word, but it's something that, you know, he's in a little bit of a tough situation now, whereas in the first set, things are humming, I'm a chance, things are good, and adversity, you know, really hit hard after that first set. So, you know, 2 sets to love now. I have no idea how he comes back from this. He's got to sit down, put a towel over his head, and find a happy place that, and just say, you know what, if I lose, what's the big deal? I'm already 2 sets to love down. If I could come back from this could be one of the greatest defining moments of my career. And it's so tough for players to have their best body language in the toughest situations, which is where he's at now. So he'll continue to fight hard. He'll continue to do well. But, you know, with this full head of steam that Andy's got, it's insanely difficult for Joe-Wilfried. He wins that point there I believe that's to hold for the first set. Hold for the first game in the third set. But, you know, it's about as tough as ask as you could ever have. 2 sets to love down against Andy Murray, centre court at Wimbledon. You know, it's I don't know what he's going to do here, but he's got to relax, he's got to chill, he's got to enjoy it, and hopefully just hang around. A lot of matches is just staying in it. The biggest thing...
Sorry to interrupt, exactly as Federer did
yes.
Against Cilic when they were into the third set.
Yeah, his biggest opponent, I talked about 5 before, and you could even argue there's a 6, which is the clock. He's going to run out of time here. So, you know, this set will take 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and somehow in that 40 minutes, he's got to find a way to find an edge. And really in the first set, the edge was coming forward. It was the forehand approach to the backhand, and, you know, just get after it as much as you possibly can with that specific tactic.
And just watching the body language of Joe-Wilfried Tsonga, who at one stage in that opening service game of the third set, it was 30-all. He served it out from 40-30. He converted the game point. So he leads the third set 1 game, but the body language is just not quite as good as it has been, and certainly as it was in the first set. And Murray's making him work so hard for every single point. It's on Murray's serve at the moment. It's 15-all, very early stages of the second game. We've had, 1 hour, 50 minutes of action. Unless the Frenchman can produce something, and something quite special quite quickly, this match could wrap up fairly fast, considering that the first set took 1 hour and 13 minutes. Murray, the overwhelming favourite at this stage to make his way through to yet another Wimbledon semi-final. Tsonga will be left to rue those missed opportunities in that marathon first set tiebreak. Murray trails by a game in the third set, but he's got the advantage and the momentum. He has a 2-set advantage, and he's closing in on a place in the last 4.
And really, the last man we're waiting to find out to make up that last four. We know that it'll be Raonic versus Federer and Thomas Berdych versus either Jo-Wilfried Tsonga or Andy Murray. Well, speaking of Raonic, he is the most successful Canadian singles player of all time, and reaching the semi-final stage at this year's Wimbledon Championships would have done him no harm. Our reporter Adam Hunt has caught up with a Canadian journalist.
Well, we're here to dissect day 9 at the Championships with Mark Masters of TSN. We'll get on to Milos Raonic, your favourite subject, in just a few moments' time. But firstly, the story of the day, Roger Federer coming back 2 sets down against Marin Cilic. Many people thought down and out. What did you think of that match?
Well, I mean, for Federer's had amazing moments on center court here, but that's going to be up there, I would think. Coming back from 0-2, saving 3 match points. It just shows you what a great champion he is. He's just never out of it. All you need to do with these top players is give them an inch to get into the match, and they got that foothold, they'll come back. And you just sense that the longer it went, Federer was gaining momentum, and he was just able, Cilic has got such a great serve, and, I think Federer himself said he was kind of flashing back to the U.S. Open a couple of years ago when Cilic was serving big and unexpectedly won. And this time, Federer was able to stay with him, put him under pressure, and eventually crack him. And it was great to watch.
We know how well loved Federer is wherever he plays tennis, particularly on centre court. The roar when he won that match, you could hear it wherever you were inside the grounds. How's he received in Canada? I know he plays the Masters 1000 event there in Montreal and Toronto, so he's well loved there as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, and every year it tends to coincide with his birthday in mid-August or early August, and they sing happy birthday to him. Like during a match, they'll just sing happy birthday to him in Toronto or Montreal or wherever. Listen, he's beloved. Why wouldn't he? I mean, the guy is as classy as they come. He's a great champion. He's an artist on the court. Fun to watch, and it's an incredible advantage. This is like a second home here. Like, I mean, I can't imagine he's more comfortable on any court in the world, and it's very daunting for a guy like Raonic, who's going to be playing him in the next round. He played him there 2 years ago, and he admits he let the moment get to him, and he let the fact being on center court for the first time get to him. Federer's logged a lot of hours out there, and it is a huge advantage. He got to play. That's why he got to play under the roof in the first week. Is he's a star. He's had success here. He was playing Brits, of course, and that gives him a huge advantage. And it probably played a bit of a role here in terms of keeping his belief in the match that he could come back, and he fed off that, I feel.
I'm sure as you were watching that match, you were keeping one eye as well on Milos Raonic, the Canadian.
My good eye was on Raonic.
Absolutely, he was through to the semi-final. He'll face Federer.
Yeah.
Looking at his match today, before we look ahead to the match against Federer, another convincing performance from him. He seems to be playing the best tennis of his career.
Yeah, and that's just what he told us. We had a chance to do a one-on-one interview with him, and he's been trying to get back to the level he played in Australia, and that was brilliant stuff. And then he lost to Andy Murray in the semis, but obviously the adductor injury was a big reason for that. And he just told us he feels he's beyond that. He's playing better than he did in Australia. You can sense that forward, aggressive play, it's really clicking. And even though it went 4 sets today against Sam Querrey, I don't think it ever felt at any point like he was not in control of that match, and everything's clicking when he's coming forward. And Querrey said it in his news conference afterwards. I knew he had the big serve. I mean, everyone knows that Milos Raonic has the big serve. What he didn't know is how much pressure he can put on Sam by coming forward so much on the return and constantly putting his opponent under pressure. He's doing that great right now. He's going to have to keep it up because Federer in the next round is going to be his biggest test yet.
Absolutely. For Raonic, it was a fairly comfortable 4-set win. A lot of people thinking he would come through that one. Marin Cilic, I think, has done him a favour by running Federer so close. How do you think that'll impact the next round, that long match for Federer?
Yeah, I know. I was talking to the Swiss journalists, and surprise, surprise, they don't think Federer will be affected or fatigued because of the long match. Maybe he'll be rejuvenated, and certainly he wasn't pushed early in the tournament. So he's had a long match. Milos has had a long match, of course, against David Goffin in the 4th round. I don't think fatigue will play a huge role. Obviously, you worry Federer from a Federer perspective. The back injury coming in, the more miles he logs, is that an issue? We'll have to see how he reacts on the practice court tomorrow. Maybe that could be an advantage for Raonic as a younger guy, and he'll look to drag out the match as long as possible. And Milos would have to feel like the harder the match is physically, the better for him. Even though he's had his own injury issues, he says he's 100% healthy right now. Milos does.
Raonic has already beaten Federer this year.
Yep.
He knows how to beat him. How much confidence can he draw on those previous results? I know he's lost to Federer before, but he's also beaten him, and that helps a player in a head-to-head.
Lost 9 of 11 matches to Roger Federer in his career, but as you said, he beat him earlier this year, so he knows he beat him in their most recent matchup. But It's a big difference between Brisbane and then center court in the semifinals of Wimbledon. You know, there's going to be a lot of elements to this match, but I think he will draw confidence from that. There's a lot of reasons for Milos Raonic to feel good about himself. He's coming off a really good performance against Querrey. He feels like he's building momentum. He feels like he's getting stronger. You know, the early part of the slam is all about survival. Now it's about hitting your stride, and he feels like he's doing that. So I think he's got to feel like he's got a 50-50 shot, if not maybe a bit better, to beat Roger Federer in the semifinals.
Just finally, quickly, how do you think the match is going to go? I'm sure there's a huge amount of expectation in Canada, back home for Milos Raonic. They want to see him win a Grand Slam title. They know he might be able to do it here at Wimbledon. The court suits him. Can he beat Federer in the semis?
Yes, he can. Of course he can. And I think that it's going 5. And I don't have a good read on who's going to win it, but I sense it's a 5-set match. And I think Raonic has never been in a better position than he is now to beat Roger Federer.
Okay, thanks, Mark, and enjoy the semi-finals.
I will.
We're here with Robinsons to give you a real taste of Wimbledon. And today we're off to find out how many keepy-uppies the Wimbledon fans can do with this. Oh, I'm actually quite good. Let's hope they're better than me. This chap's pretty good. I've lost count how many he's got. Well, I think some of those fans need a bit of practice, just like me.
Well, what a wonderful Wednesday it has been at the All England Club so far. We've had some fabulous action in the men's quarterfinals, and one of them is still going on. Andy Murray versus Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Andy took the first set 7-6 in a tiebreak that went all the way 12-10. He then came back to take the second in rather convincing fashion at 6-1. It's now on serve in the third set, so we will keep you posted. The hill is absolutely packed. Andy Murray will be wanting to get off so he can watch the Wales game in just over an hour's time, but it is our last quarter-finalist that is, or semi-finalist, I should say, that is yet to be decided. Anyway, Cara Robinson, Mark Philippoussis, Catherine Whitaker, our tennis insider, back with you for a few more moments on this Wednesday evening as we look ahead, Catherine, to the start of the semi-finals tomorrow and the Battle of the Ladies.
Yes, the centre court order of play is out. Only 2 matches to be played on centre court tomorrow, the 2 ladies semi-finals, and Serena will be the first up, taking on the unseeded Russian Elena Vesnina. She will be followed onto centre court by her sister Venus, taking on 4th seed Angelique Kerber. And there is going to be so much attention on both those 2 matches tomorrow. It's amazing to see Venus Williams on the front. She was on the front page of USA Today today. She was on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. You know, the lesser spotted Williams sister these days, you know, stealing the limelight. Even though Serena's still in the tournament, Venus is stealing the limelight, and quite deservedly so. And Serena certainly wouldn't begrudge her that. And there's all sorts of speculation, you know, if Venus were to do it here, if she were to win the title, would that be, you know, as much as Serena is chasing history and records, would that be the single greatest achievement we've ever seen in tennis? If Venus were to win the title here at the age of 36, 8 years since her last title, after what she's been through with her Sjogren's syndrome diagnosis, would it be the single biggest achievement in tennis?
In ladies' tennis, at least.
I don't think you have to limit it. Why would you have to limit it to that?
Well, one of them. You know, it's tough to say the number one, but without a doubt, one of them. And it's incredible considering what she's been through. You know, not we're talking like 36 years old, but when you're looking at as far as on a tennis court and the ages and who she's battling against, girls that weren't even born when she was winning her first Wimbledon, it's amazing. And if you look at all the matches, none of them have kind of been short. She has been battling every single match and has been turning around and doing the same thing, and she looks so strong. It's incredibly impressive. The way she's carrying herself, the way she looks on the court, how relaxed she is, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, there just aren't enough superlatives for her. I think, you know, perhaps there's too much focus on the possibility of her reaching the final and winning it, because the fact is just her reaching the semi-final is an extraordinary achievement. Absolutely. And we should be celebrating that in itself, which we are. As I said, she's already on front pages today aplenty, and it's going to be a huge day in her career tomorrow. You know, she's pumped up for this. She might not have, you know, the external warrior qualities that we see from Serena Williams, but she is a fighter, exactly as you say. She's fought through all her early rounds. She wouldn't be out there if she didn't still have the hunger and the passion to win. There's a million and one other things she could be doing. You know, she's done an undergraduate degree while she's been playing tennis. She's learned fashion design and is sort of another separate career in fashion design. It's not like she doesn't know what else to do besides tennis. She's got plenty of other options. She just still has the hunger and desire, and she obviously believes that she still has it in her to win these
Especially
titles.
belief. Definitely the belief part is very important.
That's our key word of the day, isn't it? Belief.
Absolutely.
Who has the belief to get all the way? That is a key word as well. Breaking news, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga is up a break in the third set out on centre court. So potentially some more developments to come up there. But to continue the Venus Williams conversation, just to remind you, her route through to the semi-finals so far, it hasn't been without some difficulty. She actually has been on court the longest of any lady left in the singles draw, and being the eldest in the draw, that potentially may have an effect at some stage. You wonder across these later stages, but she was pushed to a tiebreak in her first round. She was pushed to 3 sets in the second round, 3 sets in the third round, a tiebreak again in the quarterfinals, and she was actually down at 5-2 in that opening set tiebreak against Shvedova just yesterday, and she just fought. She found this inner instinct and she came back, and it's remarkable how she's been able to do that. So a tiebreak as well, in the fourth round as well. So she's really not sailed through any of her matches, but she's found some grit and she's managed to push through. And perhaps, you know, sometimes it is good to be tested earlier on. But Angelique Kerber tomorrow is without doubt going to be her toughest opponent yet.
Without a doubt. And you know what? I have not seen her look this strong. She is in better shape now than she was when she won the Australian Open. I think without a doubt. Without a doubt. Looking at her, she's toned down. Her legs look stronger. She's definitely looking a lot better than she did when she won that tournament. And that's, you know, they were playing some long rallies, you know, in the previous matches, and she ended up who she ended up playing? Sorry, Halep. Yeah, and Halep was the one who I thought was, you know, she is a great athlete, and if it was going to go down to kind of physical stamina, that Halep was going to come on top. And in the second set tiebreaker, Halep was the one that kind of went away because she looked tired.
I know.
And Kerber just got stronger.
You were hoping Halep in 3 in that one, and Kerber just stormed through. Again, that was fabulous quality tennis. And sometimes we see so often, Catherine, and have really done in this year's championships, perhaps more than ever, some incredibly closely fought points that really sometimes the end result doesn't actually give as much justice to the person that didn't come out on top.
Absolutely, we have. We've seen a fair few of those today, haven't we? I think we'll probably see fewer of those in the Kerber-Venus Williams match tomorrow. I think Venus knows that if she's going to have any chance in that match, and her coach David Witt will be telling her this, she can't get into long baseline rallies. I mean, Angelique Kerber, she just doesn't miss when she's in form. She's going to get those balls back, and she's not going to miss herself. I think we're going to see Venus Williams teeing off, being more aggressive even than we've seen up until this stage, because that's really the only chance she has. And if she's firing, if she hits a purple patch, that's pretty much unplayable. The question is, will she be on tomorrow? Will she be redlining it? I don't see any other tactic for her that might work. I think she's going to go out there with one game plan. She's going to go for it, and I think we might see her up at the net quite a lot as well.
She hasn't dropped a set so far in this year's championships, has Angie Kerber, and whichever one of those two get through, if it was to be Serena that comes through over Elena Vesnina, it's a fabulous storyline. Of course, the Williams sisters is just epic and hard to beat. But, you know, Serena Angie would be a repeat of the Australian Open final, and yet on a surface where you would think, of course, Serena has more experience on the grass. When you look at the match at the top half of the draw, Serena versus Elena Vesnina, there's an interesting little subplot going on here, because Elena and her ladies doubles partner, Katerina Makarova, who had to play each other in singles as well for Elena to advance advance to this stage, will face the Williams sisters in the quarterfinals of the ladies' doubles. So no matter what happens in their singles encounter, they're likely to be back on court in the doubles format later on in the afternoon. Elena Vesnina versus Serena Williams is exactly what tennis is all about in many ways. Here's the world number one, the incredibly dominant player Serena, who's going for a 22nd Grand Slam against a Russian lady who's unseeded and never reached this stage of any Grand Slam before. And when you question belief, it's easy to determine who has the belief they can get through to the final. For Elena, she is going to have to play the match of her life to get through this one.
Well, do you know what Elena Vesnina needs to do? She needs to get on the phone to Roberta Vinci, because Roberta Vinci was in exactly the same position going into her US Open semi-final. She'd never been at that stage of the competition before. Everyone was saying, where on earth has Roberta Vinci come from? She hasn't got the power, she hasn't got the weapons to compete with Serena Williams, and we all know what happened there. She didn't need the power or the weapons. She beat her with guile. She exploited Serena Williams' nerves. That's the best advice I can give Elena Vesnina. Get on the phone to Roberta Vinci.
And perhaps she has, who knows? She has had a stellar Grand Slam performance so far for the Russian. So much to look forward to. But before we continue to look ahead to tomorrow, let's reflect on what we have seen so far. Some of the best tennis of these Wimbledon Championships. Here are the top three contenders for the play of the day.
Quiet, please. Play. Quiet, please. Play.
All three of those plays deserving contenders for the win today. As Catherine said, is perhaps some of the best tennis we've had in these championships so far. Well, we did tell you at the start of our coverage today that Roger Federer had some history on the line should he win. Well, he did, and he captured his 307th match win, which, as you can see, is the most by any man or woman in tennis history. That undoubtedly puts him as the best Grand Slam player of all time. Martina Navratilova, you can see just one behind, and Serena at 302. Interesting to point out, actually, with Roger and Serena's names highlighted there, that they both have the exact same Wimbledon record. They have both had 84 wins and 10 losses, and they've both already come through the quarterfinal stages of this year's championships. They're also both 34 years of age, so it would actually maybe be an even more special piece of Wimbledon history if they were to become the champions this year. Roger Federer will have to face Milos Raonic, perhaps his toughest competitor so far, as you would expect in a semi-final. It will be the number 3 seed versus the number 6 seed, and Milos has looked incredibly I suppose, encouraging in his form throughout this fortnight as well.
Absolutely. You know, I would say another incredibly tough opponent after just coming off a win where he was down 2 sets to love and match points. So, you know, if that wasn't bad enough, he's got another match ahead of him. Like you said, it doesn't get easier. And Milos Raonic, I wouldn't say he does have a similar game. Huge hitter, a big guy player, but Milos is going to be coming to net a lot more than what Cilic does, and there's going to be a different kind of I think more pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And Roger Federer, very honest in his press conference after that 5-set victory over Marin Cilic. It was an emotional win and a good chance to test his body. The first time he has played a 5-set match in quite some time. Didn't play one the entire length of 2015 and has not yet had a win in 2016. Well, that almost wraps up our coverage here on Live at Wimbledon. Andy Murray is down a break in the 3rd set on centre court, so continue to watch live action from there on BBC or ESPN. But huge thanks to Catherine Whitaker, to Mark Philippoussis and our entire team here on the Live at Wimbledon broadcast. Murray's mound is not going anywhere. Can he get the job done? Will it be in 3, 4 or 5 sets? You will have to watch to find out. We will be back at 12 p.m. local time tomorrow. Join us then for more coverage on Live at Wimbledon.